The exhausted warrior tried with all his might to stay on his feet, drenched in sweat, but it was very difficult. Gazing sternly ahead, the young man said that the highly challenging dungeon boss was right in front of them. It was a level 67 Sibaramus dragon, notorious for its mercilessness towards its enemies. The vicious creature opened its mouth wide and began to form a fireball, directing it toward the enemy group. The tense archmage asked her companion to act quickly, but the man replied that even his shield would not withstand the brute. Suddenly, the bearded man's face changed with bewilderment, wondering who they were looking at. A few meters away was a green-skinned creature with long nails, a dirty cloth tied around its waist. The giant began to attack again, showing more and more hatred, but this still did not give him an advantage. The long-nosed goblin smiled slyly, biting into a juicy chicken thigh, while the shocked fighters couldn't understand what he was doing there. Suddenly, a blinding yellow light appeared around the dragon, who did not quite understand the situation. The predator felt a sharp pain in various parts of its body, but it still remained on its feet and posed a danger to humans. The cunning-eared creature began to gloat and jump up and down, realizing that he had pulled off a spectacular stunt. Then he began to wave his bony paws, wanting to cause even more of a sensation and shock everyone around him. The stunned trio couldn't believe that some seemingly stupid goblin had managed to mortally wound and kill a dragon all by himself. No one could understand why the monsters suddenly began attacking each other, and the predator began to dissolve into thin air. The excited bearded man pointed frantically at a nearby hill, urging his companions to immediately turn their attention there. They saw a strange white-toothed boy sticking out his tongue, smiling and standing still as if nothing had happened. The brunette watched the situation and was pleased with it, and the fighters below quickly realized that everything that was happening was his doing. At the moment, the young man was working part-time at a construction site, where he was sweating profusely as he carried heavy bags on his shoulder to earn a penny. He threw bags of cement into the place indicated by his boss, enjoying every second when he could take a break. The young man was a goblin and a weakling whose place was in a low-level dungeon, and he would never get out of there. Much had changed in the world, but not the life of the long-eared creature, who would not be helped by any amount of experience. Suddenly, a man nearby asked if his friend had heard about Mr. Cha, which piqued the brunette's interest. The workers discussed how the man had gotten carried away playing Gates of Destiny and received a hidden class, for which he could be considered lucky. They were talking about a popular virtual reality game that was so well designed that players forgot about the real world. People had the opportunity to completely immerse themselves and relax, which was a really important advantage. The equipment for it was expensive, but thanks to a bunch of internet cafes across the country, anyone who wanted to could enjoy the process. The project's frenzied popularity led to real money being invested in it, which radically changed the situation. Ultimately, virtual items became real currency, which many players treated with great care. The Gates of Destiny turned the whole world upside down, and at first the main character loved it, but that didn't last long. The adventurous Kim Chul-so often liked to play to destroy a couple of dozen opponents and relax after a day's work. He also used his Stone Age skill and concentrated on swinging his pickaxe, thereby obtaining 3 units of ore. Clutching his head, the angry guy complained that they were just digging meaningless stones all day long and not developing. In tears, the young man asked where the part of the game was where he became a hero, met a cute girl on the team, and got married. Suddenly, an exquisite emerald-colored healing crystal worth at least 300,000 appeared in the player's hands. Sticking out his nasty tongue, the excited kid began to giggle slyly and lick the gem, imagining his future life of luxury. But his beautiful reverie was interrupted by a gentle female voice, which first politely greeted him. The youngster was delighted with the beauty he saw, and she took him for a mason and asked him to help her and her people. The lady said that they had decided to clear out the dungeon, but the passage was blocked by cobblestones, and none of them knew anything about mining. They thought it would be a good idea to ask an experienced craftsman for help, and Kim replied that he could handle the stones, but he was useless in battle. The mustachioed man immediately warned that they would take care of the monsters, and the young man would have to do what he knew how to do. The gentleman also asked them not to think that just because he was a courtier, he knew anything about mountain climbing, and the young man looked at him in bewilderment. The hero realized that this was a good idea, because he would be able to gain experience and perhaps even find valuable materials. The only thing was, he didn't know if he could trust strangers, even though you could be revived after dying in the game. Suddenly, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a pretty girl who grabbed his wrist with her two delicate hands. The beauty confessed that she really liked Masons for their strong hands, and the boy immediately exclaimed that he really wanted to go with the team. A few seconds later, Kim Chulso, covered in sweat, wondered what he had just said, and a feeling of shame burned inside him. The young man remembered the level 7 gray wolf and concluded that the monsters here weren't the strongest, but he still couldn't defeat them. As it turned out, at that moment, he was surrounded by a whole crowd of hungry predators, and all he had in his hands was an ordinary pickaxe. The leader of the pack immediately rushed to attack, and the terrified boy froze in place, covering his face. The lady asked the hero not to move, and she herself resorted to using the salamander plan skill to burn the enemies alive. Concerned, Catherine Lee first asked if Kim was okay, which was very kind and noble of her. Discouraged by her incredible strength, the hero froze with his mouth open, but still found the strength to express his gratitude. Wiping away a tear, the beauty admitted that she was very scared, so she asked the young man not to leave her, because it was very dangerous here. Stunned, Kim wondered if he had stumbled upon a romantic plot, since such a charming girl wanted to be with him. Nearby was the girl's companion, who calmly dodged the wolves, asking her not to worry so much. Keeping a cool head, he took his weapon from behind his back, ready to fight and give the predators a lightning-fast rebuff. With a single sharp swing, the fighter scattered the bloodied monsters in different directions, not allowing them to bite him. The brave man said that they had not taken on such tasks before, but they heard that there was unusual ore in this place, so they decided to check it out. He also added that investing experience points in loot was complete nonsense, which threw the main character off balance. The tense hero thought to himself that without him, this fool wouldn't even be able to break a rock, but he was still too arrogant. Looking at his teammate with a frightening gaze, the stern Kim Chulso asked if he really thought he had no combat skills. But at the same time, the guy understood that he really didn't have any skills, so it was difficult to prove anything. The bearded man said that if the informant had lied to them, they would suffer huge losses, and his comrade asked him to pray that this would not happen. The brave man threatened that otherwise, he would pay for the time spent in this terrible dungeon. An embittered Kim thought to himself that he was tired of enduring humiliation for the sake of a few coins in his pocket, even though he was used to it. He constantly reassured himself that he would finish his business, take the money and go home, but this line of work never ended. In a fit of rage, the bricklayer struck the rock very hard with his pickaxe, causing the huge cobblestone to crack. The stunned boy and the shocked members of the team began to watch the phenomenon unfolding before their eyes. At that moment, it dawned on the main character that he had unearthed a hidden underground chamber, the door to which looked luxurious. The enthusiastic young man couldn't believe his eyes at first, while the brown-eyed fighter, sweat pouring down his face, was making some conclusions in his head. The joyful young man said that there were many cool rewards in the dungeon, and that it was also possible to obtain a hidden class. He added that they had hit the jackpot, and the lovely Catherine Lee smiled calmly when she heard his pleasant words. The scoundrel behind the hero suddenly grabbed his weapon and rushed into battle with red eyes without even warning him. The happy kid jumped up and down, saying that he would be just like Mr. Chom and earn a lot of money. But at that moment, PvP mode was activated, and he was struck in the back, causing him to cry out in agony. Falling to his feet, a stunned Kim Chulso complained of difficulty breathing because he had been attacked directly on his spine. The cunning Lee giggled into her hand, noting that it only took one pathetic and naive bricklayer to find the hidden dungeon. Now it dawned on the hero that he had been attacked by members of the team who had known everything from the start, but had decided to simply use him. A brown-eyed guy grabbed him by the hair and said he would deal with him quickly, adding that this would be the fool's payment. A few seconds later, the helpless young man was thrown aside like a bag of trash, without even being able to say anything. Soon the young man opened his eyes and was terrified because he didn't know where he was at first. The sweating guy realized that he was still alive, and his opponents had not finished him off, so he assumed that they had simply taken pity on him. As it turned out, the hero had simply been revived, and his superb healing crystal was now broken in two and no longer of any value. Barely holding back tears, the brunette began pounding his fists on the floor, realizing that his coveted money had simply slipped away from him into oblivion. Calming down a little, he looked up and saw the open gates of a hidden dungeon in front of him, which made him think. The embittered mason realized that the area had not yet been cleared, and vowed to put an end to the lousy party of scoundrels who had attacked him. Deciding not to waste any time, the brave man rushed forward, preparing to jump into the darkness. Without hesitation, the brave guy stretched out his arms in front of him and jumped off the ground, focusing on the process of flying. But things didn't go according to plan because there were steps leading down in front of him, and he fell safely onto them. Hitting his head on the stone floor, the hero called the game developers fools, believing that normal people don't do such things. Still, remaining conscious, the young man wondered if he had really ended up in a hidden location full of interesting things. Ahead of him was a huge stone statue of a creature sitting on a throne, and the area was called the Goblin Tomb. The brave young man was greatly alarmed by the ugly monster, which also smiled unpleasantly, causing revulsion. As he took steps forward, Kim Cholso expressed hope that the dungeon was home to more than just the aforementioned predators. Soon he noticed that it was very quiet around him, and then wondered where the three cunning scoundrels who had deceived him had gone. At that moment, a human hand wearing a brown glove became visible near the hero, who was still moving. The wary brunette could not understand what was happening, and then decided to look down to examine everything carefully. At his feet lay the red-haired dwarf from the trio, surrounded by a pool of very dark blood, which frightened the young man. Kim Cholso, who was sweating profusely, quickly recognized the dwarf, but was even more confused and couldn't make sense of anything. In the chat, the man asked to be revived, but the young man replied that he did not have that skill, so he could not help. The kid called him greedy, saying he didn't want to respawn so he wouldn't miss out on the rewards, but he himself didn't know what to do next. Suddenly, a notification was received that his level was too low for the dungeon, so he had to leave immediately. The alarmed hero did not understand the meaning of the notification at first, but then he heard terrible screams somewhere behind him. The excited young man turned around sharply, wondering who was screaming, and quickly scanned his surroundings. Nearby, he saw a huge human fist that had grabbed and tightly squeezed the brown-eyed scoundrel who had attacked him earlier. The other hand completely covered the exhausted Catherine Lee, who seemed to have resigned herself to the fact that they would not make it out alive. Seeing the disgusting creature called a Geiger in front of him, Kim wondered if this was goblin territory. The worried young man saw that his opponent was level 80, which meant there was almost no chance of victory. The merciless monster opened its disgusting mouth, preparing to swallow the helpless man. At that moment, it bit off one of the brown-haired man's limbs, who did not utter a single squeak before dying. Barely suppressing his gag reflex, Kim Cholso called what was happening disgusting, but continued to watch. The developers added touch to Gates of Destiny so that players could feel pain, but precautions were taken. Crying in fear, Catherine Lee begged to be saved from the clutches of the merciless creature, but it was difficult to do. The incredibly tense guy shouted at her to turn on her head, making it clear that there was nothing he could do against this creature. With the character's revival, the pain did not go away, as the impact was directly on the brain. After that, the game was over, so Kim Cholso, thrown off balance, made the fearful decision to immediately run away. At the same time, he did not feel sorry for the trio who had decided to abandon him, as his personal safety was paramount. The young man tried to remain as calm as possible in this difficult situation, and he chose the right path for himself. The young man moved forward relentlessly, realizing that one stop could cost him his life instantly. At one point, the hero laughed frighteningly, telling himself that he had to survive at any cost, even if it was despicable. Suddenly, he received a notification that the Goblin King felt a kindred spirit in him and was impressed by the boy's cowardice. Freezing in place, the boy stared at the statue of an ugly, pot-bellied creature sitting on a large throne. Gritting his teeth nervously, the brunette said that he didn't really want to do this, but the situation left him no choice. Remembering the crying Catherine Lee, the ordinary bricklayer said that if he had been even a little stronger, he would not have run away. Meanwhile, the girl suffered another blow from the merciless creature that wanted to wipe her off the face of the earth. The main character just wanted to get a normal job and live without denying himself anything. He also wanted to fight monsters, not hammerstones every day, which left his hands covered in calluses. With tears in his eyes, he beat his chest with his fist, shouting that he had not become what he was now of his own free will. The embittered brunette began to vent his emotions on a stone statue of a goblin that had dared to emphasize his cowardice. The guy exclaimed that his colleagues and strangers in the game humiliated him, and now even the big-nosed freak had opened his mouth. Unexpectedly, a system notification was received that Kim Cholso had become an honorary goblin, and from now on his people would always come to his aid. The conditions for obtaining a hidden class had been fulfilled, and the assistant asked if he wanted to become a summoner of eared predators. All of the terms mentioned were new to the main character, who read every line of the message with slight surprise. Continuing to shed disgusting tears but smiling, Kim decided to decline the offer without any regrets. But at that very moment, the system wrote that the kid had become one of the goblins, even though he objected and completely disagreed with it. Suddenly, a monster with bony human hands appeared behind him, posing a great danger. Feeling a chill run down his spine, the young man immediately told himself that running away was pointless, so he had to come up with a plan of action. The hero acquired a new skill to help his friend, summoning a goblin who was completely ready to fight for him. Without thinking twice, the brave man decided to try out the skill, but he didn't like the overly bright special effects right away. A few seconds later, an ugly creature with a long nose appeared, its smirk evoking a slight fear. Smiling, Kim Chul-so thought to himself that this silly-looking kid would distract attention, and he would slip away in the meantime. Keeping his cool, the young man pointed his finger at the monster nearby, trying to explain the task to his subordinate. Now the loudmouth bruiser with a crooked wooden club in his hands had to rush to attack the powerful enemy. The enraged creature with many teeth began to wave its arms in every direction, trying not to let itself be hit. Convinced that he was doing the right thing, the hero didn't want to waste any time, so he decided to make a quick getaway. In the end, less than a couple of minutes later, the goblin tried to attack and won the fight. With a single swing of his club, the mutant managed to immobilize his enemy's bony arm without much effort. Thrown off balance, Kim couldn't understand what was happening and just froze in place with a look of astonishment on his face, unable to say anything meaningful. The system again wrote that he had gained a large number of experience points, but he couldn't figure out how this was happening. Now the discouraged protagonist had access to new skills, such as lunchtime and walking time. The level of the summoned creature immediately increased by 1, which was a good result for the beginning. Pleased with himself, the eared creature began to mumble something and smile broadly, realizing that he had been able to defeat the giant on his own. After that, Chulso began to examine his seemingly stupid subordinate more closely, from the tip of whose tongue flowed disgusting saliva. The emotionless young man couldn't believe that this ugly creature had the maximum level, which couldn't be said about him. The moment when the huge mutant grabbed the brown-eyed young man tightly in his hand and began to pull him into his mouth remained etched in Catherine Lee's memory. In a few seconds, the guy was turned into mush, and the merciless monster devoured his remains in an instant. Terrified, the girl began to scream at the top of her lungs, realizing that the same fate awaited her soon. Fortunately, it was all just a game, and she was wearing virtual reality glasses, but that didn't make her feel any better emotionally. The alarmed gentleman immediately rushed to the girl, who was immersed in another world and clearly needed help. Without hesitation, the concerned man removed the device from Catherine's eyes to give her a chance to recover and calm down. The nervous brunette quickly realized that a terrible situation had occurred, which he did not want to believe at first. Looking at the girl's terrified face, he said sadly that she would definitely not be able to leave like this. At the same time, the main character's new assistant continued to swing his club, inflicting enormous damage. The trickster mercilessly dealt with the packs of wolves, and his master gained new levels with every passing minute. Soon his eyes glowed red, and his desire to destroy grew stronger and even increased exponentially. Calm Kim Chul-so, gathering small mana stones from the ground, asked Shaket to take it easy, then noticed that he had caught his courage. The greedy boy picked up a huge number of wolf claws and shards and joyfully exclaimed that they couldn't carry away so much loot. The goblin killed the Geiger, so the dungeon was considered cleared, and if the team members were dead, the youngster would not return from here either. The brunette couldn't understand how the big-eared guy had never leveled up if he had single-handedly defeated all the enemies in his path. At the same time, no information about the summoned creature was available, so the hero could only guess. It was also unclear how a low-level monster could defeat a powerful mutant with a single blow. Nevertheless, drooling with greed for wealth, Chulso told himself that he had to take advantage of the bugs before they were fixed. After a while, the guy came to the city bank, where he asked an employee if it was possible to transfer money to someone else's account. Then the young man added that he had a couple more interesting items that he could sell for cash. These were a Geiger counter and its membrane, which surprised the brown-eyed girl, who began to calculate the total amount. A few seconds later, the shocked girl's face changed dramatically, as could be seen from her wide-open eyes. The lady called out loudly for her boss, and the brunette wondered if it was okay to yell like that in front of customers. Soon the young man was sitting at a table where the bank director himself was pouring him tea from a teapot into a beautiful mug with a saucer. The polite short manager smiled and called him sir and asked if he liked the drink. The brave man truthfully said that it was cold, and his counterpart apologized, admitting that he had forgotten to boil the water. Serious Kim noted that he had come to get money, not to drink tea, and the man said he had a couple of offers for him. He added that the bank offered excellent investment systems, so there were good opportunities ahead for the young man. The surprised brunette understood everything, but asked if such offers should not be made by ordinary employees of the company. The bespectacled man advised the young man to keep an eye on the current exchange rate, and then decided to evaluate the value of the artifacts he had brought. Suddenly, it was announced that both items were valued at 230 million won, which sent the young man holding the mug into a state of severe shock. The kid was ready to kiss the goblin, thanks to whom he had obtained valuable items from killing Geiger. The youngster called the ugly creature cute and very sweet, but then he calmed down a little and noted that it was ugly. Then the tense Chulso wondered how to get rid of the fool, because everyone around him was constantly staring at him. People laughed at the dimwit who had come with the big-eared monster and called him crazy, but they had no idea they were wrong. The very nervous brunette kept repeating to himself that it wasn't about him, but that didn't help him at all in this stressful situation. Suddenly, unwilling to endure the ridicule, the subordinate swung his baton at the knee of one of the people in the crowd. But a large shadow instantly loomed over him, which greatly alarmed him and made him freeze in place. The red-haired bruiser, with a weapon on his shoulder, was extremely unhappy that a disgusting goblin was walking down the street. Everyone around was shocked and very excited to see the terror of the worlds named Peyton, who was a strongman from the Everton Guild. Kim, who was dripping with sweat, had no idea who would choose such a nickname and mentally labeled the strong man as crazy. Realizing the tension of the situation, the brave man shouted at the strong man not to touch his comrade, who was armed with a wooden club. Ignoring the stranger's words, the furious fighter swung his sharp machete, eager to turn the monster to dust. But unexpectedly, the fearless, big-eared man raised his hand and delivered a stunning blow to his opponent, preventing him from attacking. The player's pain threshold was instantly increased, and the stunned Peyton began coughing up blood, experiencing severe pain in his chest. The concerned crowd couldn't believe that the short goblin had defeated the terror of the worlds with a single blow. A very nervous Kim realized that if people realized that he had summoned the creature, he would definitely be in trouble. The mysterious man with a hood on his head quietly called the strong man a disgrace who had lost to a weak opponent. It was the son of darkness, Inyun, a level 30 assassin, and his comrades who wanted to immediately avenge their fallen brother. The alarmed hero understood that the big-nosed kid would not lose, but if he wiped out the entire guild, serious problems would begin. The guy exclaimed that he would take care of the goblin himself, and the fighter asked him to get out of the way, threatening to kill him if he interfered. The young man warned that if they fought the big-eared creature, they would look terrible, and the assistant had already used his stone-throwing skill. At that very moment, Minsung Skoroko died, having suffered a huge amount of damage. The stunned brunette ran away, thinking that he thought his life in the game would be wonderful thanks to the goblin, but everything turned out differently. A gray-haired old man was hiding nearby and called out loudly to the boy to hide him from the battlefield. The youngster asked who he was, and the bald man replied in a raised voice that there was no time for explanations now. But it turned out that it was the cunning warrior Cineral who dragged the boy into the room to deal with him in silence. An incredibly nervous Kim cried out that he was busy escaping, and a digital display appeared in front of his face. The Goblin Lord was stunned by his treachery, for he had attacked, forcing his enemies to lower their guard. The young man was stunned and froze in place with his mouth open, saying that the ruler had first called him weak and cowardly. Now he had come up with a new name that hurt the young man, who was sensitive to insults just as much. The main character believed that he had done nothing wrong, so he could not understand what made him a defenseless fool. The embittered warriors said that it was the trio of scoundrels who had added him to their group, then betrayed him and stabbed him in the back. The brave man turned to the goblin and said that they would no longer tolerate being looked down upon for their weakness. His nose suddenly became sharper, like a monster's, and sticking out his tongue, he declared that they would destroy the Everton Guild to the ground. Meanwhile, members of the faction ran across the rooftops, trying to find the enemy who had managed to escape with the creature. The blonde told In-hyuk from the darkness that she would deal with the kid herself, and that he didn't have to go with them to destroy him. The fighter noted that there was something strange about the goblin, because he had killed Patton Annihilator with just one blow. Suddenly, the partners heard loud cries nearby that were impossible to ignore. The extremely serious assassin immediately recognized the voice of the treacherous Sinreal and realized that he needed help. But at that very moment, he froze in place, feeling a chill down his spine, and behind him stood a bloodthirsty goblin, eager to feast. Without wasting any time, the brave warrior swung his sharp weapon sharply, aiming to catch his opponent off guard. It was striking that the spectacular-looking attack did 0 damage, and the monster continued to grimace as if nothing had happened. Now it dawned on the sweaty Enoch that last time, when his comrade was killed, he hadn't seen anything. The fighter thought to himself that the situation was a stalemate and that he was facing imminent death. But he tried to keep his composure. Not willing to give up so easily, the brave man tried again to strike with his daggers, but failed. He was even more shocked that the ugly goblin managed to parry his attack, something an ordinary person would not have been able to do. Ji-hyun, tense with anticipation, shouted, asking if Unyuk, standing frozen in place, would allow the creature to finish him off. The flustered young man was thinking about the situation at hand, showing no particular emotion and remaining silent. He couldn't understand how such a low-level weirdo could deal 1 million units of damage and assume that some kind of trick had been used. The assassin didn't know who was playing him, but he wasn't going to give up, so he used powerful skills of extreme evil. The skill reduced his speed by 90%, but now all his attacks were critical hits. The nervous blonde asked why he was using the ability to fight a single goblin, and the young man replied that it could also be passive. Gripping the sharp blades tightly, the fighters said that they would kill the enemy with one blow and then move on to the next. The concerned lady did not argue anymore, but noted that it had to be done quickly before anyone noticed them. The archer used the Gale Arrow skill, saying that she didn't want to be seen using various combos against the pathetic goblin. The rare skill removed all movement speed buffs from characters in the area of effect, so In-hyuk felt more confident. Feeling a powerful force, the cold-blooded warrior rushed into the attack, saying that the time for games was over. The assassin moved lightning fast across the battlefield, swinging his daggers non-stop, but the monster was still standing. His face contorted. The man said to himself that this simply couldn't be, but it was all real. His opponent's foul language and annoying smirk made it clear that no one would be able to defeat him. In the end, the fighter took a huge amount of damage and crashed into the wall, and the archer became even more agitated. The alarmed girl didn't understand anything, and the silhouette in the smoke asked which of them had previously been confident in their power. Stunned, Ji-hyun froze in place with her mouth open and her eyes wide, realizing that the goblin was no ordinary monster. Smiling contentedly, Kim Chul-so said that he had summoned him, while the slobbering mutant continued to stick out its disgusting tongue. The worried girl asked how he managed to defeat one of the strongest people in the Everton Guild, Yin-hyuk of Darkness. Transforming into a haughty man, the main character said that it was important that he was very evil, which was why he gave such orders. The angry lady clenched her fist tightly and gritted her teeth, asking what he wanted, and the guy realized that she really didn't understand anything. The embittered lady cried out that he was to blame for everything and called him crazy, while the boy just smiled savagely and looked ugly. The young man emphasized that the faction had attacked them first, so it was very difficult for him in his precious thing now. The brunette understood that someone might misunderstand if they saw this, so he told the goblin to turn on Ji-hyun's screams. A crowd of people stood nearby and heard the cries, which instantly alerted everyone present. One of the men pointed into the distance and immediately recognized the weirdos who had run away earlier. The nervous hero noticed that the citizens had already arrived and immediately suggested that his subordinate finish here so they could get away easily. The playful monster began to cover the frightened blonde's mouth with his hand and held her by the wrist, preventing her from escaping. Someone shouted that the creature had destroyed the Everton Guild and was about to kill the surviving woman. What he heard stunned Kim Chul-so, who instantly realized that he was doomed. The tense young man ordered the goblin to release the girl immediately, as they were already in a difficult situation. People were surprised that a man dressed in beginner's equipment was confronting a monster that even the faction had been unable to defeat. At that moment, the goblin took his hands away from the crying Ji-hyun, but she did not quite understand the gesture of goodwill. Even more unexpected was the appearance of tears on Kim's face as he said that it was all over. The young man made it clear that no one would touch the blue-eyed girl anymore and that she was free to go. The people below took this to mean that it was all over for the big-eared monster, and a wave of joy began. The enthusiastic crowd raised their fists in the air and cheered the young man on, urging him to crush the villain and rooting for him with all their hearts. The discouraged brunette couldn't believe that everything had turned out this way, even though he was already prepared to die at their hands. In his mind, he said that they should all laugh at him, but then he realized that the crowd didn't know that the troll had been summoned by them. Earlier, the hero said he didn't want the Evedin Guild to suffer, and also asked for permission to take care of the goblin. At that moment, the brave warrior covered the agitated Ji-hyun with his back and ordered the ghoul to let her go. The cold-blooded fighter said that it was all over for the monster, but it turned out that it was all just Kim Chul-so's imagination. Right now, the young man was a hero, risking his life to save a lady from a monster, and he liked it very much. He chuckled slyly, hiding his face with his hands and thinking about what to do next with the blonde. The young man told the alarmed Ji-hyun that he would not kill her if she promised to keep quiet about him and the eared troll. The blue-eyed girl shed a tear and agreed to his terms, swearing that no one would find out about them. Smiling, the brunette calmed down and decided to perform the final act so as not to waste any more time. Then Kim turned on the acting and exclaimed that the ghoul had dared to invade the village and even caused people suffering. Feigning rage, the fighter began to shout loudly, trying to say that he would deal with the scoundrel right now. At that moment, the goblin summoner's skill was activated, and a golden collar with a long chain appeared around the elf's neck. The strong man began to pull the pot-bellied man behind him so that the blonde could feel safe and calm down a little. After jumping down, the guy said he would not forgive the troll, but he could not understand what his master was doing to him. In the end, the monster was slammed face first into the asphalt, which was a kind of punishment for all his deeds. The strongman Cholso continued to carry the heavy metal on his shoulder, knowing exactly what to do next. The alarmed people couldn't believe that there was someone in the city of newcomers who could use such an advanced skill to restrain monsters. The hero used his usual walking skill, which improved his pet's mood several times over. A surprised Ji-hyun watched this, and the people now understood why the guild was helpless, but no one could have imagined that it was all a deception. One of the men noted that it was not a matter of the faction's weakness, but rather that no one else had even the slightest chance of winning. The kid said that he might not be able to defeat the troll, but with his skills he could chase it away. After that, Kim activated his summoner ability to feed his pet and took a roasted sausage in his hand. He threw the treat several dozen meters away, exclaiming to the audience that this was the end of the scoundrel's journey. The hungry-eared creature immediately rushed to get the treat, realizing that there was no time to waste. The tense hero ordered the people to immediately close the city gates so that the creature could not return. The pot-bellied monster continued to search for the sausage in the ground, while the people rushed towards the exit to block it. At that very moment, the lattice fence fell to the ground, raising dust, and the lone ghoul remained outside. The distraught crowd soon realized that it was all over, although at first no one could believe it. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the magnificent actor Kim said that now nothing threatened the town's population. Standing tall, he asked if everyone was okay, and all those present began to cheer him on. The hero almost became known as a psychopath who destroyed an entire guild, but he still managed to solve the problems and fix the situation. Behind him was Ji-hyun, who said that she was the only one who knew about the connection between the young man and the goblin, and that her companions had died. The pensive young man was distracted from his thoughts and immediately recognized the voice of the girl he had saved, but did not understand what she wanted. The blue-eyed beauty said she would keep her promise, and Cholso realized he could use her for his purposes. The fighter heard that in Pascal, the player had an infinite amount of XP, so he was protected from everyone, and that is why the place was called Sacred Lands. The warrior threatened that if the blonde lied, he would wait for her to respawn and kill her endlessly, inflicting enormous damage. Slightly blue with fear, the lady cried again and trembled, realizing that the brunette was completely serious. A few seconds later, she screamed at the top of her lungs, scaring the birds, which immediately flew away. After a while, the main character collapsed onto the bed and began to relax, but said that this was not what he wanted. However, he was pleased that he could stay in such a nice room in exchange for doing a good deed, so pride took over. At one point, the guy tensed up a little and sank into thought about the events that had recently happened to him. He didn't have the strength in the hidden dungeon, but if he had the chance, he would definitely save Catherine Lee. Then the nimble kid remembered the goblin's eye he had received from their lord and decided to find out more about it. The fighter had received this class because he felt a similarity to ghouls, and now he was receiving bonuses for being called vile. After the warrior opened the skill shop, he noticed that all the advanced skills were locked, so he only had one option for now. He became curious about the ability called Rally, which sounded very promising. At that moment, the brave warrior activated the skill to check it out, and suddenly a long-nosed troll jumped out at him. The sudden appearance of the ugly creature caused Kim Chulso to be greatly frightened, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. The nervous young man exclaimed that if people found out that the big-eared creature was here, it would be the end of them both. At that moment, the boy heard the innkeeper's voice asking if he was all right, and he quickly answered in the affirmative. The panicked brunette apologized to the goblin and asked him in a raised voice to lower his club. Calmed down, the young man concluded that the big-eared creature was just like him, while his opponent continued to make strange noises. Soon the partners lay down in the same bed, where the sad boy said that this cruel world was too full of scoundrels. The next morning he entered the room, where the strong man Patton immediately noticed him and called him yesterday's freak. The bully remembered that this was the same guy who had saved the guild member Everton, and the uncertain boy confirmed this with a trembling voice. The stern In-hyuk noted that the boy had no reason to help them after they made it clear that they were enemies, so he thanked him. The assassin sitting behind asked the serious Ji-hyung not to be so wary, as it was clear that the guy had no intention of fighting. The brave man suddenly declared that the reason he had helped them, despite their attempt to kill him, was because he needed something. The secretive man grinned, saying that regardless of the circumstances, they were indebted to him and did not overlook such things. The hero said he wanted to move on to the next zone as soon as possible because he was already over level 30 and asked if they knew how to do that. The infinitely serious Ji-hyun realized that Fiorindel was being referred to and was about to say a few words about the expert on the subject. Immediately, an inconspicuous man with gray hair on his face joined the conversation and said that he had the necessary information. The seemingly dissatisfied and cunning Signal surprised the young man by declaring that he knew very well how to get to the area he needed. The brave man wanted to take revenge on him for his past deception, but the agitated old man covered his face and sincerely apologized. Then he coughed and said that, considering how Chulso had single-handedly defeated the goblin, his strength was very great. The man even noted that the brave young man might be stronger than them, which greatly displeased the nervous annihilator Patton. The emotionless young man understood perfectly well that this was not entirely true, but continued to ponder the subject. Kim realized that if the secretive assassin had attacked him yesterday, he would have died from a single blow, just as they had promised. The beginner's area, known as the Lion, consisted of 5 ordinary dungeons. In the first was a grassy area where slugs appeared. Next was the mine location, the entrance to which was often covered with small snowflakes, which looked very beautiful. There was also a dark forest area and other dungeons that Kim could enter at any time, and they were known as open-type areas. The bald man impressed the hero by saying that if he wanted to leave his current location, he would have to complete a raid location. It had gates that opened and closed at specific times, and there were restrictions on time and number of attempts. The assassin added that Lev's dungeon was only accessible once a month, and they had gathered here because they wanted to clear it. Now the young man understood why everyone was sitting in the same room, which made him a little nervous. The stern In-hyuk said that yesterday was the opening day of the raid zone, but the damn goblin ruined their plans. It was said that they were stuck at this stage until the next raid, and Kim Chulso was stunned to realize that he would be here for a whole month. The young man had no intention of wasting time in a city where he couldn't earn money, because his pet could easily destroy stronger dungeons. The angry fighter grabbed his opponent by the cloak and shouted, asking if he really had to waste his precious days of life. The humble In-hyuk confirmed that this was indeed the case, and added that everyone here was angry but could do nothing about it. Adjusting his long cloak, the completely restrained man calmly said that the boy's debt had been repaid. Then the members of the Everton Guild decided to return to their starting point, while the pensive brunette remained standing in place. Concerned, blue-eyed Ji-hyun looked at the guy with sadness in her eyes, but there was nothing she could do to help him at that moment. She was afraid to say anything to him, so she simply rushed after the others, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts. In just a few seconds, everyone left the small building, each lost in their own thoughts. No one suspected that behind a wooden box nearby, the hero's treacherous goblin was hiding, pursuing some unknown intentions. The long-nosed troll continued to smile and think about his next move, realizing that he needed to remain secretive. He looked around carefully to make sure no one had noticed him, and everything was going smoothly. After a while, a red portal appeared somewhere in the middle of the forest, creating moderate gusts of wind. Soon, the members of Everton received a system notification that the boss raid was open, even though there were still about 30 days left until it began. The powerful Inhyuk was suspicious of the message and immediately suspected something was wrong, but he did not rush to conclusions. The same notification was received by Kim Chol-so, who was standing in the middle of a wooden tavern, immersed in his own thoughts. The stunned young man tensed up, unable to believe that the passage to the raid dungeon was already open to everyone. Smiling, the battle-hungry Patton emphasized that the portal had indeed opened, even though they had not expected it. It was surprising that in just one day, the boss raid had become available, allowing them to move on to the next level. The fighter from the darkness asked how many people were inside, and Sinero replied that those who were ready had already cleared the location and moved on to the next region. The daredevil concluded that only members of the Everton Guild would participate this time, but there was no fear in his eyes. Suddenly, the main character appeared, flashing a smirk and quietly saying that he knew perfectly well that they had all lied to him. He should have guessed everything when they said they would have to wait a whole month, but in the end, they betrayed him to be the first. The enraged brunette called himself an idiot for trusting people again after everything he had been through before. Ji-hyun, who was upset, immediately tried to calm him down, saying that he had misunderstood and that they hadn't lied to him. Kalm In-hyuk asked if Kim was coming with them, and the kid replied that he couldn't just sit and watch while they lined their pockets. The stern commander asked to quickly explain everything before they went in, so that there would be no mistakes in the future. He said there was only one path leading to the raid boss, Reeve, which meant they would encounter him as soon as they entered. The leader noted that it was unlikely to be very dangerous, considering that Cholso was below their level, but caution would not hurt. Patton, eager to fight, exclaimed that their guildmaster might not be here, but the entire Everton Guild was ready for battle. The warriors enthusiastically rushed to the portal entrance, shouting excitedly that the monster would take them only 10 seconds. Keeping a cool head, In-hyuk smiled slightly, confident in his team and his own abilities. Walking calmly toward the entrance, the fearless assassin said that the members of the faction should prove themselves very well in battle. The hero whispered to the troll hiding behind a tree that he should wait there until he called him, so as not to cause any unnecessary problems. The daredevil understood that anyone could betray him, as they had done last time, but he was not going to let that happen again. He had an excellent healing crystal that would resurrect the player with 100% health when it dropped to 0. Then the young man remembered that he had already used the artifact before, but he didn't care and rushed into the portal without hesitation. In just a couple of moments, Kim Chol-so found himself in a raid location where he had to be especially careful. The surprised young man froze in place with his eyes wide, seeing the very boss not far from him. The level 40 steel giant was furious and was catching up with his enemies, destroying everything in his path. It turned out that the team had overestimated their strength, so now they were retreating as fast as they could to stay alive. A nervous In-hyuk asked what the cunning Sinyul had in mind this time, and the old man, sweating with fear, replied that he knew nothing. Ji-hyun, tense, shouted at the hero to stop standing there and run to the portal while he still had the chance. Smiling, the completely calm guy asked if they were mocking him, but the meaning of the question was not entirely clear. In a state of rage, the warrior shouted, asking if the cowardly fools really wanted to escape from the secret dungeon. It was said that it would not just end in the character's death if they were hit by this thing, which was ranked 40. The fearless Kim noted that the difference was only 10 levels and added that it would not be as bad as in the final location. He said that they would just vomit blood and lose consciousness, and asked if the fools thought that getting a good reward was so easy. The brave man gave the deserters the right to flee, declared that he would take all the rewards for himself, and prepared to fight back against the enemy. The enraged fighter used his rally skill and summoned a goblin, shouting that he would deal with the giant right now. Standing under the starry sky, the pointy-eared creature was ready to come to his master's aid at any moment and prove himself at the highest level. He immediately noticed that a slight wind had picked up but couldn't figure out what was going on, so he continued to stand still. Meanwhile, the Steel Knight continued to approach the haughty brunette, who did not even think of running away. The embittered brunette was very hopeful that a powerful troll would come, but the enemy had already swung his iron fist at him. In the end, the fool died, and Patton asked if this idiot was the same guy who fought the ghoul yesterday. Yunhyuk, who remained calm, asked who cared what happened to a guy who had brought it on himself. Then he noticed that the portal had suddenly closed, which caused a great shock to the rest of the team. The serious Sinril said that normal areas could transform with a low probability, and a raid could reveal hidden dungeons. Now he understood why they had encountered an unusual boss, and they had no choice but to fight to the end. At the same time, the main character in the real world was very nervous after the death of his character, but he still had his virtual reality glasses on. The guy was also pissed off that the giant killed him with just one attack, even though his level was above 30. Opening the statistics, he immediately noticed that he had forgotten to use the goblin's points, thereby depriving himself of any chance of victory. The young man couldn't summon the troll because the passage was closed, and now he risked losing all his rewards. The assassin, who was in a state of rage, ordered his companions to start hunting, as there was no other way out. Kim Chulso, meanwhile, lay face down on the stone floor with his eyes open, which looked somewhat surprising. Meanwhile, the relentless Ji Hyun used her tailwind arrow skill to push the enemy back. Thanks to her actions, the girl doubled the movement speed of all her allies, which was a nice buff. The old man ordered Yunhyuk and Minsun to attack the giant first to identify his weak spots, but the hero couldn't understand what he was muttering. The fearless fighters did not hesitate and made high jumps, while the giant was ready to turn them into dust. In a state of frenzied rage, the giant opened his mouth wide, eager to launch a successful counterattack. The cold-blooded assassin from the darkness and his companion acted swiftly, remembering that all monsters have an Achilles heel. This meant that there would be 32 blows that would damage the monster's entire body, and they would be able to determine its weakness by seeing which wound was the deepest. Soon the nervous Minsun said that the damage was 0, even though he always destroyed his opponents using this method. But now everything was different. His completely calm comrade emphasized that there were only 2 options, the first of which was the opponent's high defense. At that moment, the incredibly angry giant swung his steel fist again, wanting to destroy everyone in his path as quickly as possible. He was sure he would win, but the nimble assassin dodged the attack, jumping at the last moment. He managed to inflict a deep wound on the monster's body at tremendous speed, causing it to bleed profusely. Using his sword skills, Yunhyuk noted that small attacks had no effect on the giant, so he had to come up with something else. It became known that the steel giant had a hatred for the weak, which was a very important clue. This ability allowed it to nullify attacks with less than 5% damage, thanks to which the boss remained unharmed. Nervous Patton exclaimed that the boss was the only one who could inflict damage on a level 40 enemy, but Old Man Sinreal corrected him, saying that there was someone who could do it better, depending on the combat conditions. He was referring to Ji Hyun, who could use her own health to pull the bowstring, and the more she spent, the higher the damage would be. The tense strongman did not know what the girl was really like, but said that if time was needed, he could buy it for them. The enraged swordsman immediately activated his combat key ability and empowered himself, ready to continue fighting. The brave man began to provoke the monster with his voice, and it couldn't control itself and began to swing its huge hands at him. Still lying face down on the floor, Kim mentally called Patton an idiot who should have run for his life instead of taunting the boss. At that moment, the brute delivered a series of punches to the stone slabs, destroying everything and hoping to exterminate the pathetic humans. The strong swordsman received only 1,000 points of damage, so he confidently called the enemy a weakling and continued to provoke him. Standing behind him, the cunning Cineral nervously asked the fan not to lose vigilance, because they had not come here to have fun. The old man exclaimed that they could not make a single mistake for the plan to work, and the strong man immediately became more serious. A useful skill was activated, allowing them to share the damage taken with the target, and the one with more health points took more damage. The hero, who had turned into a spirit, was worried because all the members of the Everton Guild were low level and did not even have a hidden class. The stern Inhyuk said that they, a team of assassins, would destroy the steel giant's defense with their own passive skills. Thanks to their skill, eliminating weak points reduced the enemy's defense by 2%, which was already pretty good. The fearless guys rushed to attack the enemy from behind without hesitation, and Chulso couldn't understand why they were so strong. In turn, Sinyal and Patton held the defense, while the focused Ji-hyun covered them with her bow. The nervous young man understood that the faction could kill this boss, and he would not receive any experience or rewards because he would be considered dead. The fierce boss swung his iron fist at the Annihilator standing in place, who showed no fear. But at the same time, the big guy became very alert and looked at his opponent with sweat on his face, trying to understand what he was trying to achieve. As it turned out, the red-eyed monster was targeting another player, and the evil strongman shouted that he had to fight. Immediately, a huge hand slammed into the stone slab, leaving many cracks on it, which looked a little ridiculous. The main character used a restoration stone, deciding to help the losers, as he had the highest level among them all. The system reminded him that the superior crystal revives players with 100% health when it drops to 0. Smiling, Kim Chulso said that the highlight of the show had arrived late, and the steel giant immediately chose him as its target. The enemy used the skill of superficial destruction, resulting in Suji, Hyunsu, and Minsung, the swift runner, being instantly destroyed. Most of the team was simply scattered in different directions, not even having time to comprehend the lightning-fast attack. Only the enraged Patton remained on the battlefield, still holding his sword and ready to avenge his comrades. Beside himself with rage, the Annihilator shouted, asking how the Iron Bastard dared to wound his comrades. Tense, Cinnarol asked him not to lose his vigilance and to focus on the giant who was trying to confuse them. The brave man activated his warrior ability without hesitation and swung at the enemy, wanting to deprive him of all his limbs. But unexpectedly, the powerful enemy counterattacked the strong man, dealing nearly 4,000 points of damage to his health. The tense old man realized that his cunning had outsmarted them, and the red-haired fighter now lay on the ground showing no signs of life. A few seconds later, a stunned Kim Chulso received a notification that Patton and Cyril had died. The hero, red-faced with nerves, shouted that it was not his fault at all, since he had only revived himself. The cold-blooded In Hyuk re-entered the game from the darkness, clutching a sharp, curved dagger in his hands. He knew perfectly well that monsters always prefer healers and archers, but not tanks. But because of the battle cry, the powerful enemy targeted Patton the Annihilator instead of attacking the leader. The moment the player they had overlooked was resurrected, it reset the boss's aggression, and the fighters didn't even have time to react before they were killed. Shaking with excitement, Jihyun asked the leader what they should do and said she could just fire a shot. She could use her own health to pull the bowstring, and the more she spent, the higher the damage scale would be. Her tense ally exclaimed that if they fired right now, the whole plan would fall apart, so she should keep her cool. They couldn't even fully stack the assassin's passive skill, which reduced the enemy's armor by 2%. The fearless warrior rushed into the attack, saying he would chop down the steel giant and asked the girl not to cancel the skill, no matter what. The brave man added that if it weren't for the blonde's charge, they wouldn't have had the slightest chance of winning. The focused lady did not get distracted for even a second, and the puzzled Kim Chul-so asked if he could help in any way. The nervous lady replied that he couldn't do anything without his goblin and asked him to just stand by. Unexpectedly, Ji-hyun said that the kid was only getting in the way, and he was thrown off balance and wondered why she was looking at him so maliciously. In his mind, the brunette continued to blame her for everything, saying that because of them, he couldn't carry his troll into the raid dungeon. Smiling irritably, he wondered if they were treating him this way, even though they had no choice but to rely on him. The hero decided to let them fight until they died, and the steel giant chose the harbinger of death as his target. As the chief assassin had expected, the bruiser preferred the archer from the Eveston Guild, so he had to adapt to the situation. Clutching his dagger tightly in his hand, the embittered fighter exclaimed that he was his opponent, not the girl. The daredevil activated his dual blade skill and dealt nearly 2,000 points of damage to the enemy, even though it was a risky move. Such an unexpected move provoked even more anger in the strong monster, who began to roar in pain at the top of his lungs. The nimble fighter, in turn, began to climb various ledges so as not to become an easy target for the enemy. In his mind, the guy said that this was exactly how to get angry, and he continued to advance closely. In the end, he managed to strike his opponent in the throat, causing him to bleed profusely. Without a scratch on his body, the warrior landed, still holding the daggers in his hands and ready for any outcome. He was not going to stop there, and still looked sternly at the Iron Giant, who posed a danger. Another way to attack was to inflict a huge amount of damage, and this was the tactic that enro used. The assassin from the darkness concluded that only after 3 full attacks would the brute consider him a threat. At that very moment, a system notification was received that the steel giant had chosen the cold-blooded fighter as his target. Despite the fact that there were only 3 stamina points to eliminate his weak points, the brave fighter's attack had to compensate for this. The confident young man only had to buy time for it, so he even allowed himself to taunt the enemy. Immediately, a notification popped up stating that he needed to dodge all physical attacks for the next 3 seconds. But suddenly, the guy was thrown off balance and stunned because the system noted that he simply didn't have enough mana. The bully seized the opportunity and decided to finally get rid of the annoying guy who had caused him a lot of pain. Discouraged, Kim Chul-so watched from the sidelines, unable to believe that the situation had taken such a turn. A few seconds later, the brunette approached the already dead In-hyuk, whose gaze looked very eerie and frightening. The angry young man shouted that he should have just lain there and not worried about being reborn, but because of their overconfidence, everything had gone downhill. A nervous Ji-hyun responded in a raised voice, saying that he had ruined everything with his resurrection and was now trying to blame someone else. Butting heads, the guys began to argue, each proving their point, but they never reached a compromise. Because of this, they lost their vigilance and even forgot for a moment that the angry giant was still alive and posed a great danger. Hearing the monster's loud roar, the frightened pair began to scream in fear, realizing that there was no escape now. The giant chose as his target the harbinger of death, whom he had long had his eye on and wanted to remove from the battlefield. An angry Ji-hyun began to pull back the bowstring, saying that she had not yet fully charged it, but now she had her only chance to shoot. Then the girl turned her attention to Kim Chul-so, who was just standing there reading the information on the digital scoreboard. Smiling strangely, the hero asked if it was true that the blonde couldn't move while she was recovering her strength. The excited blue-eyed girl couldn't understand what his goal was, but she tried with all her might to keep herself under control. With tears in her eyes, the lady asked the guy not to come near her, and out of fear, she almost dropped her firearm. Unexpectedly, the cunning brunette put her on his neck, remembering that she needed another 10 seconds to recharge. Meanwhile, the steel giant continued to strike the ground, destroying stone slabs, but the nimble pair managed to jump out of the way. Concerned, Ji-hyun couldn't understand how Kim could be almost as fast as the deceased In-hyuk from the darkness. The secret was that the confident young man had spent all his points on agility, even though even an assassin would not have done so. The young man also received a point from the goblin, whom he was angry with again, and the harbinger of death was finally able to fire a powerful shot. The nervous lady asked not to rush her, warning that if she missed, it would all be over. The boy reminded her again that the Everton Guild owed him a lot, and the blue-eyed girl found it difficult to concentrate because of her trembling hands. The brave man said that they owed him for the blood he had lost earlier and for the excellent healing crystal. The iron opponent froze in place, trying to figure out where the targets were, moving at tremendous speed. The creature grew angrier with every passing second, as it was used to dispatching its enemies in a matter of seconds. The archer activated the arrow of death when the guys were behind the giant, which gave them a certain advantage. The extremely focused girl had only 1% of her health left, and the enthusiastic Chul-so begged her not to stop. At that very moment, the enraged giant used his World Destroyer ability, which was already heavy artillery. Without hesitation, he struck the ground with both fists, causing severe damage all around. Gritting his teeth, Kim, sweating from nerves, realized that all this time his opponent had been hiding a powerful ability in order to have a trump card up his sleeve. The excited hero remembered that Ji-hyun had 1% HP, and he had revived himself earlier and only had 100 points left, so they would die instantly. The tense girl exclaimed that there were too many stone debris here, preventing her from aiming properly. With a drop of sweat on her face, the blonde said she couldn't attack the enemy like this, which made the situation even more difficult. The eccentric young man was suddenly overcome with warm memories of playing with his friends, even though he needed to escape urgently. Unexpectedly, a green hand with bony fingers and long nails emerged from behind the wall, but the guys didn't notice it right away. The shocking fact was that a long-nosed goblin, eager to stretch his arms, came to the aid of the master and his companion. The impulsive Chul-so cried out that it felt like a week had passed since he had used the rally to summon his subordinate. The girl, keeping a cool head, wondered how the ghoul had managed to damage the space of the dungeon itself in order to get inside. Wasting no time, the troll grabbed a wooden club and became a shield for his allies, which was very noble of him. The enraged monster was in severe pain in various parts of his body, but his movements were stiff and helpless. Smiling, the completely calm brunette merely noted that these were very loud last words from the hidden boss. After that, he tossed the excited goblin lightly in his hands, saying that the long-awaited climax had arrived. At that moment, the archer released a full charge of the arrow of death, aiming at his head, while the daredevil jumped up and down to improve her view. A few seconds later, a hole was visible in the steel giant's body, and his life was rapidly fading away. Finally, the brute collapsed to the ground, destroying the stone slabs beneath him, and the guys silently stared at him. They immediately received system notifications about the successful clearing of the hidden dungeon of the Iron Giant's lair. Surprised, Ji-hyun couldn't believe that they had actually captured the raid location, but it was true. For her combat achievements, the girl received 4 levels and was now a 31st rank archer. Kim Chul-so, in turn, began to get to his feet, feeling a slight pain in his numb legs, but remained silent. The main character also rose 3 levels, but they received nothing else, which caused great dissatisfaction. The hot-headed young man shouted that he should be given the reward immediately, for which he had risked his life throughout the battle. Upon receiving notification of the resurrection of all dead characters, the serious In Hyuk asked if everything was okay. The exhausted Patton replied that he felt a little blood in his mouth and added that if the level had been higher, they would have been in real danger. At the same time, the fighters noticed that the treacherous Sinrail was not breathing, and his pupils were looking in different directions. But this was corrected with a slap on the back of the head. With a heavy sigh, the team leader decided to move on to more important details, trying to keep a cool head. He asked Kim Chul-so if he wanted to explain what had happened, but the impulsive young man shouted at him not to come near him. The assassin asked what was wrong with the kid, and the worried Ji-hyun could barely string 2 words together. The Harbinger of Death received a system notification that she had not fulfilled the conditions for the hidden class. The upset blonde didn't know how to react to this, but tried not to give in to her emotions. She realized that simply passing through the hidden dungeon was not enough, but what to do next was unknown. The hero came to the conclusion that they would not be able to advance until they fulfilled certain conditions in the hidden dungeon. The guys could advance without defeating the boss, and defeating him after receiving a rare rank seemed like a more natural order of things. At that moment, Kim was supposed to receive the reward he had been so anxious about and sweating over. Concerned, Ji-hyun said that they should divide the reward after consulting with everyone, since they had fought together. But the incredibly greedy brunette immediately screamed like a beast, making it clear that he had no intention of sharing with anyone. Behind him, the guild members tried to figure out who he really was, but couldn't make sense of it. The serious In Hyuk emphasized that they had already received help from Chul-so twice, and since they had already achieved their goal, they didn't want to be stingy about the unexpected reward. A few meters away, Sinyul's foot touched the ground, and he began to come to his senses and think about something. The stern old man said that it was not worth starting all this and swung his club, while the assassin from the darkness called him a scoundrel. The hot-tempered hero shouted that it was obvious and added that the old scoundrel had betrayed him twice already. The cold-blooded leader replied that if they had wanted to deal with the boy, they would have done so long ago, because they had the power to do so. The surprised fighter asked if it wasn't too much to give him the Iron Giant's unique bow, which could be useful to the faction. The greedy youngster grabbed all the items he could get his hands on and was ready to run away, even though he wasn't even an archer. The system notified Kim that he would not be able to sell unique items or use them unless he belonged to a certain class. But the brunette still wanted to get the weapon because everyone else had one, and the calm In Hyuk asked him to stop being like that and give the bow to Ji-hyun. Smiling, the cunning young man said he would give up the artifact, but declared that he wanted something in return. He said it was a non-exchangeable item, which made it priceless, but the point wasn't entirely clear. Laughing, the hero said that they would have to buy the rare item from him if he simply took it. Stunned, Sinrail realized that the trickster had been waiting until their rebirth to sell the artifact. Looking at the boy's disgusting laugh, the reserved In Hyuk noted in his mind that he reminded him of a long-nosed goblin. The man had no idea that the ghoul was hiding behind the rocks because he and Kim Chul-so were now a team. In turn, Ji-hyun, who knew about this, remained silent and only adjusted her strap, continuing to stir her drink. The girl noted that the Iron Giant's bow was incredibly heavy for her, as she was fragile and delicate. The hero thanked the Everton Guild for the deal, and the assassin admitted that he really knew how to be hateful. The fighter asked where the guy would go after he got out, and he replied, asking if it wasn't obvious. The eccentric said he would go where there were no people, and his interlocutor called him very strange, but decided not to dwell on it. But then he emphasized that it was a great idea, and asked his allies if they were ready to move on. Finally, the blue-eyed blonde smiled sweetly at Kim Chulso, whom she clearly liked, but she didn't tell him that. The boy was left alone with the goblin and could now catch his breath and think about what to do next. The boy received the thief's gloves and could now steal anything, but only once, and not from a character whose level was higher than his. The real treasure was the purified steel he had obtained by taking advantage of the fact that the fools from the faction were focused only on weapons. The enthusiastic brunette also had 3 pieces of crushed metal, and thought to himself that Everton had betrayed him first. Meanwhile, in the sunny village of Phoenix El Basar, various people wandered around dressed in sturdy iron armor. Delighted, Kim had never seen so many high-level players, and he was curious how much they earned from grinding. The heat-stricken miser could already smell the sweet scent of money he could earn, but first he had to work hard. First, the fighter had to change his equipment, as he was shocked by the fact that he died from a single blow from a monster 9 levels below him. The main character had been wearing his old armor since the 3rd rank, so he had no reason to be surprised. Nervous Chulso couldn't understand why it gave negative defense stats, and the goblin started tugging at his pants. The guy warned that he would punish him if he caused any trouble in the village, but that wasn't the point at all. A few meters away, the stunned youngster saw a huge fluffy monster with white fur glaring at them maliciously. The frightened boy asked why there was a boss-level creature in this place, and asked the drooling troll to protect him. At that moment, a girl with white hair spoke up, saying that she had never seen anyone summon a goblin before. The level 76 summoner, sitting astride the fluffy creature, suggested that Kim had summoned the ghoul. The stunned hero couldn't believe at first that a fragile-looking girl was riding on a healthy creature. The lady said that Michelle was very obedient when she was in the village, and the alarmed boy exclaimed that she was drooling. The sweaty brunette concluded that the woman was very strong and that he didn't need to fight her to understand that. It was clear to him that the Everton Guild and most other factions didn't stand a chance in a fight against her. The polite lady called him a sweet child and asked if he would do her the honor of telling her his name. The boy replied that his name was Kim Chulso, but it turned out that his counterpart was interested in the goblin standing next to him. With a sad expression, the blonde lady asked if the boy really didn't have a name for such a cute pet. The tense hero saw no point in giving a name to a summoned monster and did not understand how it could be considered cute. The beauty began to stroke Michelle, emphasizing that one-sided relationships are very unstable. She added that the troll had taken an aggressive stance toward his owner, who had not even called him by name, when he heard the command to protect. The charmer expressed hope that Chulso wouldn't be so boring when they met next and smiled at him. The impulsive brunette exclaimed that he had no problems with the big-eared man, so he didn't bother himself with it. After a while, he struck up a conversation with a gray-haired man who was very surprised by something and widened his eyes. The rude Humphrey shocked the youngster by calling his equipment junk, and he cried out that he had come here to buy something better. Soon, the burly man offered the youngster a sturdy steel breastplate for 350 currency units, claiming that it would definitely suit him. Even if the guy had a max-level goblin, everything would be over if he, the summoner, died, so he needed protection. Without thinking twice, the main character decided to purchase the piece of equipment and reach for the digital display to confirm. The stern Humphrey said that he made this item out of good steel for idiots like Kim, and the kid made sure that it lived up to its name. A couple of minutes later, the surprised brunette put on the chest protector and decided to focus on the sensations. He immediately exclaimed that he couldn't move, and the stern guy yelled that morons like him were better off not moving at all. The quick-tempered merchant said he would buy a piece of sturdy steel armor for 30 gold coins, but the stunned Chulso was dissatisfied with this. Then the puzzled young man saw an exclamation mark appear above his counterpart's head, but he couldn't understand what it meant. An angry Humphrey cried out that he couldn't find the item he needed, and the hero couldn't figure out what he was doing at all. The alarmed blacksmith said that his hammer was missing, and without it, he couldn't forge anything. The discouraged brunette noted that he still had another tool, but the eccentric replied that it wasn't the same thing and asked for his item back. The embittered old man exclaimed that the sledgehammer must be in the underground passageway at the entrance to the village. The brave man received a system task from Humphrey to find the hammer, and the reward allowed him to process materials for creating armor. The tense young man began to carefully read the lines of information on the digital display, realizing that it was very important for the quest. Now the young man understood why items made from the hidden boss's materials were so expensive. Resources such as crushed and purified steel were also very valuable, and when processed into equipment, they would yield good results. With a sly smile, the daredevil prepared to enter the underground passage, which could bring him many benefits. At that very moment, a system notification was received that the fighter had successfully accepted Humphrey's quest. Confident, Kim said he didn't need to worry about anyone else, as the other members of the group would only get in his way. He began to dream that he would complete such a simple location in less than half an hour, and the blacksmith shouted, asking why the fool was standing still. The bewildered young man immediately turned around to understand the reason for the nervousness, while trying to remain calm. The rude man ordered him to bring his hammer immediately, and the system warned that if the man died, the task would be failed. The hero was surprised by the fact that he would have to drag along a level 13 brat who clearly couldn't help him in any way. The impulsive guy continued to grumble, but Cholso decided to ignore the mobs and deal with the boss right away, since his speed allowed him to do so. The clever young man rushed forward without warning, leaving the chatterbox behind. A few seconds later, a notification was received that the rude Humphrey had been attacked by monsters. The message greatly alarmed the young man, who froze in place, at first thinking that he had misunderstood something. He realized that the monsters had decided to challenge the insolent boy, who was wriggling and trying to fight them off. Alarmed and stunned, Kim spread his legs wide and began shouting for the goblin, placing his last hopes on him. The big-eared creature did not hesitate and immediately rushed to help his master, confident in his abilities. With a single blow, the long-nosed troll managed to inflict enormous damage on the predators, who didn't even have time to understand what was happening. Puddles of slime were spilled on the ground, and the claws of a rabid rat in a blacksmith's hammer lay scattered about. The smug bearded man proudly exclaimed that the monsters were no match for him, while the evil Cholso could barely contain his emotions. After that, the strong man became alert and began to glance around, as if suspecting something was wrong. At that moment, he exclaimed that enemies were nearby and rushed to run away, and the hero began to think about simply killing him. The guy wanted to instruct the goblin to protect the fool so that he could go to the boss alone, but he realized that if he summoned the ghoul, the man would simply die. The stern commander ordered the troll to kill all the mobs from that moment on, considering it the only way out of the situation. The embittered Humphrey said that the monsters not only dared to settle in Phoenix El Basar, but also stole his hammer. The furious bruiser rushed into the attack, but before him, the fearless goblin destroyed everyone, dealing enormous damage. The monster turned all the rats to dust, and the insolent one, who did not see him, created it himself, naively thinking that it was all his doing. The blacksmith exclaimed that he hadn't gone all out in a long time, so he squirmed in every way possible and lost. A satisfied Kim said that it might take longer than he expected, but such insurance would be much more reliable. The embittered bruiser couldn't understand how the rats dared to ignore him, but the brunette pointed out that this was not the case at all. Suddenly, the big guy let out a battle cry to provoke the creatures, then yelled that he used to be a mountain warrior. Nearby was a creepy skeleton with a golden crown on its head, which was covered with a huge amount of dust. Suddenly, the creature came to life and, opening its mouth wide, began to make terrifying sounds and its eyes turned red. Even ancient spirits that had been asleep for centuries responded to Humphrey's call, while Cholso considered him a fool because he could have simply walked away and not fought. The very angry guy hoped that the moron was putting on this circus for the last time because he didn't need it at all. He had to call on the goblin again, who stood in place and tossed a stone in his hand, ready to join the fight. Soon the troll clenched the object tightly in his bony hand, as if choosing the right moment to throw it. A couple of seconds later, he twisted his body sharply and threw the cobblestone fragment, confident in his actions. At tremendous speed, the stone flew everywhere, destroying all the skeletons around it and inflicting incredible damage. 3 hours later, the main character mentally noted that the main difficulty of the dungeon was dragging the crazy Humphrey along with him. The alert young man heard a strange sound nearby, and his level had risen to 37 in the meantime. Suddenly, the nervous man shouted at the boy to run away, saying that there was a trap here. At that moment, yellow flashes became visible in the dark corridor, which was already an alarming sign. Then 3 sharp golden arrows flew out, which could take the life of anyone, even an equipped person. Terrified, the brunette began to hide behind the drooling goblin, who kept a feeble smile on his face and was afraid of nothing. The young man couldn't understand why the trap had been activated so suddenly and what its purpose was, but he was jumping to conclusions. Meanwhile, the rude Humphrey stood with one foot on the skeleton's skull, but seemed to be rapidly losing strength. It turned out that one of the shells had hit the blacksmith in the chest and seriously wounded him, so now he called his enemies vile with pain in his voice. A stunned Kim stared at this with wide eyes, and the boar was affected by the poison and soon died. The enraged fighter began to rush forward at tremendous speed, shouting at the top of his lungs that he would destroy the dead man again, because he had ruined everything for him. Nearby was an inconspicuous man with glasses who watched the sparkling heels of the young man from above. The cool-headed gentleman said that he had finally found the very Kim Chul, so he had been looking for a long time. Very soon, the angry fighter returned to Humphrey's smithy, where the big man immediately noticed his equipment. The rude man called his equipment junk, and then began to thank the boy for finding his precious hammer. Slightly squeezing the goblin's head in his hand, the warrior began to make faces, as if trying to threaten the guy who had angered him. He was stunned to learn that he had successfully completed the task and could now create equipment from the materials he had obtained. The insolent man called the boy crazy and said that the hammer had fallen out immediately after the first rat was killed. Then he started using the forge and noted that the quality of the equipment depended on how much sweat the specialist had shed. He managed to produce a high-quality steel alloy, after which he began to shape it. The strong man also added that the best equipment comes from the hands of only the best blacksmiths, being reborn. The young man noted that the master was talking big, but at the same time he didn't break a sweat, and he said that this was why the quality was so low. In his thoughts, Chulso said that the armor was made from materials dropped by a boss they defeated during a hidden dungeon raid. He was happy because he could finally wear his first rare equipment, which attracted the attention of a surprised crowd of people. It was light blue steel equipment that gave one chance to activate the destruction of the sky and earth when it hit it. Gray-haired Humphrey said that this time he would not ask for money, but asked not to express excessive gratitude, although the young man had no intention of doing so. Unexpectedly, the player kill mode was activated, which caused a strong shock and threw the main character off balance. A stranger in a black business suit suddenly attacked him, but he was lucky enough to dodge in time. The stern man admitted that the young man was indeed strong enough to beat the woman half to death. At first, Kim said that he had good dexterity, and then shouted, asking what all this meant and what woman he was talking about. The gentleman reminded him that the scoundrel had been in his lady's last squad, and now he was pretending to know nothing about her. Holding out a sharp blade in front of him, the bespectacled man cried out that the scoundrel was pretending not to have heard of the beautiful Catherine. At that moment, something dawned on the young man, and he delved into his memories, trying to piece together the puzzle. The main character realized that they were talking about the sorceress from the dungeon mine, whom they had encountered at the very beginning of their journey. It was the very same girl who, together with her comrades, had betrayed him and then decided to simply get rid of him. Impulsive Kim exclaimed that Lee had betrayed him first and stabbed him in the back, so he was the victim in this situation. The reserved man did not consider the young man a victim at all, and he had serious arguments to back this up. He said that while the hero was alive and well, his mistress was in a coma and had been unable to recover for a long time. This news came as an incredible shock to the brunette, who froze in place with his eyes wide and his mouth open. The guy knew that the damage caused by the Geiger would be significant, and not only physical, but he did not think that the girl would become a vegetable because of it. The enraged young man exclaimed that it was all the monster's fault, since he himself had done nothing wrong to the wounded Catherine. Armed with a sword, his opponent did not take his words seriously and continued to blame him for everything, so the situation reached an impasse. The man tried to attack the young man, saying that Miss Lee and her position as the successor to the Samian organization were in danger. At that moment, the defender's face changed in shock as he realized that he had done absolutely no damage to his opponent. Putting on a scary face, Kim Chul-soo began to use the goblin, asking again how the chairman's daughter was doing. The conversation was about a company that manufactured automobiles, semiconductors, and other products, which had made a name for itself around the world. Rumor had it that simply by getting a job there, a person had secured their career and had nothing to worry about. The strange thing was that Catherine Lee had lost consciousness after playing with the hero in the same squad and was now lying in the hospital. The cold-blooded man asked if it was true that the lady had been attacked by an 80-level monster in the open dungeon. The excited young man, smiling nervously, suggested that she was simply shocked by the brutal defeat. The gentleman asked how he got out of there, and whether he had said that he was only at the 3rd rank. It was hard to believe that this had happened to a lady who was almost at level 40, while the kid was the only one left completely unscathed. The young man continued to insist that he himself had barely managed to escape by changing his specialty to a hidden class. Despite the fact that many doctors were diligently treating the girl, she was still in serious condition, and if she had been in Kim's place, she would have died long ago. Still, the skeptical counterpart asked if changing qualifications solved all problems. The tense young man scratched the back of his head and asked if there was even a small chance that the lady would survive and recover. His interlocutors said that the best doctors were treating her, but no one could find the root of the problem, and at the moment, nothing else could be done. The young man didn't like the idea of sitting idly by until Catherine regained consciousness. He suggested that if she had been injured in the game, then she should also be treated in the game in order to restore the proper order. Deep in thought, the man adjusted his glasses with his index finger and replied that such a method could be tried. The hero remembered an article about a man who had lost consciousness, and when his relatives had lost hope, the brother of heaven brought him back to life. The liar took his counterpart by the hand and asked seriously why they shouldn't grasp at least this last straw to save Lee. After these words, the interlocutor looked at the young man with slight bewilderment, while remaining silent. The young man felt even more tense because he had been leading the lady's defender by the nose the whole time, but he did it masterfully. After a while, a charming girl with white hair appeared in front of him in the game, her gaze slightly sad. The stunned hero asked if the chairman was so desperate that he forced an unconscious person to enter the game. He understood that if they found out about his deception, they would kill him so that no one would ever know, and then even the game would not help him. The brunette began to circle around the motionless Catherine, saying that he had never heard of such a thing happening before. However, the brave man was encouraged because he realized that at least he would be the one who tried to save the successor to the Sumyon organization. It was clear that no one could pretend not to see the hero going out of his way to help Ms. Lee. Gently running his finger over Catherine's chin, the guy decided he had to say something when he had to return for a while. Putting on a silly face, Kim whispered that the beauty should prepare herself mentally for the upcoming events. Then the young man began to giggle and call himself a genius, while the chairman's daughter was still like a statue. He understood that he would have to take the lady with him, but he couldn't figure out how to do it if she couldn't even walk. Soon, an idea came to the clever fighter's mind, and the goblin standing next to him, with his tongue sticking out, was ready to obey him in everything. A couple of seconds later, Catherine began to move, and Chulso said that he had thought that if he pulled her along, everything would work out. In the end, the long-nosed troll threw a rope around the girl's neck and began to move forward, and she did not lag behind for a second. What they saw horrified those around them, and the hero repeated in his mind that he would somehow accomplish the task at hand. He took people who were very close to this lady, but they still couldn't understand how anyone could treat their loved ones this way. The tense brunette realized that his problems had cornered him, and that everything would be the same as in the previous village. Suddenly, an old man with gray facial hair appeared near Kim and called him over. The bald Sinurul waved his hand and said he didn't have time to explain, and the young man decided not to waste time. In the alley, the brave man admitted that he did not think he would see the treacherous scoundrel again, and the old man asked him to call him by his name. The daredevil said that he did not trust him very much, and then asked him to reveal what the Evatun Guild was up to again. His counterpart replied that last time they had only gathered for a raid, as all members of the faction rarely did so. The goblin began to stick out his tongue and make strange noises, and Chulso asked if it was true that the man was some kind of informant. He asked to share the information with him, and Sinurul noted that he first needed to go to another place to learn about the Firandel region. Going behind a barely noticeable banner, the elderly gentleman asked them to follow him so as not to put themselves in danger. The fighter struck him several times on the head, after which, with bruises on his face, the cunning man said that he himself knew little about the area. However, unlike Riva, the local boss did not appear more than once a month, and certain conditions had to be met for this to happen. The old man noticed that, since the passage through the dungeon was taking a little longer than expected, the young man was beginning to burn with anger and decided to ask him why. Concerned, Kim replied that it was all about money, but kept quiet about the fact that he was living off bribes, as he did not trust his interlocutor. The serious man said that even if the warrior wanted to go to a difficult location, Everything had its time, because he had only just arrived in town. It was said that there was a castle in Phoenix El Basari where the main quests of the game could be completed, and high-level players often came there too. The stunned guy immediately remembered the main quests, although he had forgotten about them for a while and pushed them out of his mind. He shouted joyfully that while completing missions, he would gain access to high-level locations, and Sanrio's hair stood on end. The enthusiastic youngster told the goblin that it was time for them to go and work their magic so as not to waste any time. Then the young fighter pushed the old man away, who couldn't hold on and fell, but said nothing in response. The troll, in turn, continued to hold the rope wound around his finger and smile without making a sound. The brunette, thrown off balance, changed his expression significantly, wondering where the girl had gone. At that moment, Catherine had already been kidnapped by two strangers who said that she would definitely have a better time with them than with the fool. The man with the ugly mustache couldn't stop admiring the beauty of the lady, whose hair he liked very much. He suggested calling security to protect such a beauty, while his friend kept muttering that she would be fine with them. Chulso was tense, realizing that if the unconscious girl suffered even minor injuries, she could die, and he would be blamed for everything. At that moment, the lady's stern protector contacted him and asked to see her, but the breathless young man replied that they were busy with something. The impulsive brunette exclaimed that he would show the girl later, and the bespectacled man called him crazy. After these words, the private call was cut off, and the angry gentleman called the boy a brat, whom he had trusted in vain. The elderly chairman asked his colleague not to bother the boy, and he apologized for causing him concern. Knight Kimun firmly stated that Catherine was the heir to the Semyon organization, so no ordinary person could do anything to her. The brunette asked why he had trusted his daughter to a stranger, and the gentleman replied that he was well aware that the treatment was hopeless. He surprised his subordinate by saying that even if something went wrong with the girl in the one case out of 100, nothing would change. The man said that Catherine's only independent choice was Heaven's Gate, and it was in this game that the poor girl felt free. The chairman believed that this would be better than the hospital ceiling as the last thing the girl would see, while Kim and the goblin continued to search for her. The nervous hero wondered why the game had a shortness of breath mechanic and how he could find the beauty in such a huge village. At one point, the fighter thought deeply, recalling the events that had happened to him earlier and putting the puzzle together in his head. He came to the realization that he had done nothing wrong, but somehow managed to get 1 point. Then the guy noticed that he had unlocked an unavailable skill and decided to study the information in detail. One of the skills was silly, as restoring health to a goblin that hadn't shed a drop of blood was considered pointless. The next skill was throwing a goblin in the right direction, which sounded more interesting and promising. The daredevil decided that such a trick would be useful to him, so he immediately decided to try it out and summoned his faithful monster. With his steel glove, the focused warrior grabbed the head of the reckless troll, ready to throw him. At the same time, the young man narrowed his eyes and looked in the right direction, accurately calculating the trajectory. With a sharp twist of his body, Kim Chulso made a successful swing and then began to watch the flight closely. The slobbering monster was ready to fulfill any whim of its master, so it waited for a quick landing. At one point, he was at a bird's-eye view, but he was not afraid at all, only covering his eyes from the sun's rays. Soon, the satisfied hero already knew where Catherine Lee was, so he allowed himself to relax a little. Sticking out his nasty tongue, the frightening young man began to giggle insidiously, saying that he had come personally for the charming lady. But ahead of him, two fighters were guarding the immobilized girl, unable to stop enjoying her beauty. The two scoundrels immediately recognized the fool who had been with the girl earlier, but assured her that he would not get her back. The angry warrior shouted, asking who they were and what nonsense they were talking about, and it was clear that a fight was inevitable. The guy with the ugly mustache said that they were two handsome men whose hobby was rescuing women in distress, but Kim asked him to shut up. One of the enemies called him a chatterbox, after which they rushed into the attack using various martial arts techniques. What was happening caused great confusion for Chulso, who stood frozen in place, completely confident of his victory. Within seconds, the goblin had dealt with the two fools, forcing them to breathe in the black dust he had thrown into the air. Laughing loudly, the proud warrior asked in a raised voice how it felt to lose to a fool, as they considered him, but received no answer. The loud noises were heard by a guard in iron armor standing nearby, who immediately became alert. Acting very quickly, the hero once again bound the immobile Catherine Lee and began to pull her along with a strong rope. The stern law enforcer asked with a vicious shout if the scoundrel really thought he could get away with committing a serious crime. The young man tried calmly to prove that the two had attacked him first, even though he knew that the law enforcement officer would not believe him. He decided to get rid of the guard before anyone else arrived, so the nimble goblin quickly sprang into action. Suddenly, the cheerful old man, Cineral, appeared, put his hand on Kim's shoulder, and said that he had been looking for him for a long time, which caused confusion. The man whispered that killing a policeman could lead to unpredictable consequences, so they should cooperate. The cunning man began to talk about how the guard worked day and night for them, and the fighter asked what he was hiding behind his back. Suddenly, the bearded man held out a bag of gold, shocking the law enforcement officer, whose eyes widened. But unexpectedly, the knight grabbed him by the jacket and began to lead him away, asking how he dared to bribe an honest man. The elderly gentleman received a notification that his favor had decreased, and as a result, he committed a crime. Stunned, Kim Chulso realized that the old man was a good person because he had been arrested instead of him. Then the nervous young man exclaimed that he had been told that the main task could be obtained at the castle, but the entrance to it was closed. A stranger appeared behind him and said that the door would not open anytime soon, and the young man asked who he was. The man with an exclamation mark above his head replied that his name was Shin, and the hero quickly realized that he was a quest character. The man concluded that the kid was a stranger in town, since he started banging on the gate and demanding to be let in. He also noted that he liked the sparkle of adventure in the boy's eyes, even though his gaze was like that of a vegetable. The blond man said he was choosing him, and added that the young fighter would help him with his work in the lost ruins. The stranger asked the boy to prove his abilities, but he froze in place and stared at him emotionlessly. The hero had to bring the golem's core to the quest giver Shin, and in return he could receive only 250 gold coins. Smiling, the brave man called him a stupid NPC and said that if it was a dungeon, he should have said so right away. Soon he found himself in the lost ruins, where there was lava below and sharp, large saw blades above. With his advanced skills, Kim could have easily navigated all the traps, but he couldn't because he had to carry Catherine Lee with him and protect her. The daredevil said he would go first and then call the goblin to follow him and told him to hold the girl tightly on a leash. The fearless kid crouched down and put his knee out in front of him, pressing his fingers into the floor to make a sharp lunge forward. The brunette began to move forward at high speed, feeling intense fear because of the buzzing of the mechanisms. But he did not give up. Being very nervous, the hero shouted to the troll, on whom he placed great hope, as the mission was difficult. At that very moment, the adventurous-eared creature jumped and began to fly over the lava, holding the rope tightly in his hands. After landing, he looked at his master, letting him know that he had completed his task without much effort. Smiling calmly, Kim began to praise the rally skill in his mind, thanks to which he had moved the monster to himself. But in an instant, the ghoul himself realized that only he had been transported, and the helpless Catherine Lee remained on the other side. Alarmed, Chulso remembered that the skill only summoned a goblin, but that wasn't enough in his situation. At that terrible moment, the girl was one step away from the boiling lava, and the hero's panic grew exponentially. The young man cried out that she was about to fall and burn to ashes, so something had to be done urgently. The tense young man ordered the goblin to do something, because otherwise they would both meet their end. With a sharp movement, the ghoul pulled the rope and Catherine flew up, but there was a danger of colliding with the circular discs. The sweaty brunette peered through his fingers at what was happening, realizing how this horror could end. In the end, the girl, now reduced to a vegetable, landed at his feet, still motionless. The excited young man shouted at her to come to her senses for his sake, saying that she couldn't die here. He begged her incessantly to do so, and it seemed as if a process of reflection had begun in the beautiful lady's mind. Once, when she was a child, her serious father met the girl and immediately scolded her for staying out late with unnecessary friends. He didn't like that she wore makeup and had shortened her skirt, and the little girl began to cry and ask for forgiveness, promising that it would never happen again. In tears, innocent Catherine continued to apologize, but at one point she loudly called for her mother's help. She screamed that her father wanted to kill her and asked the woman to stop him before a terrible incident occurred. But the woman stood behind the door and only peeked in, showing no emotion, and then began to walk away. Stunned, Mr. Kimmin said that Catherine was the only stain on his life. At that moment, the girl was still standing in place and not moving, although her brain was already functioning at a few % capacity. Nervous Kim asked the goblin what they should do, and then told him to give the girl artificial respiration. But the guy remembered that this was just a game, and even though they had a sense of touch, there was no need to breathe here. He realized that the lady was dead anyway, so he decided to pretend that he was trying to save her. But she died anyway. Thoughts about the Good Samaritan rule came to his mind, and he began to hope that Lee would wake up from the shock. Pouting his lips and concentrating, Chulso was ready to begin, but he was interrupted by a call from the girl's defender, who decided to ask how things were going. The stern man threatened to finish off the boy, and he nervously began to prove that the beauty was completely safe. The butler said he had entered the game for work, but doctors in the real world were monitoring Catherine's condition and would contact him if anything happened. The girl had incredibly rare equipment, a white spider wizard's dress, which was soft but strong as steel. The guy realized that she wasn't dead, and the gentleman said that he was worried that even a hair would fall on his beloved mistress. He ordered that the lady be brought to him immediately, and the main character unexpectedly flicked his finger to the right on the digital display. At that very moment, the nervous man received a notification that the whispering had ended, which he was clearly unhappy about. Focused, Kim asked if the goblin had heard the words spoken, and then began to think even more deeply. Fired up with excitement, the daredevil declared that they would now run at full speed to the boss's room, and the monster took his idea very well. Soon, a huge rolling ball appeared in their path, which could crush them in an instant and turn them into mincemeat. The clever brunette used Catherine Lee as a board to move across, since she couldn't feel or understand anything. Next, they had to cross a broken bridge, where an eared troll was throwing the girl into the air with a long rope. With deft movements, he managed to throw the beauty to the other side, after which the master began to carefully cross the taut rope. The last task for the partners was to kill a huge stone golem, where they also did not lose their composure and again used the girl. The Hulk first carefully assessed the actions of the youngster, who did not stand still and had already thought out a plan of action. The stunned boy was very happy that he had accidentally used the lady as a weapon against the boss, but things did not go according to plan. He was angry because the scoundrel dared to attack his tool for breaking traps, so he ordered the goblin to destroy it immediately. Now the unconscious lady was lying near the wall, and her fingers suddenly moved, but Chulso didn't see it. The merciless enemy continued to attempt attacks that could destroy anyone without a chance of survival. At that moment, an incredibly powerful explosion occurred, causing a wave, but the main character survived. A fearless troll suddenly flew out of the bright flames, his hungry gaze fixed on his opponent. The nimble ghoul flew straight into the stone golem's head, causing it to experience unbearable pain and inflicting enormous damage. Then the eared creature landed without any problems, and the boss fell to the ground with a crash, destroying the stone floor beneath him. Folding his arms across his chest, the calm Kim said that now they would just take the core and get out of there, and he didn't even have to exert himself. Unexpectedly, a magical process of restoration began for the fierce opponent, who attracted cobblestones from all sides. After its resurrection, the ruined golem moved on to the second stage and impressed the arrogant youngster, as it had also grown in level. The nervous brunette ordered the goblin to immediately destroy the scoundrel before he turned them into a pile of ashes. The nimble monster began to move from side to side, not becoming an easy target for his huge opponent. This was followed by a successful strike, estimated at 1 million damage, which looked very impressive from the outside. Smiling, the brave man noted that the summoned monster had performed even better this time, but it was still too early to relax. In the end, the procedure was repeated, and the boss began to recover again, becoming many times stronger. Now he moved on to the third stage and clenched his fist tightly, which was near Tiny Kim, who was angry at him. The kid summoned the goblin again and ordered him to block the enemy's attacks because if he destroyed it, it would become even bigger. But at that very moment, a whip flew at the troll's head, making the boy even more nervous. But he tried not to give in to panic. Explosions began to thunder everywhere, and the terrified youngster rushed to run away while he was still intact. The merciless creature continued to destroy everything in its path, because the arrival of strangers was an insult to it. Beside himself with rage, the brute swung his fists and gave it his all, but the brunette managed to stay alive. The hero came to the conclusion that the enemy would keep coming back and getting stronger until he took its core. At that moment, the fighter began to recall the stories of the cunning Sinril, who possessed important information about the bosses. He thought deeply about the golem's weak points, but realized that, unlike the Evidin Guild, he would not be able to identify them. The nervous guy wanted to bother with it and just kill the bastard, but he could grow to level 100 and create even more problems. Kim Chul-so, dripping with sweat, continued to rush forward like a madman, his excitement preventing him from making a decision. Meanwhile, the motionless Catherine remained seated and did not even understand the horror unfolding before her. Suddenly, a huge stone hand appeared in front of her, which could crush the girl's charming face into a pulp. A dark shadow loomed over her, and Lee's gaze seemed to change to one of slight alarm, which was a big change. The lady's consciousness was turned upside down in an instant, and it seemed as if the giant wanted to grab her and squeeze her tightly in his hand. After a few seconds, the lady came to her senses and felt incredible horror because her life was in danger. She would have screamed at the top of her lungs in fear and started crying, but that didn't make it any easier because she couldn't even move due to her confusion. The giant did not even think of stopping and continued to destroy everything in his path, accompanied by powerful explosions. Extremely tense, Kim Chul-so realized that Catherine was beginning to come to her senses, but she was at the epicenter of the threat, and he couldn't help her. At the same time, the guy reassured himself that, at her level, such damage was not fatal, but it was still alarming. The stone golem was really enjoying swinging its arms around, so it had to be stopped immediately. Due to severe stress, the hero almost shoved his entire fist into his mouth, while the goblin standing nearby was happy about something. Suddenly, the lady appeared behind the young man with a cane in her hands, asking in a raised voice what was going on. The fighter, thrown off balance, immediately realized that she had woken up, but at first could not believe it because of the suddenness of it. Stunned, Catherine used her escape skill and asked the boy to immediately explain what was going on. Discouraged, Kim made sure that the lady was really awake and began to hope that she didn't remember everything he had done to her. But then the hero told himself that the lady was safe and sound, so she should thank him instead of being angry. Smiling, the satisfied young man thought to himself that he had saved the life of the heiress Semyon and would surely receive a huge reward for it. The youngster began to gush that when she lost consciousness in the dungeon, he took care of her, and thanks to his suffering, she got better. It all ended with the beauty not even letting him finish, because she immediately realized that it was complete nonsense. Suddenly, the lady flicked her hair and threw the main character aside, and he didn't even have time to understand what was happening. Clad in armor, Chul-so landed with a crash and kicked up a large amount of dust, which made him cough violently. The tense brunette exclaimed that the lady had frightened him and asked why she hadn't warned him that she was going to hit him in the face. Then he saw a girl running nearby and concluded that she was running away to save her skin. Bursting into tears and clutching her cane tightly in her hands, Catherine screamed that she was terrified, but there was nothing she could do about it. Suddenly, she screamed out of character, attracting the attention of nearby doctors who were monitoring her condition. The stunned butler, like the hospital staff, couldn't believe that the lady had finally woken up after so long. He was angry, then he realized that something terrible had obviously happened in the game, and that Kim Chul-so was to blame for scaring the beauty. Remembering the boy's ugly lips during the call, the man wondered what the scoundrel had done to Catherine. One of the medics suggested turning off the virtual reality device, while the other said that she had barely regained consciousness and they couldn't miss this chance. The brunette said that during a raid in the dungeon, it was impossible to leave the game because it was too dangerous while feeling pain. With a serious look on his face, the determined gentleman said he would check everything himself if the hero cleared the dungeon right now. Meanwhile, the fighter received a notification that the ruined golem was using the stone rocket skill. The brute fired a couple of shells per second, but each of them could cause a great deal of damage. Catherine herself continued to flash her heels in the hope of escaping, but the boss's fists were aimed directly at her at that moment. With a sharp movement, the big guy approached her, causing the fragile girl to turn blue with fear and start sweating. Unexpectedly, a nimble goblin came to the beauty's aid, inflicting a lot of damage on the enemy and preventing him from hitting the lady. The tense hero shouted that with such a slow speed, Catherine would not be able to escape from her opponent. After that, the girl froze and fell to her knees, staring ahead in horror, and I didn't even have the strength to say anything. She just muttered under her breath that she was very scared, but she couldn't pull herself together and fight back against the enemy. Alerted, Chul-so told himself that this would not do and decided to come up with something to calm her down. He called over the goblin, who was ready for anything, and who stood there like a fool, smiling and sticking out his tongue. The brave man decided to knock the girl out right then and there, as she would only get in his way with her weak character and whining. Suddenly, the lady began to ask for something quietly, and the brunette could not understand what she wanted from him. Feeling helpless, the beauty began to look him in the eyes with a trembling voice and ask for salvation, promising a lot of money. Smiling, the hero promised that he would definitely get her out safe and sound, while a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. The quick-tempered lady suddenly cried out that this was not the case at all, and streams of tears continued to flow from her eyes. She began to scream that she hated Semyon Group and its vile employees, and asked him to save her from her father, mother, and the whole family. The revelation stunned the young man, who was in no hurry to jump to conclusions and listen silently. Clutching her head, the sobbing girl said she didn't want to be beaten, as had always been the case. The stern butler came out and threatened to fine the scoundrel if he didn't show him the lady right away. The hero ordered the goblin to buy time so they could escape from the merciless golem, and he immediately grabbed his club. Discouraged, Kim asked what he should do if the man didn't trust him and thought he was a bad person. Pulling a smile onto Catherine's face with his fingers, he smiled strangely and asked if trust wasn't an important thing in business. The daredevil assured him that the lady was fine and there was no cause for concern, but the brunette couldn't understand how this had happened. He was surprised that Lee was not only not frightened, but had even regained consciousness, which meant that she had simply had a seizure earlier. Adjusting his glasses, the butler admitted that he had misunderstood the situation and asked the young man to leave the dungeon immediately. After that, it was said that his guardianship of the lady would end, but Chulso was extremely dissatisfied with what he heard. A saddened Kim said that he had just lost 10 years of his life and would not be able to help the lady, but asked her to keep her promise and pay him more. Wiping tears from her eyes, the girl admitted that she had lied to him, which immediately angered her quick-tempered counterpart. The hero explained that if Catherine did not give him the money, he would have to tell the butler that she had regained consciousness, and he would demand a reward from the Semyon Group. The lady said she would take off her very expensive top-level equipment, but only on the condition that the guy would do everything in secret. Tense Chulso asked how much gold he would get from selling all this, and the lady replied sharply that he would become a billionaire. Without further ado, the fighter clapped his hands and firmly told the goblin that it was time to get to work. The monster froze in place with his tongue hanging out, and the golem, who was in the 5th stage, turned his gaze to him. The stunned hero asked his subordinate to just stall for time while he destroyed everything around him, allowing the enemy to grow to level 170. Being very nervous, the brunette began to run away, shouting that they would be turned into mush if the bruiser hit him. Suddenly, someone used the magical skill of exploding icicles, causing the giant to freeze. The bewildered hero noticed that his opponent had stopped moving and concluded that they had dealt with him. The stern Catherine froze the boss and shouted, asking if the fool was going to fight, since he had simply frozen in place. The fearless lady exclaimed that the boy and his pet needed to run immediately because the target would soon wake up. A few seconds later, the ice began to crack, and the creature let out a loud roar, making it clear that no one would survive. The trio began to run at high speed, trying to remain calm and not slow down. Ahead, a tense Kim saw a door and said they needed to get there to be safe. Once again, they used a long, thick rope that was under tension. Surprised, Catherine Lee once again acted as a tool for the main character, but without fully understanding what was happening to her. The girl flew sharply to the side, feeling pain in her neck, while Chulso and the troll continued to move forward. At one point, the alert brunette turned around, hearing the girl's loud cries, but could not make sense of what was happening. The terrified lady begged for help, as she was suddenly pulled toward a huge golem. The stunned young man did not know how to act in such a situation, as she had fallen into the very epicenter of danger. This time, the situation was radically different from the previous escape because the boy had no strength left. Barely holding back tears, the sweaty fighter told himself that he had to save Catherine this time, but it was difficult. He understood that if the girl hit the 175th level golem, he would hardly be able to help her. In the end, the coward simply continued to run away, and no matter how much the crying Lee screamed, he never turned around. She remembered her emotionless mother, who didn't help her when her father beat her, and concluded that Chulso was just like all of them. Lying on the ground, the lady resigned herself to the fact that no one would save her, so all that remained was to accept her impending death. Suddenly, the huge monster's hand was attacked by someone and received many deep scratches. At the same moment, fragments of cobblestones flew in different directions, and the warrior with a sword in his hands continued to advance. The blonde man in a yellow cloak showed true heroism, coming to the aid of the exhausted lady at the last moment. Gritting his teeth with tension, Kim Chol-so recognized the man who had appeared, whom he had seen earlier in the city. It was the cheerful Shin, who realized that the young man had held out for a long time. But from now on, he would fight. The hero realized that there was no golem core, and by attacking it without knowing this, he was only making it stronger. If a player naturally loses in battle, an event begins in which an NPC appears and, gaining the upper hand, defeats the enemy. The fighter felt no pain when he was hit by a level 50 opponent, which means it was done on purpose to avoid unexpected casualties. The swordsman Shin was about to pass judgment on the enraged golem, but the young man decided that he would have to leave this battle to him. Without warning, the brave young man rushed to attack the strong man, shouting that he would now get what he deserved. The brunette watched the fight with great surprise, and suddenly a fireball flew at his back. The discouraged young man was stunned by what was happening, because in a few seconds the NPC was thrown back like a soccer ball. It seemed ridiculous that Shin was shouting victorious remarks, even though he had fallen to the ground and was sitting there, defeated. Not willing to give up, the fearless blonde rushed back into battle, making a high jump, but the Hulk was ready for it. Once again, the stone giant repelled the featherweight's attack, not allowing him to cause even a drop of harm. After crashing his head into the wall, the fighter continued to say something, and the nervous Kim noticed that he was at level 70 and was greatly inferior to his enemy. The starting rank of the ruined golem was 40, so if a normal player won by using force, they would lose to a level 45 opponent. Even if the warrior defeated the enemy, the bruiser would rise to a new level, so the result would not change. In this case, a well-leveled NPC appears and immediately destroys the powerful opponent. The trick worked earlier because no one could bring the giant to the 171st rank, but now everything was completely different. An angry Chulso exclaimed that since the battle was not progressing, Shin continued to repeat his last victorious phrase. It dawned on the hero that if the core was not destroyed, the golem would never die, and the task had to be completed by the swordsman. Consequently, with the appearance of the blonde man, the organ of the stone brute itself appeared, so the situation took on a new character. At tremendous speed, the fighter once again rushed to attack his opponent, not even thinking of retreating from his goals. The level-headed Kim understood that if the core was still somewhere, then the terrible slaughter would soon come to an end. Laughing madly, the brave fighter wanted to say again that he hadn't even had time to break a sweat, but the golem's fist was already flying towards his head. Unexpectedly, the goblin joined the game and, as always, inflicted enormous damage on his opponent. He used his stone-throwing skill, and the thoughtful Cholso realized that the NPC was aiming at the right spot on the giant's body. In the end, the Hulk shattered into small pieces of cobblestone and fell to the ground with a crash. Proud of himself, Shin said that the guys would have died if it weren't for him, while a discouraged Cholso thought to himself that he had finished off the enemy. The fighter said that whatever the case, they were all safe and sound, although the exhausted guy didn't think so at all. His attention was drawn to Catherine Lee, who was sitting nearby, exhausted after everything that had happened. The girl was standing among the rising dust clouds, but she didn't even cough or look at the floor emotionlessly. After a while, the guys headed back to the city with the swordsman, and no one spoke on the way. Serious Shin said that their survival in a dangerous place proved how strong they were, and the hero realized that he looked like he had stabbed the lady in the back. The fighter said that he was personally acquainted with the vice captain of the kingdom's knights, and the nervous brunette thought that the chatterbox would at least help him. With a flash of a smile, the blonde said goodbye and said that he had masterfully accomplished the task at hand, and then began to leave. Lost in thought, the calm NPC continued on his way, leaving the young people alone. An exclamation mark appeared above his head again, and the main character loudly called him sick. The discouraged young man looked at the bot in bewilderment, while Catherine, standing nearby, was lost in her own thoughts. The brave man clenched his fist tightly in his iron glove, as if restraining a sudden surge of emotion inside. Losing control, the guy shouted at the top of his voice that it was all his fault, because he thought the girl had woken up. Suddenly, Night Kimmin appeared before them and immediately addressed the lady with a serious expression on his face. The stunned brunette had no idea who this man was, but he tried not to get involved, as it could be dangerous. It was the first time the young man had seen such high-level equipment on a person who surpassed him not only in physique, but also in height. Terrified, Catherine felt goosebumps at the sight of her father, and Kim Chul-so realized that the king had come to visit them. The elderly gentleman admitted that he knew his daughter had regained consciousness when she had a sudden seizure. He thought his child would come to her senses when she grew up, but she still played annoying pranks on him. Smiling, Kimon thanked the boy for looking after his daughter and added that their shared hopes for her awakening had been fulfilled. The man promised that his employees would contact the hero to receive the reward, but there was no joy on the brave man's face. The soldier noticed that the girl's face was contorted in agony, but she no longer asked him to help her. The brave man felt that this time he would be able to save her, so he shouted loudly and firmly, asking the king to stop. The surprised gentleman and his daughter silently looked at the young man, who said he knew who Kimon really was. The stern warrior asked if it was true that he was Chairman Samyang of the group, known for his sensitivity, kindness to all, and gentlemanly manner. Shocked, Catherine Lee couldn't understand what he was getting at, and the young man asked her personally if her father was really such a person. The fearless Chulso wondered why such a wonderful person, according to rumors, had such a gloomy expression on his face. The brave man exclaimed loudly that he would not let it go so easily, and suddenly pulled the beauty toward him by the hand. Angry, he asked in a raised voice why the nasty old man was just standing there. Then the brave man saw that he was not holding the charming Lee at all, who continued to walk away with her father without saying a word. Saddened, Kim wondered why he had decided that the man was so easily breaking his promises, so cowardly that even second place was too much for him. He also wondered if someone who didn't deserve forgiveness could become someone's hero. In his inner voice, the young man said that he would always be just a goblin who would never achieve anything great. One of the guards asked his comrade if he knew the King of Knights, one of the three who had cleared out the Duke's great library. The enthusiastic crowd recognized Mr. Kimon walking with a beautiful woman who was smiling and waving to everyone. Everyone was curious about the charming lady walking beside him, but he lied that she was a member of the squad he had met by chance. The calm man quietly asked Catherine to remember who he was to these people and how they saw him. It was said that if they found out he had a daughter like her, everyone around would start pointing fingers at him. The joyful people wanted to rush into the king's arms, while the sad Kim Chulso stood still, staring at the floor. A large crowd pushed forward, ignoring the young man in armor, who felt miserable. In his mind, he told himself that Catherine was the chairman's daughter, and no matter how badly she lived, she was an aristocrat compared to him. The boy wondered why he should feel guilty and decided to calm down, remembering that he would still receive his reward. Suddenly, the boy was very frightened when he heard the treacherous Sinrail, who was behind bars underground. The hero couldn't understand how it was possible to lock a person up in something that looked like a sewer, but the old man pointed out that that was exactly what it was. The bearded man said that he had been captured by the guards earlier, but he managed to escape and was now hiding here, where he had a good view. The gentleman emphasized that the chairman had called the girl next to him a member of the squad, but compared to him, she was much more seriously injured. Pouting his lips, Kim Chulso explained that in the game, the body only seems to be in pain, but in reality, not even the slightest bruises remain. The old man said that even from a distance, he could see traces of beating on the inside of the lady's thigh. His words came as a great shock to the main character, who had no intention of tolerating such treatment of the beautiful Lee. The brave man shouted loudly, asking the King of Knights to stop immediately because he wanted to talk about something important. In front of everyone, the fearless warrior called him a worthless piece of trash, which was a very bold statement. The young man asked if it was possible to kidnap someone in broad daylight in front of a crowd of people, and exclaimed that the bourgeoisie had no conscience at all. Unmoved by the provocation, Kimon smiled and replied that he did not understand what had prompted the young man's words and suggested that he stop. Kim, making faces, asked if the man really thought that just because he was the chairman, the law did not apply to him. Then he stunned the crowd by declaring that the beautiful woman next to the old man was his girlfriend. The brave man added that they had been in a relationship for a long time, which shocked Catherine herself, who screamed at the top of her lungs. One of the men in the crowd said that if this was true, there would be a scandal, but his colleague noted that there was no evidence and that corporations often spread fake news. The chairman, completely calm, replied that the young man had confused him with someone else, and then said that he was in a hurry to attend to important matters. The annoying Chulso called him a kind but cunning old man who took a girl dressed in revealing clothes into his squad. After these words, the people began to doubt the King of Knights. Not understanding why he would go into the dungeon with such a young beauty, Unmoved by the provocation, Kimin felt he should not answer the question and was ready to continue on his way. Suddenly, a man in a black business suit appeared and immediately attracted attention with his loud voice. It was the talented butler Semyon, whose name was Patrick Signol, who had traveled thousands of kilometers upon hearing that Catherine had regained consciousness. The gentleman, showing great respect, gently took the lovely madam by the hand, then knelt before her. Bowing before her, he declared in front of everyone that the future of the organization was here and now, while those around them watched with trepidation in their hearts. The extremely tense young woman had no idea what was going on and did not even know how to behave now. People began to discuss that this was Han Ki-moon's daughter standing before them and called the transfer of the corporation to her a sensation. Regardless, people now understood that the old man's end was near, and he listened to them in silence. Barely holding back his laughter, Chulso asked if the angry man wanted to admit that his child was standing next to him. The stern warrior said that even if the scoundrel admitted his guilt, he would still reveal the fact that the girl had been beaten. Glaring at the insolent youngster, the gentleman called him a mongrel and asked how he dared to treat you that way. The chairman could no longer control himself and stamped his foot loudly on the ground, which was already a harbinger of trouble. In a state of rage, Ki-moon shouted loudly, asking people not to be provoked by the insolent boy. Covering his ears with his hands, the nervous Chulso wondered where the old man got such a loud voice. He also singled out the old imposter who called himself the butler, Semyon Group, who was actually a leftist. The liar did not spare Catherine Lee either, calling her a girl he was seeing for the first time, even though she was his own daughter. It was said that they were all in cahoots to blackmail him, and the unfortunate lady began to cry because of the unbearable noise. The stern Han Ki-moon declared in front of everyone that he would not waver because he was the face of his powerful organization. The merciless warrior shouted at the top of his voice that he would kill the trio right here and now and prove that he had nothing to do with the rumors. After that, he began to swing his sword, entering a fighting mode where he behaved like a real wild beast. At that moment, a small series of explosions sounded, sending a large amount of black smoke into the sky. Covering his ears, Chulso thought to himself that the timing was perfect, and he himself did not even feel fear. As it turned out, it was all the work of a goblin wearing a knight's helmet who had done a great job but suddenly started running away from his master. The young man understood that if it became known that he was cooperating with the person who had attacked the chairman, it would be the end of him. After thinking for a long time, the brave young man used his troll-throwing skill and threw him away from himself to divert suspicion. The young man saw a shining star in the sky and pretended that he had no idea who was moving towards him. People were shocked by the appearance of an unexpected monster that defeated the king's knight with one blow, then flew away and disappeared. When everything finally calmed down, the young man approached Catherine, who was sitting on the ground with her gaze lowered. The brunette took the lady by the hand, asking her to get up and come to her senses, but she told him in a loud voice to let her go. Still angry, the crying lady shouted, asking who he was, and added that the scoundrel had no intention of saving her. The angry lady wailed that he didn't care whether she lived or died, and the young man just smiled. Taking the girl by the chin, the brave man said that it was up to him to decide whether to abandon her or take care of her, while she naively waited for a prince on a white horse. The young fighter advised her to open her eyes and look ahead, but tears continued to flow from Catherine's eyes. In an instant, her pupils shrank in size as she realized the horror of the situation when she saw Ki-moon's body. The warrior said that right now, by pure chance, divine punishment had befallen her father, and now she had a chance to free herself. He reminded her that she was good at stabbing people in the back and ordered her to try stabbing her father in the chest. With a frightening laugh, the main character added that this was what goblins, which he was, often did, but he had always kept quiet about it. Putting on his acting skills, the guy exclaimed that he had taken a closer look and found that it was not his girlfriend after all. Then the young man began to laugh loudly and lied that he had forgotten to turn off the gas at home, so it was time for him to go. The boy scurried away from the scene, his heels clicking, while the crowd watched his back. Patrick Signol approached the confused woman and said that if she had something to say, now was the time. The caring man extended his hand to the lovely lady so that she could calmly get to her feet and feel a little more confident. The lady turned to face the people waiting for her to say a few words, but the words did not come out of her mouth right away. For the first few minutes, the girl stood with her eyes closed, trying to formulate a sentence. Then she looked again at the silent audience, realizing that she couldn't just walk away without saying a word. Not particularly eager, the exhausted Catherine began to move her lips, saying something quietly. Soon, news spread everywhere that Mrs. Lee had been beaten by the two-faced chairman Han Ki-moon. The lady also announced that she was the daughter of the King of Knights and that he had bullied her in every way since childhood, but had hidden it. There were suspicions that the girl was simply pretending to be his daughter, but evidence was posted on social media and all doubts disappeared. As a result, the image of the Samyang Corporation was ruined, its stock price plummeted, and CEO Kim Moon suddenly fell ill. In reality, the scoundrel was only pretending, and from then on rode around in a wheelchair, but many people believed in his illness. Thus ended the terrible story of Sweet Catherine Lee, in which the righteous Kim Chul-so played an important role. Banging on the table, the angry young man exclaimed that he had expected the old man to hire a hitman to get rid of him, but everything turned out quite differently. Butler Patrick noted that he should behave a little more quietly in the restaurant, and the kid asked him to start talking normally. The man said that photos of the fight had spread everywhere, and if something happened to the hero, the Samyang organization would be blamed for everything. The stern brunette said that at first they would suspect Son Ryul, but he corrected himself, saying that it would be Han Ki-moon. The crying boy began to say that he had been wrong to go against such a large company, and now he would not receive the reward either. The completely calm Son Ryul tried to assure him that he had done something more valuable than any amount of money, but the youngster did not consider his opinion authoritative. Then the fighter asked where the old man had found the convincing bone butler he had asked him to find earlier. Savoring the aroma of delicious tea, the man replied that he had stolen the business attire because he had no other choice. At that moment, a guard dragged him out of the establishment by the collar, not even allowing him to drink the hot beverage. A digital display appeared in front of the main character, but he immediately noticed it because he wasn't expecting anything. The angry guy immediately recognized the butler and called him a puppet of the organization, Semyon, who nervously asked people not to call him that. The gentleman called to thank Kim Chul-so for helping the lady, which was unexpected on his part. He couldn't even imagine that something like this could happen to the girl, and even though he had worked for her for several years, he hadn't noticed anything. The mercenary young man did not want to hear any of this and asked if there was a reward for him, calling the chairman greedy. The man replied that he no longer worked for the corporation because he could no longer cooperate with a person who had treated his daughter that way. It was said that people all over the world were worried that something bad might happen to the girl who had ruined the reputation of a large company. That is why the butler took the lady to stream on a special platform, which she dove into headfirst. The bespectacled man even spent all the severance pay he received to set up a streaming studio for her. Now that the whole world is watching the charmer, her popularity will protect her life from any threats. The lady was not thrilled about all this, but she had no choice, and Kim couldn't understand how the chairman's daughter was involved in this. The noble gentleman was going to give the beautiful Catherine Lee everything she wanted because he believed she deserved it. He noted that it was all thanks to the brave Kim Chul-so, to whom he smiled and expressed his sincere gratitude. The shy young man blushed deeply and with sweat on his face asked for money instead of endless words. The man said that he had already sent him a gift by mail, then ended the call, despite the hero's dissatisfaction. The brunette said that he also knew how to hang up first, and then turned his attention to the girl hosting the live broadcast. The girl asked if the donors wanted her to dance for them, and the butler became very alert. The beauty began to writhe in every possible way, while the defender thought incessantly about her future, hoping that everything would be fine for her. He was sure that even if Catherine didn't inherit a huge company, she would definitely become a cool streamer. Meanwhile, Chul-so went to the post office, where he asked the employee Rachel if anything had arrived for him. The lovely blonde promised to be very careful with his personal belongings, as there might be something very valuable among them. The beauty said she would bring him the item he needed right away and immediately went to the lockers. Putting on a stern face, the lady took the cursed item in her hand and asked if the young man really thought she was a porter, to which he replied that she was. The girl was holding a whip of bloody fire, which was the summoner's exclusive weapon and was considered very rare. If the artifact is used without removing the curse, the player receives a random effect and his subordinate enters a state of madness. After a while, the fighter returned to the smiling Shin, who said that the next task was to clean up the goblin village. The angry guy approached the NPC closely, hoping that he had misheard and that everything was actually different. The brave man summoned a troll using his skill and asked the bot to look at him and then repeat it again, but nothing changed. It was a simple task: destroy the vile ghouls that were bothering people. Grabbing his personal goblin by the head, the guy said that he would still have to fight his fellow creatures, but he believed that he could handle it. Looking at the monster breathing heavily, Kim noticed that he showed his contempt for such a task. After a while, Matthias's coachman drove by with a heron instead of his missing horse. Taking the troll by the hand, Chulso, who was riding in a small carriage, suggested they talk, as something was bothering him. The big-eared troll turned his back on him and abruptly pulled his limb back, showing his dissatisfaction. The hot-tempered hero exclaimed that if he hadn't thrown him out earlier, everyone would know that they were working together. He was angry that the ghoul wasn't listening to him at all, so he lost his temper and shouted that he hated him too. In an instant, he remembered the words of the stranger who said that one-sided relationships are very unstable. Clenching his teeth and fists, the brunette tried to calm down so as not to say anything unnecessary. The goblin began to laugh and tease the enraged master, who was already about to grab him by the nose and slap him. But still, the matter was different, and soon the hero became very alert and his pupils shrunk in size. The cart was suddenly attacked by an eared troll, aggressively disposed towards them and eager to destroy the strangers. Terrified, the hero asked the summoned monster to kill the enemy as soon as possible, but he just held a club in his hands. Meanwhile, the driver noticed strange noises inside the carriage and decided to slow down to listen. The big-eared troll swung sharply, but failed and simply froze, staring at the floor, even though the vile enemy still posed a threat. Suddenly, the ghoul was thrown back by his opponent's attack and flew towards the brunette, who was screaming in fear. The fat man flew right into the face of his master, who lost his coordination slightly but still managed to stay on his feet. The goblin began to bite his head and pull the young man's hair because he was angry and couldn't control his emotions. The very nervous young man tried in every way to push the short monster away, but it clung to him as tightly as possible. In front of him stood a ghoul with a wooden club on his shoulder, ready to fight any opponent. Kim Chulso, sweating profusely from panic, shouted at his subordinate not to let the enemy strike with full force. At that moment, a human hand opened the curtain of the carriage, allowing sunlight to shine inside. The stern driver Matthias took aim with his weapon and asked the adventurer what was going on. The tense hero cried out that monsters had appeared out of nowhere, and it was clear that he needed help. He understood that this was all because of the nearby goblin village, and the man asked him to stand still and not interfere with his aim. Meanwhile, the long-legged bird with a red crest continued to pull the carriage forward, maintaining a dissatisfied expression on its face. The young man shouted to shoot the troll in front, and the NPC clearly heard his words. But in the end, the clumsy guy almost hit Chulso in the back of the head, who immediately noted that he had poor spatial awareness. The annoying ghoul was still alive and sticking out its disgusting tongue, causing the fighter a lot of trouble. The guy, stained with black blood, begged the goblin to spare him, even though it sounded ridiculous from the outside. Unexpectedly, the enemy stopped their actions, which greatly surprised the young man lying on the floor. As it turned out, the goblin was begging for mercy, speaking in human language, saying that he thought his comrade had been attacked and had come to save him. Stunned, Kim almost dropped his jaw when he realized that ghouls could communicate in his language. A few minutes later, the focused cab driver continued on the route indicated by the adventurer. The slightly angry brunette learned that, as a summoner, he could communicate with trolls and was now no different from them. Tied to a board, the enemy slid and dragged himself along the ground, begging for mercy. But Chulso could not forgive him because he had almost bitten off his head. With tears in his eyes, the big-eared man suddenly declared that he would go to the village of his kin and destroy every last one of them. At that moment, the stern Matthias stopped the carriage and said that they had arrived at their destination, and the boy began to scan the horizon. They were on the road to a settlement inhabited by ghouls and robbers who tormented peaceful people. Without thinking twice, the fighter got out and spent the first few seconds getting used to walking, stretching his legs after sitting for so long. He asked if they really had to walk, and the man replied that he could have driven further, but he was simply too lazy. In the end, the silly situation ended with the driver turning around and driving away, leaving the bewildered brunette on the road. The hero understood that there were a lot of traps ahead, and the captured troll panicked because he was sure that he was using him to test them. The goblin admitted that he had made a mistake by attacking first, but asked if anyone would stand idly by when they saw another in danger. The warrior, holding him by the ears, looked down at the ground, then pulled him closer, as if about to whisper something. With a terrifying laugh, Kim Chul-so exclaimed that he didn't care about all these principles, which frightened the monster even more. The crying-eared creature exclaimed that humans always attack them and ruin their lives, even though Shin had said the opposite. The pensive hero caught himself thinking that he had no animosity toward trolls, because he had never even seen them do anything bad. At the same time, the young man was not going to grieve over his death, but suddenly a female troll with a small child appeared, recognizing her husband. Puzzled, Kim did not expect them to meet the relatives of the captive, whom the wife called dear. Terrified, the goblins shouted at Tina and Mason to forget about him and run away to save their lives. The ruthless hero told him to shut up and ordered his subordinate to throw a stone at them, which was very low of him. Sticking out his tongue, the disgusting creature began tossing a piece of cobblestone in his hand, putting psychological pressure on the peaceful trolls. Soon, the big-eared creature clenched the stone tightly in his hand, preparing to throw it, something he was already a real pro at. The frightened woman and child froze in place, not knowing where to go, since the head of the family was being held captive by the scoundrel. Fear made them break out in a sweat, but they didn't even take a step to the side as they were frozen in place. The cold-blooded Kim Chul-so suddenly stopped holding the goblin by the ears and let him fall freely to the ground. Gritting his teeth as hard as he could, the brave man rushed forward to take the attack upon himself and protect his loved ones. He raced forward, his heels flashing, until the shard hit the people dear to him, which was worthy of great respect. In the end, the brave troll turned his cheek in time, and the stone flew straight into him, frightening his wife and son even more. At that moment, the defender lost his coordination and fell to the ground, and Tina and Mason initially thought he was dead. The extremely serious hero asked them to stop being afraid, and then promised that he would not kill. He said that if there are people who kill their children for survival, then he cannot say that a goblin who sacrifices himself for his family is bad. The happy family was reunited and began to hug each other, sitting on the ground on their knees, which looked very touching. After that, the enthusiastic Roll welcomed the young man to the goblin village, where ordinary hard workers lived. But at the same time, the residents looked at the unfamiliar boy through clenched teeth, because humans had caused them a lot of harm. The tense hero finally understood why the ghouls had become wary of humans, but he tried to keep a cool head. At that moment, a whole crowd surrounded the guy and started calling him an ugly ghoul, even though he didn't look anything like them. The previously captured ghoul smiled, saying that he was worried when he got into the cart, because he couldn't imagine that people looked like that. Alerted, Chulso said that this was starting to annoy him and threatened that he could kill them all right there. The sincere big-eared man asked how he could let the adventurer go without even offering him a drink, since he had caused him pain. Then they went to a small hut with a bright light burning to rest a little after what had happened. The troll put some poisonous goblin soup on the table for the guest, but the guy was really unhappy about it because he was afraid of getting poisoned. The little goblins continued to fool around, while the hero pondered what to do with the monsters next. Just as he decided to try the food, one of the little ones bumped into his shoulder while running, scalding the young man. The dish was very spicy, so the hero's eyes and skin began to burn intensely, causing him to scream loudly in anger. The trolls sitting at the table began to laugh heartily, and the impulsive young man called him an idiot and asked him to stop. The host asked how it happened that a human and a green-skinned monster were traveling together. Wiping his face, the serious Kim replied that they didn't even get along, adding that he was the goblin's summoner and the goblin was his subordinate. The ghoul noted that if their kin could travel with an adventurer, he would be considered the most successful. It was said that they all envied their fellow creature because none of the villagers would ever be able to leave the village. The fighter understood that these weaklings belonged in a low-level dungeon, and the troll wife began to calm her husband down and said that she would bring snacks for the guest. The main character asked why his counterpart was so upset and added that even though he was a goblin, he had a truly good wife. Then Chulso said that even though he was human, he didn't even have any friends, let alone a lover. The brave man added that he was a pathetic person who treated everyone with suspicion, which meant that everything he could do, a troll could do even better. Smiling sincerely, the young man gave a thumbs up as a sign of respect and asked the goblins to hold on until the end. But at that moment, a female troll was already standing behind him with a sharp scythe in her hands, and under the table was a cunning child holding a knife. Not at all frightened, the fighter easily dodged the blow because his dexterity was maxed out at 32 points. Puzzled, the young man asked what was going on, because it seemed that they had been communicating quite normally. The sweating lady of the 18th level remained silent and did not rush to justify herself. Her husband was just as tense, cunningly distracting the guest while the household prepared the tools of his murder. The nervous guy noticed a cockroach on the table, and the pot-bellied kid was already aiming a kitchen knife at his foot. The main character's loyal troll noticed the boy and immediately attacked him from behind, greatly frightening his father, who was sitting at the table. The second toddler began to sweat profusely when he saw his brother, who was no longer moving, causing panic to begin to arise in his soul. The enraged 8th level ghoul decided to avenge his relative and immediately rushed into the attack with a knife in his hands. But he did not alarm the serious Kim, who saw the cockroach again and hit the fool on the nose without even noticing it. The alert guy noted that it seemed to him as if someone had touched him, which was strange. Both boys were lying under the table, and Cholso said that it was time for him to go, as he was in a hurry, even though he enjoyed visiting. The sweating hostess couldn't believe that they had so ridiculously lost their chance to kill him. Her husband sitting next to her was just as stunned, but they tried not to show their shock too much. With forced smiles, they asked the adventurer to be careful on his way, and he noted to himself that goblins were good creatures. Completely calm, the young man started walking toward the door, saying once again that it was time for him to go. But a man suddenly appeared in the room and, seeing the little ones lying on the floor, said that he had thought they would be here. The red-haired swordsman smiled and, looking into the eyes of the main character, said that he had found another troll. The extremely tense young man immediately looked away to understand what was going on. James, who had fed Kim Cholso dinner today, was lying on the floor covered in blood, no longer breathing. The surprised red-haired fighter realized that he was standing in front of a player and asked what he was doing in such an unusual place. He assumed that the brave man had also come to kill these scoundrels and added that there were many of them here. The killer asked if the main character would help him, but he remained silent and was lost in thought. Barely restraining his fury, the stern warrior asked menacingly how the scoundrel dared to touch his friends. At that moment, the brave man activated battle mode and ordered his troll to attack the fool. The big-eared one immediately began to incite his kinsman, who was very frightened and instantly lost his composure, to fight. Then he rushed to attack the cold-blooded red-haired opponent, completely confident that he would kill them all. Choosing the right moment, the calm man kicked his opponent in the side, preventing him from getting close. Falling to the ground, the goblin called him a lousy bastard, while Kim began to get angry at his subordinate. The angry guy shouted at the top of his voice that it was his ghoul who was supposed to attack, but he didn't do it and just laughed. In turn, the stranger noticed the young man's strange behavior and asked what he had just done. He didn't like the fact that the brunette called the monsters his friends and even turned on battle mode. Clenching his fist tightly, the brave man emphasized that the scoundrel had attacked his friends for no reason. Not wanting to waste time on formalities, the brave young man punched the fool in the face, shouting that he had hurt him deeply. But the fearless fighter blocked his attack at the last moment, concluding that they would not be able to talk. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion rocked the ground, wiping the small hut off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, the warrior Zeros complained that he was annoyed by Min Chol, who couldn't control his strength when he started to rage. The brunette, Heaven, called the task boring because everything was happening in one room and was not interesting at all. Suddenly, they saw a man who had landed headfirst on the ground, emitting a lot of black smoke. The redhead asked them to do something about this madman, adding that he had attacked him, saying that goblins were his friends. The girl asked if it was true that he had killed him in a duel, but her companion replied that the fool had done it himself. He said he couldn't finish off the kid because of his expensive armor and asked for help, while he decided to get rid of the rest of the ghouls. The swollen youngster lay silently, still not understanding what was happening, and one of the fighters noted that he would definitely pass for a friend of the trolls. The ruthless Zeros suggested killing him before he started getting on their nerves, and then getting rid of the rest of the monsters. In turn, the red-haired killer returned to the goblin family, saying that he wanted to quickly complete boring tasks, such as destroying them. Without any mercy, the scoundrel began to swing his sword and seriously wounded the mistress of the house, Tina, who had done nothing to him. The main character's subordinate, in turn, stood still and continued to laugh, offering no assistance to his comrades. Even looking at the bloodied body, he continued to laugh heartily, feeling no pity for his comrade. Even the cold-blooded Min Chul asked if he was just laughing, while his fellow countrymen, of whom there were already few left, were dying. He called trolls soulless creatures and vile beings, who were willing to do anything to survive. The killer said that this was precisely why there were quests whose purpose was to exterminate this type of monster. The bastard said that now it was time to die, and the big-eared man suddenly made a frightening face, but still continued to laugh. At that moment, another powerful explosion rocked the hut, destroying it completely and leaving no chance of survival. Alerted, Heva Nin couldn't understand what was happening, and nervous Zero shouted at Min Chul to control himself. Kim Chul-so, in turn, suddenly laughed at the fact that the fools called the situation a boring task of killing ghouls. The excited girl began to look around, and the brave man told them to go and fight whoever was left inside the house. The worried bruiser also couldn't understand the meaning of his words and began to sweat, hoping that everything would be fine with them. As it turned out, his merciless goblin managed to defeat the red-haired scoundrel and dragged him along, holding him by his red hair. The angry brunette tried to run away, but the strongest goblin in the village did not let her do so. The big-eared creature clamped his teeth firmly around her leg and began to swing his club, seeking revenge for his kin. The burly Zeros did not stand aside and immediately grabbed a sharp spear, constantly moving so as not to become an easy target. Without hesitation, the brave man rushed into battle, after which another explosion thundered, and the nervous Heavenin jumped aside. The serious lady noted that the stupid troll had been hit in the face, but that was far from the end of the spectacular battle. Her ally smiled and pointed out that she had recently complained that there were no strong opponents, but now she was trembling with fear. The lady was surprised at how strong the big-eared creature was, but her comrades said there was no point in being afraid because they would not lose to him. Unexpectedly, Kim Chul-so, who was still nearby, began to laugh loudly again, as if his opponents seemed ridiculous to him. He hugged the red-haired youngster, who had lost consciousness in real life, and continued to mock the fools who considered themselves invincible. The angry brunette standing nearby angrily asked him to shut up and called him crazy, but that didn't stop the brave man. The hero figured out that they had decided to kill the ghouls under the guise of a mission to relieve stress, and hung them on the wall to show off. Serious Zeros advised his ally not to waste her energy, believing that the long-eared goblin was the most important thing right now. The brave man considered them idiots, since the troll was currently in a state where he would not listen to him. In a state of rage, the warrior ordered his subordinate to kill the scoundrels as soon as possible to end this charade. But the big-nosed monster stood still and stared ahead in a very ridiculous manner, as if he did not understand his task. His master asked him to hit his enemies harder, but the ghoul stuck out his tongue and began scratching his head, dropping the wooden club from his hands. An angry Kim couldn't understand why he wasn't doing what he was told and suggested that he should just ask him. Suddenly, the brunette rushed forward, immediately attracting the attention of his opponents, but they were simply shocked. Then the trickster fell to his knees and began sliding on them, sticking his stomach out, which looked a little strange. In the end, he begged for mercy from his subordinate, calling him King Emperor and Great Goblin. The guy exclaimed that if the fighter didn't start fighting his opponents right now, he would take him to the monastery. The hero considered it shameful to bow down to the troll, but if he did not obey him, everything would come to an end. The big-nosed man began to feel pride within himself, and the nervous Chulso was deeply hurt, but he had to endure it. The young man promised that from now on, he would not give him any orders and would even prepare a delicious dinner that only he could eat. Surprised, Heavonen noted that the kid called the ghoul a friend, and now many bowed to him, while Young Min told him to get out of the way. But unexpectedly, the bully got a huge amount of damage without even understanding what was going on. The wary brunette immediately turned her gaze to him, not believing that her comrade had been killed in an instant. Smiling sincerely, the hero said quietly that his plea had been heard, and that was a reason to rejoice. The fighter received a notification that the Goblin King was very flattered by the human's insults, for which he was given a troll point. Looking fearfully at the defenseless lady, the brave man smiled slyly and told his subordinate that it was time to act. The confused girl began to call for help from her unconscious companion, but he could no longer help her. Meanwhile, Jung Min lay near the wall, which he had cracked in many places with his back. The stunned woman could not understand how the ghoul had managed to knock the big man off his feet with a single blow. The red-haired Min Chul also had numerous abrasions on his face, and his eyes remained open, but he wasn't even breathing. Looking at her wounded allies, Hwonin wondered why there was such a trap with mobs in the monster-slaying quest. She realized that they would never be able to cope, so she decided to return to the village and join her comrades when they respawned in. Smiling, Kim Chulso wondered if the fools had come here themselves to kill everyone and were now rushing to retreat. The hero's incredibly nimble assistant managed to grab the girl by the leg, causing her considerable pain. In the end, the beauty stumbled and fell to the ground, hitting her chin, but remained conscious. Spreading his arms wide, the warrior declared that the world where creatures were oppressed simply for being trolls had come to an end. He said that there would be no more quests where people were ordered to kill goblins, and they would no longer have to hide in stuffy caves. The fearless fighter called himself a messiah and asked the monsters not to be afraid, saying that he had come to this holy land for them. He shouted at the top of his voice that humans were traitors who stabbed them in the back and left them no chance of survival. The cold-blooded Kim gave the green-skinned creatures permission to kill all their enemies, because they deserved it. The young man asked them to summon all the ghouls from the village, and Heavenin tensed up, panic gradually taking over her mind. The hero called what was happening the beginning of a counteroffensive, and the crowd of monsters rapidly approached the girl lying on the ground. Meanwhile, in the city of Phoenix, two foolish but stern guards stood around, coming up with meaningless rhymes. Soon, one of the fighters began to look ahead more closely, as if he had seen something strange nearby. On the horizon, the guards noticed a huge crowd approaching, but it was unclear what it was. As it turned out, a huge horde of trolls had gained courage thanks to their new leader and decided to attack the town. The alarmed guard hoped that it was all in his imagination, but the situation was real. A huge number of slobbering monsters looked bloodthirstily at their enemies, eager to take revenge on them as soon as possible by taking their lives. They carried Kim Chulso, who asked the goblin lords to listen to him carefully before the battle began. The fearless warrior confidently declared that today the human city would be destroyed and turned into ruins. 3 hours earlier, the guy gave a motivational speech and said that the ghouls could destroy all their enemies along with him. At the same time, the noble hero asked not to touch the brunette Heaven, and then began to take slow steps towards her. He said that after her death, the lady would return to the village, where she would be resurrected, and they could not let her go so easily, because she had killed their comrades. The guy added that one member of her group was dead, the second was unconscious in reality, so there was no way to press the resurrection button. The ruthless Kim assumed that the girls didn't particularly want to experience the same pain, and she clenched her fist tightly in anger. The cunning young man said that upon closer inspection, he noticed that she had a rather charming body that could help him. He abruptly expressed his desire to ride the silent girl, who did not expect such a statement at all. At that moment, the stunned lady ran towards the city of Phoenix, carrying the proud commander Chulso on her shoulders. The daredevil warned the silly girl that her money and weapons were in his hands, so she should immediately abandon any foolish thoughts of leaving the game. Heavenin, on the verge of tears, asked him to simply return her personal belongings when it was all over, and the young man promised to do so. Inside the city, one of the panicking men cried out that the goblin invasion had begun and called for help from the adventurers. At the same time, the guild members remained completely calm and did not rush to do anything because they were lazy. The burly man in demon armor dismissed the old man's words as nonsense, and the small bespectacled man next to him laughed because ghouls were insignificant mobs. The agitated gentleman assured them that he was telling the truth and added that countless hordes of trolls had invaded the city. One of the faction members asked if the guards were not enough to deal with them, and the lady elf at the table began to think about it. The lady in the blue robe warned that if they intervened without good reason, the next dungeon schedule would be disrupted. The blonde man next to her noted the coldness in her words and asked if he would be able to defend himself if he had to. Suddenly, an eared goblin burst through the glass window, a sharp hatchet in his hands, ready to destroy everyone in his path. But at that very moment, one of the fighters, who reacted calmly to the danger, pointed a gun at its head. The blonde-haired man smiled and emphasized that ghouls had indeed come to visit them, but there was no fear in his eyes. The fighter in demonic garb said that at first he thought it was a stupid joke, but it turned out to be something else. A few seconds later, all the windows in the room were smashed, and a huge crowd of bloodthirsty monsters poured in through them. Armed with various weapons, they rushed to attack, but the Hulk was not going to stand on ceremony and used his fiery ability. He began attacking the horde of monsters with cutting flames, without even thinking of showing them a shred of compassion. The head of the new fire guild admitted that he had expected this kind of raid, but unless there were at least 100 mobs, it would be difficult for him to have fun. Deputy Leader Professor Gemin angrily said that there were far fewer than 100 enemy creatures here. Using his scanning skill, he concluded that tens of thousands of ghouls had attacked the city, and this fact was already alarming. The slobbering trolls continued to rush inside in droves and try to capture territory, not afraid to give their lives for their kind. The nervous Knight of Flames shouted, asking what this overwhelming number of enemies was, but received no answer. The members of the association were literally drowning in the advancing monsters, experiencing intense panic. The blond man with a pistol in his hands concluded that the city was in danger, but still remained calm. The leader of the Armstrong faction, Horace Philibert, asked if his comrade was going to tell him to stand aside and watch silently. Deputy Charlotte Stone, who possessed the alchemist class, replied that those were exactly the words she had prepared for him, but he was not going to listen. The summoner said calmly that unlike the ones she had seen last time, these goblins were not cute at all. Then she whispered that it was time for her and Michelle to get involved so as not to waste any time. A few seconds later, a huge white cat appeared, meowing loudly and deafening the enemies. The incredibly angry Kim Chulso shouted that he would use the wounded freaks as an example to the rest of his enemies. The fearless goblins continued to attack the city and drive people away, making them run away in fear. Two of them managed to get close to a girl who was crying as she ran, hysterically begging them not to come near her. At one point, the sorceress Gisveli tried to attack with magic and immediately killed the monster, and then was surprised that they were so weak. The beauty realized that they simply overwhelmed with numbers, and her comrade emphasized that the long-eared creatures were originally weak mobs. After that, the long-nosed creatures became very wary and began to retreat, realizing that their strategy had been figured out. The defenders of their own land began to use fireballs and release them into the enemy horde, no longer intending to stand on ceremony. Soon, a fire began to spread from the powerful explosions, which rapidly took the lives of crowds of trolls. Fired up with excitement, one of the men enthusiastically shouted that the ghouls could only be level 20 and called for their destruction. Tense, Kim Chul-so realized that the humans had begun to counterattack his horde, so he had to change tactics immediately. At that very moment, the guy did not hesitate to kneel before the great goblin, saying that their comrades were suffering and their fighting spirit had fallen below rock bottom. Being very nervous, he called on his subordinate to show his enormous strength in order to help his comrades in the difficult battle. His behavior puzzled Heavenin, who was carrying him, and she began to think about simply leaving the game. The young man asked the troll leader to join forces with him, and he smiled broadly, as if giving his consent. The victor was given a sturdy wooden club with which he could kill all the enemies in his path. Explosions continued to rock the area, much to the delight of the archers defending their city. The bald man noted that destroying hordes of mobs was quite exciting, but he did not notice that a monster was running towards him. Discouraged, the gentleman held out his hands, unable to believe that a single second could change everything. The invincible goblin knocked out the strike with a single swing, scattering the three archers in different directions. Covered in blood, it landed and stared at them, bloodthirstily, licking its slobbery tongue. Now the archers lay on the ground in pools of their own blood, which looked gruesome, and their gaze remained terrifying. Laughing maliciously, the main character exclaimed that this is what happens to those who neglect goblins, which alarmed Heavanen. Encouraged, the fighters continued to advance, having a perfect opportunity to take revenge on the humans. They began to surround their dying opponents to look them in the eyes one last time and continue to mock them. Showing not a shred of compassion, the mob began beating their severely wounded enemies with clubs and fists. The leader asked them to show restraint and said that they should attack other people, since these ones were already finished. But the bloodthirsty creatures did not listen to him and continued to have fun, showing particular cruelty to their offenders. Smiling, the brunette asked them once again to stop and continue moving forward. The vicious creatures ignored him, and grabbing Gisveli by the hair, began to drag her into a dark place. The angry fighter immediately jumped off the brunette's shoulders, realizing that he needed to have a serious talk with his comrades. Grabbing one of them by the collar, he shouted loudly, asking if the fools were going to let the girl go. The ghoul, who had gone off the rails, opened his mouth wide and began to laugh, which made his behavior even stranger. Suddenly, the scoundrel bit the main character's hand, causing him pain, but fortunately, he was wearing his other glove. The shaken young man called the trolls mad creatures that he could no longer control. The fierce ghouls began to pull the defenseless girl by her arms and hair, causing her severe pain, and Kim exclaimed that they had finally gone mad. Unexpectedly, a swordsman in a yellow robe and white pants came to the girl's aid, rushing at full speed. At first, it seemed absurd that he swung his sword sharply, but he ended up several meters away from his bewildered opponents. But after a couple of seconds, blood from the trolls whose lives had been cut short began to spray everywhere. Tense, Kim Chul-so looked more closely to understand what kind of daredevil had decided to join the fight. As it turned out, it was a stern NPC named Shin, who asked how the ghouls had made such a long journey to this place. The serious fighter asked if he knew anything about this brunette, and he lied that he had no information at all. The man who was ready to fight to the end said that he was tired of them all and wanted to end it all as soon as possible. He noted that even though the adventurers weren't giving up, there were too many enemies and it was incredibly difficult to fight them. The damage may have been insignificant, but people cannot take it forever because they are not iron robots. The wise warrior said that the longer the battle continued, the less advantageous the situation would become. Ready to rush into battle, he declared that it needed to be ended as soon as possible. But the nervous hero tried to stop him. The tense guy said that goblins couldn't just take hits either, which made his ally think. He noted that Shin had given the task of killing harmless trolls, and added that he was infuriated by people who followed orders without seeing everything with their own eyes. The furious young man began to blame everything on the fools who didn't even try to talk to the mobs and considered them trash. The blonde called communicating with them a waste of time, believing that they had nothing but greed in their heads. An angry Chulso shouted, asking what he understood at all, and emphasized that the pointy-eared creatures were no different from humans. The blonde-haired man was not going to give in to his stories and said only that the monsters were just pretending. He called ghouls creatures born in the abyss, without families or children, and said that all their words and actions were lies to deceive adventurers. At the same time, Shin said that he did not want to exterminate their entire species, as they also had a right to exist. However, the experienced warrior believed that if there were too many trolls, they would soon begin to harm the world. Their numbers had to be reduced gradually so as not to upset the balance. And this was the fighter's indisputable point of view. The serious Kim Chul-so asked him to stop talking nonsense and asked if he had thought about those who would have to die. Suddenly, Shin said that all the food in the entities was poisoned, and the alarmed hero remembered that he had previously eaten it. He agreed with this opinion, but remembered perfectly well that there were no other oddities in the poisonous goblin soup. Then he remembered how a nasty cockroach was crawling across the table in the mob's house, which Tina tried to kill with a scythe. He also remembered the moment when the young man wanted to kill the insect, but accidentally hit the toddler hiding under the table in the face. The embittered hero realized that in the game, monsters simply appear, rather than being born like children, and simply pretend to be normal creatures. Now he realized that the previously reunited family of ghouls had simply deceived him, making him look like a real fool. Serious Shin noted that now the guy had listened to him and understood everything himself, and he suddenly rushed off somewhere, gritting his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Heavenin decided that she needed to get out of there immediately while she had the chance. Unexpectedly, the demanding youngster jumped on her shoulders and, folding his arms across his chest, said that the plans had changed dramatically. Using his reliable rally skill, he summoned his loyal troll, realizing that he needed to change his battle tactics urgently. In a state of rage, the commander shouted loudly, ordering all creatures in the vicinity to listen to him carefully. At that moment, he raised a powerful ghoul above him, which looked like an ordinary old man. The young warrior shouted at the top of his lungs that they had just been spoken to by the true Messiah, whom they were obliged to obey. The foolish creatures were ordered to stop fighting and mocking the wounded people who could not resist them. At the same time, the vile trolls continued to strike their opponents, even though they were already helpless. Watching what was happening, the brunette felt real horror, because the sight was truly terrifying. The bloodthirsty monsters did not even think about stopping or listening to anyone, and Kim could not understand why they were such scoundrels. The tense young man could no longer control his subordinates as before, and this even caused him anxiety. The brave man continued to shout that they had to stop the battle, and still held the goblin above him, calling him the Messiah. Nearby, Chulso heard a man's voice asking what he was doing with the ghoul, and the young man began to assure him that there had been a misunderstanding. He called it preparation for a technique, but at that moment the chain broke and the trio fell to the ground. The calm fighter said that he almost mistook the boy for an accomplice of the mobs who had caused all this commotion. Then the gentleman ordered him to go and kill the crowd of enemies, and the young man exhaled, realizing that disaster had almost struck. The brunette looked at his subordinate, who was holding his head in pain after the fall. The angry troll began jumping up and down and waving his arms, which was a sign that he wanted revenge. The alarm master asked him not to do a suplex now and just step back so as not to create unnecessary problems. The predator did not listen to him and grabbed a cobblestone lying on the ground, but Cholso did not know what was on his mind. The angry-eared man rushed off with the stone in his hands, but nervous Kim stood in his way, trying to calm him down. Suddenly, the boy took the worried Heathen's hand, who didn't even know what else to expect from him. The angry ghoul threw a hard shard, but the scoundrel covered the girl with his body, and the shard hit her in the face. The bastard said he would never forget her sacrifice, and the girl instantly lost consciousness and stopped breathing. Throwing the lady aside, the evil brunette shouted, asking how the summoned servant dared to attack him. Calming down, he said quietly that such a trick would not work anyway, keeping his hands behind his back. He only said confidently to the slightly puzzled big-nosed man that he still had a lot to learn. At that moment, a medium-sized object flew into the sky, which was noticed by the summoner standing nearby. The lady with elf ears looked more closely and concluded that someone had thrown a regular stone into the sky. Then the lady sitting on the hill decided to cast a cold glance down to see what was going on. The first thing she noticed was a goblin with drooping ears, as well as a boy she had met last time, but she did not understand what he was doing there. The lady became very alarmed when she looked more closely and saw a red whip behind the young fool's back. The summoner wondered if the fool was using the bloody worm's tools without even removing the curse from it, which could have serious consequences. If the item was used without removing the dangerous buff, the player would get a random effect, and the summoned creature would go mad. Now the fierce warrior understood very well what it meant to strike with a whip and decided not to stand on ceremony with his subordinates anymore. At the last moment before striking, a concerned girl jumped off a huge cat and rushed towards him. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, powerful explosions continued to thunder and fires burned, which no one could stop. At that moment, the fiery knight felt the sweet taste of death, enjoying the destruction of the goblins who had come to his land. The tense Professor Yemen noted that their strength was running out, and that there were already wounded among the other members of the Adventurers Guild. The evil knight exclaimed that if they were defeated by the ghouls, it would mean they were even worse than them, but he was not going to allow that to happen. Meanwhile, the fearless Horace Philibert fired his pistols, not letting his opponents get close to him. The incredibly accurate marksman managed to make holes in the foreheads of his enemies without much effort, which emphasized his professionalism. After a while, having made his 100th headshot, he raised his boiling weapons, letting them cool down a little to avoid deformation of the barrel. The blond man thought that this was enough to stop shooting, but his imperturbable deputy asked him not to deceive himself. Calm Charlotte noted that 99 monsters had been destroyed and asked him not to treat the trolls so lightly. Smiling, Horace said that he was not going to question the vice captain's skills, but wondered if she knew how to count. The lady did not argue with him and only looked at the small ghoul that was behind her ally's back. Without missing a beat, the experienced marksman fired a bullet into the enemy's forehead, preventing him from hitting him with a club. Spreading his arms proudly, Philibert, pleased with himself, dedicated the fountain of enemy blood to the charming stone. Meanwhile, the other members of the guild continued to fight the attacking hordes of monsters, preventing them from advancing further. One of the fearless warriors exclaimed that the whole pack needed to be hunted down rather than wasting time. It was the fiery knight who gripped his hilt tightly, using his fiery ability again. At the sight of him, the long-eared creatures became even more angry, but they were also nervous, not knowing how to proceed. At one point, a goblin from the crowd dropped his club on the ground, and his legs seemed to buckle slightly. The observant Professor Gemin immediately noticed that something strange was happening to the trolls, but at first he could not explain it. Most of the ghouls felt uneasy inside and froze in place, but in the very center walked a monster with skin that differed in color from the others. The ugly creature opened its mouth wide and began to laugh, thick veins protruding from its long nose and bald head. Gemin, tense, immediately turned to the guild leader and said that something was clearly wrong here. Using his Flame Knight skill, the brash swordsman rushed into the very epicenter of danger, not intending to sit idly by. It was striking that the brave fighter activated a meteor explosion capable of destroying all targets within a huge radius. The bright orange beam was visible even from a distance of several kilometers, and it was directed straight into the sky. A few seconds later, there was an incredibly loud boom, and the explosion caused massive destruction all around. The flames engulfed most of the city and spread rapidly, but this did not frighten the warrior fighting for his land. The proud guild leader shouted that anyone who stood in his way, be it a goblin, a dragon, or anyone else, would simply die. Suddenly, he saw a leg sticking out of the blazing fire, but it was unclear what kind of creature it belonged to. Smiling confidently, the swordsman realized that he was about to destroy another undead creature, which he wanted very much. The fierce troll did not care that his body was engulfed in flames and continued to move toward his opponent. At that moment, the excited summoner ran to help Kim Chulso, who had made a serious mistake. The dim-witted brunette sharply swung the worm whip, although he had not previously removed the curse from it. The girl rushed towards him at full speed and even jumped to prevent the collapse. However, she was too late, and the thick paracord immediately touched the long nose of the goblin, who had no idea what was happening. Then something in the shape of a red tree with bare branches burst out, which looked eerie from the outside. The serious lady exclaimed that she was too late, then asked how the fool could have done such a thing. The immobilized young man nervously shouted that they had no time to stand still and asked to be released immediately. He was in an abnormal state of fainting, and foam was constantly flowing from his mouth as his eyes rolled back. The troll standing nearby did nothing but stare at the floor, but that was only how it appeared from the outside. As it turned out, the eared monster had gone mad and was now laughing frighteningly, posing a danger even to its master. The alert summoner knew that this state made it impossible to control the creature, but she could handle such a small one. Without wasting any time, she tried to attack, but was very surprised to find that her opponent was incredibly fast. She realized that the ghoul was not just a weak, summoned mob, so it was necessary to be wary of it. Unharmed, the warrior woman jumped aside and slid across the asphalt on her iron heels. Then she got to her knees, keeping a cool head and continuing to think about her next move. The woman remembered that the most dangerous thing about madness was that the troll would not even recognize its master. At that moment, the eared creature rushed to attack Kim Chulso, who was lying unconscious and motionless on the ground. But the main character was saved by the huge cat Michelle, who bit half of his body to rescue him. After that, the fanged predator spat the boy out to the side, without even thinking that he could be seriously injured in the fall. The wise lady did not stand aside and immediately summoned the bluebird with her skill so as not to abandon the youngster in trouble. The enraged goblin continued to growl loudly and lunge at everything alive, not even thinking of leaving his terrible state. Noticing that there were no more obstacles, the tense lady ordered Michelle to attack the enemy before he came to his senses. The enraged cat was ready to repel the ghoul flying towards her, so she raised her paw sharply and glared at him fiercely. But choosing the right moment, the crazed monster dealt almost 1 million damage to the predator, who began to writhe in pain. Stunned by what was happening, the summoner couldn't believe her eyes and her pupils even shrunk in size. The big-eared creature, in turn, landed on the stone surface, showing its readiness to continue fighting. The villain enjoyed the process and continued to rush around, wanting to do something else. He had no intention of stopping in front of the defenseless girl, so he lunged at her, sticking out his nasty tongue. At the same time, the stern lady did not want to surrender to the ugly goblin and decided to summon the Giga to end it all as quickly as possible. At that very moment, the earth elemental made itself known with powerful underground tremors, which alerted the enemy. The angry ghoul took a high jump and continued to roar, trying to understand what was happening. The monster clenched his fist tightly, gathering all his strength to finally deliver the final blow. Without hesitation, it lunged forward and struck the stone rock, confident that it would smash it to pieces. At that moment, numerous cracks appeared on the cobblestone, signaling its imminent destruction. The goblin tried unsuccessfully to attack the bluebird, and the lady was convinced that she had not miscalculated the damage. The lady understood that if she did not cancel the summon now, many people would suffer, so she ordered Romeo to fly away, holding Kim Chulso with his claws. At tremendous speed, the mammal began to race across the sky, leaving the distraught troll alone on the ground. The enraged ghoul viciously pounded his fists on the ground, realizing that he had missed his precious chance to deal with the humans. As a result, numerous stone fragments flew in all directions, but he did not care. In a state of rage, the monster continued to make frightening sounds and feel emotional indignation. Then he grabbed 2 identical pieces of cobblestone and clenched them tightly, but his intentions remained unclear. The cunning troll was not going to give up so easily, so he began to throw stones into the sky at tremendous speed. The cool-headed bird became somewhat wary, but continued to fly forward despite the threat. The nervous summoner asked Romeo to fly away at full speed, regardless of anything else. The loyal mammal clearly heard its mistress's command, so it obeyed, remaining focused. The goblin on the ground, in turn, did not stop and continued his improvised artillery barrage. The madman put his heart and soul into his actions and did so 100%, believing that he would get what he wanted. In order to increase the momentum of the flight, the eared creature began to throw pieces of cobblestone up in the air and then hit them with a club. He did not need to calculate the trajectory precisely, but he was already quite accurate and did well. The beautiful blue bird flapped its wings without stopping, not looking around so as not to be distracted or disturbed. Suddenly, Romeo was attacked right in the chest, causing the unconscious Chulso and the summoner to fall down. The feathers of the wounded animal began to scatter across the sky, and the hero who had previously fainted did not even know that he was in mortal danger. The stern woman sincerely hoped that the next time they met, the guy would not be so boring. With great effort, she reached out her hand to him so as not to abandon him in trouble and help him survive. The persistent lady managed to grab the fighter by the limb, and now he had a chance to survive. The warrior embraced the young man's body and held him close, which was very caring of her. A couple of seconds later, they landed with a crash, destroying several stone slabs beneath them. At the same time, the crazed goblin stood below with a club in his hands, realizing that he had managed to knock down his target in the sky. Calmed down, he began to stagger forward with his weapon, thinking of nothing, because he was deprived of his sanity. There was also a fiery knight in the city who greeted his last enemy with a smile on his face. An equally mad ghoul emerged from the fire, looking at him treacherously and wanting to deal with him as soon as possible. Clad in demonic armor, the warrior had no intention of standing on ceremony with an enemy who had come to capture his land. He decided to use the eternal flame to turn his opponent to ashes and not even let him understand anything. Alarmed, Professor Gemin exclaimed that this mob had been hit by a meteor explosion, but it had still managed to survive. Scientists cried out that this creature was different from previous enemies, so this time it was time for him to use his skills. Confident in his victory, the fighter asked him to just shut up and watch, as he believed that he would lose if he accepted help from others. Being a gifted person with an IQ of 160, Gemin did nothing but watch, and it really bothered him. All this was because the leader never let him take a step, and the resilient troll was attacked with a sword at that moment. At the same time, the monster felt fine and continued to resist, feeling no pain. A few seconds later, another powerful explosion occurred in the city, the flashes of which were visible even from a distance. Huge columns of black smoke rose into the sky, looking incredibly eerie and frightening. As it turned out, the ghoul alone managed to inflict a large amount of damage on his opponent and throw him far away. The surprised guild members couldn't believe it, but the leader had failed and the eared mob had managed to defeat him. Calm, Horace asked if Charlotte had seen what happened, and she confirmed it with great shock in her eyes. Stunned, Gemin almost fainted when he saw the maximum damage inflicted on the guildmaster. The slobbering creature was quite pleased with itself, and the professor said that the player could no longer withstand the pain signals in such a terrible case. In a state of rage, the bespectacled man shouted loudly at the faction leader, who did not hear him. Unexpectedly, the strong fighter put his hand on his small head, admitting that he had lost in this difficult battle. The completely unharmed knight asked the boy to stop crying, which caused him great shock. The stunned brunette was completely baffled and immediately asked how the strong man had survived. Smiling, the calm hero clarified that the genius had previously talked about strategy, as he now agreed with it. He calmly asked if there was a tactic for defeating a monster that dealt maximum damage with a single blow. Adjusting his glasses, Gemin replied that in such situations the plan is usually to run away, because nothing else can be done. It was said that it was impossible to defeat the goblin 100%, but it was still quite possible to strike it once. The fearless swordsman was fired up to fight after his little monologue and began to look eagerly at his opponent. Gathering his strength, the brave man firmly declared that he would destroy the crazed ghoul with the aforementioned single blow. Without any doubt in his abilities, the strong man began to attack his opponent with his most powerful techniques. The concerned professor asked him to wait for his signal and not to attack first, but the knight did not listen. He noticed that the ghoul had not suffered any damage from the guild master, and moreover could destroy any opponent with a single blow. The monster was so unusual that the faction members couldn't even assess its level, so they faced difficulties. The swordsman's eternal flame allowed him to damage the enemy while ignoring its defense, which meant that the humans still had a chance to win. The ugly creature continued to flash its teeth and not take the command seriously, but it was too early to rejoice. Pushing off the ground with its veiny hands, the snub-nosed creature moved around the perimeter so as not to become an easy target. The fanged goblin once again rushed into battle with a club that had saved him dozens of times. Jemin considered fighting such a mob to be complete idiocy, but he understood that the show-off would never retreat until he had gotten his revenge. The serious, bespectacled man thought to himself that even if the swordsman didn't succeed the first time, he still wouldn't give up. At that very moment, the focused youngster activated the professor's skill, and something resembling a mine appeared on the ground. A medium-length stem began to emerge from a small stone, which grew rapidly upward. Soon, metal objects closely connected to each other were installed around the entire perimeter. The cunning scientist was busy installing a force field, which led to the creation of his special laboratory. Then he used a skill that stopped the movement of all opponents within the radius of action for 8 seconds. Extremely serious, Yamin exclaimed that a powerful move was about to be performed, for which he was fully prepared. Everything went well, and the goblin instantly froze in midair, giving the guild leader the opportunity to strike. The swordsman thought that this time he was definitely finished, and now sincerely acknowledged that his opponent was strong. But activating his berserker ability and last breath skill, he smiled and noted that he was much more powerful than the ghoul. No longer wishing to stand on ceremony, the fearless warrior dealt nearly 500,000 points of damage to his enemy, who didn't even have time to understand what was happening. But even after that, the big-eared creature survived and still held the club tightly in his hands, posing a considerable danger. Sticking out his disgusting tongue, he began to make faces and fool around in every way possible, but did not rush to attack. Extremely tense, Jemin noticed that the enemy had moved, even though less than 2 seconds of the 8 had passed. He continued to take various actions to prevent the troll from harming the respected guildmaster. The professor used his reorganization ability, which moved all players within range, which alarmed the swordsman. The nervous scientist exclaimed that the difference in levels was too great and called the further battle useless. The angry guys shouted, asking what kind of idiots would risk their lives for some stupid game. People began to see the light and wonder why they should get involved in all this if the ghoul could destroy them with a single blow. At that moment, they all logged out and left the game, no longer willing to participate in the senseless slaughter. Laughing, Horace Philibert suggested that they also escape, and Charlotte Stone noted that he always said sensible things. Disappearing into thin air, the lady added that even if the blonde man had suggested fighting, she would not have approved. But in an instant, her eyes widened in surprise, as if something had happened that she had not expected at all. The angry lady realized that the young man had deceived her and decided to stay and continue fighting, waving goodbye to her. The system announced that in order to reduce the load on the Heaven's Gate game server after the release, re-entry would be available in 10 minutes. Before disappearing, an embittered Charlotte exclaimed that she would soon return and punish Horace. She wanted to say something else but did not have time, and nothing remained of her in space. Meanwhile, the Knight of Flame continued to smile, confident of his imminent victory. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the proud warrior said that the goblin was surely on his last breath, and little Jemin wanted him to stop now. The hot-tempered professor exclaimed that the mob's movement could only be restored once, or that the organization could only be used once per minute. Suddenly, the surprised guy looked ahead, trying to understand what was happening nearby. The equally bewildered guildmaster noticed a cobblestone raised into the sky, which looked somewhat strange. As it turned out, the fragment had been thrown at them by a cunning troll, who was still on his feet and posed a great threat. The ugly monster did not even think of retreating and continued to press on his enemies, leaving them no chance of victory. Suddenly, the cool-headed marksman Horace joined the fray, grabbing his pistols and opening fire on the enemy. Thrown off balance, the burly man with a sword in his hands froze in place, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. The serious Knight of Flame didn't even have time to react before Philibert began to press his opponent in every way possible. Scratching the back of his head, the shy blonde said that the big-eared man looked dangerous, so he decided to shoot him. Just in case, he apologized to the chief, who noted that from the moment Yemen intervened in the battle, it was already an inglorious fight. With a flash of a smile, the big guy asked the blonde-haired man not to get in his way, and he didn't even think of bothering him. The completely calm guy let the gun cool down a bit, then said there was no point in delaying. At tremendous speed, both brave men rushed to attack the still-living troll standing in one place. Jumping off the ground, the fearless Horus opened fire on his enemy's back right in the air, but he felt no pain. Smiling calmly, the blonde emphasized that this was too much, but the ghoul didn't care about his words. It was a little annoying that the monster hadn't even taken any damage, but the archer had no intention of stopping. After all, the mob was getting angrier and angrier and wanted to quickly deal with the small fry that stood in his way. But he didn't notice that behind him was a knight dressed as a demon who used a fiery attack. Resorting to an attack from behind, the cold-blooded warrior dealt 400,000 damage to the eared creature, which immediately fell to its knees. Then there was an incredibly powerful explosion, which Gemin watched in amazement, wondering how it had come to this. He did not understand why the desperate fighters did not give up, if the probability of dying in this battle was higher than surviving. Even from a distance, the brunette could see the confident smile on the guildmaster's face, who had no intention of stopping. Horace Philibert was just as calm, and the kid couldn't figure out why they weren't afraid of death. Now the troll was burning from the high temperature of the fire and screaming loudly, which emphasized the professionalism of the players. Gripping his club tightly, the enemy tried to rush forward and let out a terrifying roar. At that moment, the very frightened Kim Chulso suddenly came to his senses and also raised his voice. First, the young man grabbed his very sore head and wondered what had happened here. Then his face changed with confusion, and his pupils dilated as if something was causing him discomfort. The boy couldn't understand what the soft green thing in his hand was, but it felt very pleasant to touch. The boy enjoyed the gentle touch, while the summoner was discouraged because he was stimulating the goblins' heads. The girl with elf ears sadly noted that the hero had come to his senses, and even called him by the name she had not forgotten. Stunned, Kim Chulso immediately recognized the lady with the huge cat, and she shouted at him to stop pawing at the ghouls' bald heads. Folding her arms across her chest, the woman ordered the young man to immediately cancel the goblin summoning that had been with him earlier. The tense brunette immediately asked why he should do that if everything was fine. The angry woman pointed out that the fool hadn't even removed the bloodworm's curse when he swung at the troll. She added that while Kim lay unconscious, his subordinate had gone mad and was now destroying everything in his path. The lady asked if the kid had thought about the suffering he had condemned the earflap to, who was forced to hurt others against his will. Being persistent, the elf asked the boy to recall the creature immediately, both for his own sake and for the sake of other players. The disheartened hero quietly replied that he did not know, and his weary interlocutor did not quite understand the meaning of his words. The serious young man exclaimed that he did not have a call button, and that such a function had never existed from the outset. The surprised lady said that it couldn't be that a summoned creature couldn't be recalled. The angry Chulso shouted that he wanted to get rid of the goblin more than anyone else, and the agitated lady asked if he was afraid that the mob would suffer. The fighter asked what was wrong with hurting others without malicious intent, and whether it wasn't worse when it was done on purpose. The fierce warrior menacingly told her to worry about her own skin, because his troll did not suffer mental or physical wounds. Then he began to laugh maniacally in the summoner's face, not noticing the huge beam of fire behind him. Hearing strange sounds behind him, the bewildered guy immediately turned around and began to look closely at the sky. He saw his own goblin being attacked by powerful defenders of the city. Next, an invincible flaming knight landed, his equipment completely intact. The fierce fighter asked if the enemy was hiding something, but received no answer and continued to watch. The nimble ghoul began to run around in different directions so as not to become an easy target and to survive the fierce battle. Periodically pushing his hand against the ground, the long-eared creature jumped forward, preventing his merciless opponent from hitting him. Choosing the right moment, the long-nosed monster pushed off the wall and flew toward his opponent at high speed. Activating his eternal flame skill, the guildmaster declared that he would deliver the final blow to the restless creature, but unexpectedly, he received a notification on the red digital display that he did not have enough strength points. The fighter, thrown off balance, couldn't believe what he was seeing and instantly froze, which happened at the worst possible moment. The gloating troll swung his fist in the air, aiming precisely at his enemy's head to leave him no chance of survival. At that moment, the desperate knight let go of his sharp sword and resigned himself to defeat. The bloodthirsty monster grabbed his face tightly with its bony fingers, eager to finish him off as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Professor Gemin began the process of reorganization, trying to help his frozen comrade in some way. The nervous brunette asked in a raised voice what his ally, who had previously been constantly rushing into battle, was doing. The young man wondered why the one who had sworn to destroy the monster was now simply lowering his blade. Hitting his comrade's iron gauntlet with his fist, the professor tried to bring him to his senses and asked him to fight to the end. The young man shouted that the fiery knight must become the champion, as he always had been, but he still stood still. The boy, barely holding back tears, exclaimed that if the guild leader could not become the winner again, then he should at least not die. The crying Yemen said that they should give up and run away, and asked what kind of fools would risk their lives for some game. At that moment, the man seemed to come to his senses, but his gaze was still dazed, and he seemed to be thrown off balance. Fortunately, the big guy grabbed the kid's face and asked if he hadn't said that. If he yelled, he would definitely lose. The serious fighter told the shooter that he was leaving and warned that he would not be responsible for his death. Calm Horace noted that he was also leaving, as they were more trouble than they were worth. The slightly puzzled ally asked who he meant, remaining where he was and listening carefully. Meanwhile, a black human silhouette was visible on the horizon, lying face down as if something was threatening his life. It turned out to be a terrified Kim Chul-so, who was being chased by a huge crowd of bloodthirsty goblins. The stunned young man couldn't believe that the invincible troll had taken a whopping 700,000 damage in one blow. Biting his nails nervously, the young man realized that if the ghoul died, it would be the end for him, and he would once again find himself buried 300 meters underground. The hero decided to start by summoning his subordinate using his rally ability, which caught the attention of the girl behind him. The excited lady asked him to stop, warning that due to the madness effect, the monster could even injure its master. She suggested removing the debuff first and asked if recall was the only way, and the brunette didn't think there was another. The lady drew attention to the recent explosion and noted that among the people in the village, only the master of the new fire guild was capable of such a thing. As soon as the summoned creature's health drops to 0, the summon is cancelled, and at that moment, the madness effect is removed. The concerned fighter asked if he could resurrect the troll if it died, but the lady assured him that death would not occur. It was said that the mob would simply fall asleep and wake up immediately, since entities like him had no concept of death. Remaining calm, the lady emphasized that Chul-so could not recall his goblin, in that this did not apply to ordinary cases. The hot-tempered young man asked if she really wanted him to take her word for it and risk his life, which hurt his interlocutor. The impulsive young man cried out that he couldn't even imagine life without the troll, and added that he would rather die than be without him. His words shocked the summoner, who never thought he was capable of such revelations. She immediately remembered the happy moment when she was holding the small and very cute Michelle in her arms. Feeling a deep sense of anxiety, the woman asked herself how this could have happened. She couldn't believe that the tormented Kim cared so much about someone that he would shout about it so loudly. Unexpectedly, the sympathetic girl gently took his hand to try to calm him down and talk sincerely about everything. Keeping a cool head, the girl with elf ears apologized to the main character without any pride. The lady declared that she would never allow the young goblin he cherished so much to die and promised to save him at all costs. The embittered brunette cried out that if there was no other way, he would summon the troll right now, as there was no time left. The lady found a way when Chul-so stopped thinking of the monster as just a subject to summon and proved that it was a being with a single life. It was said that the crazed mob could be compared to a wild animal that had been abandoned to its fate. Suddenly, the woman noted that the easiest way to a baby's heart was through ordinary food. Her words discouraged the attentive young man, who at first could not believe that it would help them. The summoner was sure that it would work thanks to Kim's sincerity, and he really wanted to beat up the nimble goblin. Then the hero caught himself thinking that he had never used the skill of feeding a subordinate to lure him in. He only noted internally that the monster had run away like crazy, not even recognizing him as its master. Suddenly alarmed, Chul-so realized that he had not fed the eared creature, which clearly needed it since then. At that very moment, the tense fighter activated the troll summoner skill, which allowed him to give it a treat. Deep in thought, the guy assumed that this would bring the mob back to normal, and he simply had no other way. Without a word, the angry brunette ran off, thinking that the snotty little bastard would just have to wait for him. His concerned ally shouted, asking why he used the summoning ability if he had food. Suddenly, a drooling troll rushed past her, smelling the treat and running after the young man with all his might. The alert girl immediately turned her gaze to him, trying to assess the situation and draw some conclusions. She was somewhat surprised by the fact that a whole crowd of green-skinned monsters began to chase Kim Chul-so with flashing heels. The main character continued to move forward, thinking incessantly about his creature. But after a couple of seconds, the player noticed that one of the eared creatures he hadn't called was running right next to him. The very hungry mob licked its slobbery mouth, making it clear that it would not mind a little snack. The dim-witted brunette immediately realized that it had its eye on the fried sausage in his hands, but he had no intention of sharing. The young man was carrying a legendary sausage, thanks to which even a runaway goblin bride could return. The hot-tempered fighter sped up and shouted at the ugly monsters to leave him alone, but no one even listened to him. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to escape from the pressing crowd, but he did not give up, as there was no other way out. A nearby Knight of Flame became alert, wondering why the ghouls had suddenly gathered in a herd. Smiling, Horace, who was leaving the game, calmly said that they would be in big trouble if they didn't get out of there quickly. The warrior, frozen in shock, did not know how to behave, and Kim Chul-so was rapidly approaching him. Suddenly, the strong man grabbed the short Gemini, who couldn't make sense of what was happening, by the arm. Without warning, he threw the boy aside, causing him to scream in fear, but it was done with good intentions. The fearless swordsman quietly said goodbye to the deputy head of the guild and prepared himself for the final battle. At that moment, news of the professor's death arrived, and a whole horde of trolls turned on the lone fighter. A few seconds later, all that remained of Horace the Archer was a bright trail in space, while the slobbering monsters continued to charge forward. The hero, dripping with sweat from the tension, asked if the insolent creatures dared to leave the house without his permission. Ahead, the young player saw a crazed goblin who was his only subordinate. Calmly handing the legendary sausage to the mob, the young man said that they had no time, so he needed to eat quickly. The incredibly hungry ghoul immediately set his sights on the wonderful treat and then began to take slow steps toward his master. Nervous Cholso realized that this was the very effect of madness and noticed that the creature was seriously active. Gritting his teeth, the sweaty brunette began calling his pet a good boy, trying to pull him closer. He held the appetizing sausage right up to the creature's nose, hoping that everything would work out and it would come under his control again. The monster gradually began to stick out its tongue, wanting to finally satisfy its hunger and calm down a little after everything that had happened. In the end, the mob trusted the young man and took a very small bite, while vile saliva continued to drip down his chin. Suddenly, the rest of the crowd of green-skinned freaks interrupted the process, coming to take away the treat. It got to the point where the crazed beast was simply lost among the hungry mob, who didn't care about him. The mindless crowd of monsters hunted for the only legendary sausage, even though there wasn't enough for even one of them. The insolent creatures paid no attention to the main character and ended up trampling him, which was offensive. The very nervous young man called them vile goblins and useless scum who were led by their stomachs. Restraining his anger, the brunette began to call them a herd of greedy and selfish creatures, and admitted that Shin was right about there being too many of them. Unable to control his rage any longer, the warrior shouted loudly, ordering all the ghouls to die immediately. A few minutes later, the huge horde of eared creatures formed a tower, still hunting for the fried sausage. Still, one of the pushy freaks managed to grab the legendary sausage, which was a source of pride. From the outside, the scene looked somewhat eerie, resembling a mountain of corpses killed in battle. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rocked the area, destroying the stone ground around it. All the trolls scattered, as did the bewildered Kim Chul-so, who was saved by his rare light blue steel armor. The stunned young man did not expect his equipment to have such an unusual effect of destroying heaven and earth. At that very moment, he received a system notification that he had destroyed the ghouls who had trusted him and followed him. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, the alarmed young man began to fall freely, screaming at the top of his lungs in fear. A notification also popped up saying that the Goblin Lord was very pleased with the fighter, so he was awarded 1 point. Some of the living trolls bounced off the rocks in midair, naively believing that they could stay alive. The main character, in turn, also ricocheted off the cobblestones, constantly hitting his back and experiencing severe pain. The warrior was already resigned to the fact that he would simply be crushed because he did not believe in miracles, but it was worth doing. A few seconds later, he suddenly found himself in the arms of a fearless goblin who landed on the surface with him. The emotionless brunette merely said that his subordinate had finally come to his senses, which should have been a cause for joy. The kind-looking, long-eared creature looked at his master, who noted that if he was hungry, he could have told him about it right away. A few meters away from them, an appetizing sausage fell, which immediately caught the ghoul's attention. The troll instantly threw Kim Chulso to the ground and ran to the delicacy that made him truly happy. The brunette, thrown off balance, turned on his side and mentally called everything that was happening complete nonsense. Then he received a notification that he had successfully cleared the village of trolls and earned 350 gold coins for it. Out of nowhere, a summoner landed, shocking both the young man lying on the ground and his pet. Smiling, the lady emphasized that the cute little beast's madness had subsided, which was already a reason to rejoice. Looking around, the lady asked if the fighter would kill the rest of the goblins, and he wondered if she had come back to nag him again. Sighing heavily, the girl sincerely said that she was just worried about him, and then decided to get straight to the point. The woman asked if the ghoul's attack was because of the hero, but he said no, and she was sure he was lying. She said that the villagers must not be allowed to suffer, and pointed out that the brunette was wrong to attack innocent people. Vis-a-vis asked the guy, who was sweating profusely from tension, to just do what needed to be done, but he exclaimed that he knew that without her. Meanwhile, a serious swordsman was nearby and heard an explosion somewhere close by. Approaching the edge of the cliff, the fighter began to look around carefully, hoping to find something interesting. Looking down, he and his comrades were stunned because they did not expect to see something so mesmerizing. They were lucky enough to see a huge amount of shiny gold and property lost by the goblins, which was a real treasure. Meanwhile, in a secret room, several anonymous individuals discussed that this time the result was positive. One of the men suggested talking about the results under number 667, and his colleagues supported his idea. The gentleman, whose beard was visible even in the dark, began to note that the number 9 was always present in the total damage. It was said that even the most brutal criminals did not achieve such stunningly high scores. Someone in the audience added that the kindness inherent in the human heart could weaken the chosen being and make it uncontrollable. Everyone came to the unanimous conclusion that in any case, this was an excellent result, so there was no need to discuss it further. One of the men noted that many had to be sacrificed for this, but after a dozen reboots, a savior finally appeared. The fact that the ideal goblin had been summoned meant that the 667th of all the past ones was the most troll-like human. If he, possessing such enormous power, were to use it everywhere, it would result in disaster, so it was necessary to keep him under constant control. The stern serial firmly emphasized that for this purpose, they would use the Iscariot, which was heavy artillery. In real life, the main character sat in front of his laptop and scrolled through the newsfeed, nervously clicking the mouse. Fortunately, the goblin raid on Phoenix El Basar passed without incident, and no one found out that Kim Chulso was to blame. The guy was glad he listened to the cat lady, although he could have taken the gold himself, but he didn't do it so that the angry players wouldn't look for the culprit. The Wizard of Abundance told reporters in an interview that before he got the money, he wanted to kill the culprit, but now he just wants to beat him up. A nervous Kim complained that it had taken 10 years off his life, as some monster had led him by the nose. He also realized that the troll had caused a commotion because he hadn't been fed, but the brunette suddenly became his master and didn't know much about the summoner class. The hero decided to ask the cat lady about it the next time they met, because she was high level and could summon a bluebird. But then the young man wondered why such a successful lady would want to help him. From the very beginning, it was strange that the stranger called him cute for no reason and asked if his beast had a name. Looking at the photo, the young man noted that she was beautiful and he would like to have a relationship with her, but Cinerol looked at him emotionlessly. The young man was frightened when he suddenly saw the old man, who reminded him of his name, and he called him crazy. The stunned brunette couldn't understand what the old man was doing there and asked if he had been following him. The man noted that he could see anxiety on Kim Chulso's face and thought that he had come to him for a reason. The bewildered hero noted that his counterpart understood perfectly well why he had such an expression on his face, but was pretending not to. The reserved interlocutor emphasized that the goblin, who had caused quite a stir, was to blame for everything. The extremely tense player confirmed that this was indeed the case, but could not understand how the old man had found out about it. The bearded man said that the boy's calls would no longer have the same power as before, and of course, he was filled with anxiety. The boy asked what nonsense had come out of the man's mouth, and whether it was really true that trolls could not be eaten. There were rumors that a critical bug had been discovered in the summoner class, and technical work to fix it would begin soon. Then Cinerol stunned the main character by saying that he would like to hope that his fears were unfounded, but that was naive. The impulsive youngster asked in a raised voice if they were really going to fix this bug, but the man could not answer. A player sitting at the next computer desk suddenly heard notifications from the game gates of heaven. His friend asked what the message said, and he replied that it was nothing special, but the worried Chulso was already sweating profusely. It was said that a patch with the bugs fixed would be released in a week, which made Kim even more excited. Entering virtual reality again, the fighter sat down on the ground in the middle of a clearing from where he could see beautiful hills. The desperate hero held a small stone in his hands and thought incessantly about the coming changes. Unable to control his emotions, the trickster jumped up abruptly and threw the fragment away from himself. Next to him was a surprised goblin, who had no idea that in a week he would no longer be so strong. Grabbing his hair, Chulso wondered why these problems had fallen on him right now. It was unfortunate that his troll's incredible strength was a critical bug that the developers had discovered in the summoner class. Now the main character was completely convinced that it was all because of the big-eared creature happily jumping up and down in one spot. Gritting his teeth viciously, the guy swore to himself that he would never return to his miserable life as a bricklayer and would fight to the end. Struggling with his anger, he firmly stated that he must earn 2 billion gold by any means necessary. Soon the fighter arrived at Shin, who asked him not to get cocky because he had killed some 30 ghouls, because it looked pathetic. The angry young man clutched his goblin's nose and legs tightly, and the swordsman in the yellow robe asked him to stop fooling around. The hot-tempered brunette shouted at him to stop whining and give him the next task, because there was very little time left. At first, the blonde man looked at him with a slight smile, as if puzzled, but remained silent. The hero became even more angry when he learned from the system that in order to receive a new quest, he needed to reach level 40. Very dissatisfied, Chulso didn't even think that he would have problems with the rank, which he always considered ridiculous. It was much more effective to take on a task and receive bonuses for it than to simply deal with random monsters. After carefully examining the bulletin board, the warrior concluded that most of the worthwhile quests had already been taken. However, he saw a quest that mentioned a demon mass, for which he could earn 10,000 gold coins. The brave warrior did not hesitate and immediately grabbed the yellowed piece of paper, realizing that he was in no position to be choosy. Suddenly, the brunette saw Heavenin, who had carried him on her fragile shoulders during the earlier assault on the city. Remembering the guy, the stunned girl immediately screamed in fear and began to cry, calling him a crazy idiot. The wary hero also recognized the girl he had tied up and immediately asked her not to make him look bad in front of people. The angry adventurers were unhappy that such a crazy person was looking for tasks, choosing which one to take. People admitted that they had always considered him to be out of his mind, while the young man simply stood there with a slightly sad face and remained silent. A calm woman suddenly intervened in the argument, tearing down the notice and asking everyone to stop the commotion. A wise and elderly magician named Akure asked the young man to come to her, keeping a smile on her face. An angry Kim shouted at the old woman, asking who she was to steal his assignment, adding that he had his eye on it first. The lady calmly pointed out that he probably hadn't read the text written in very small print at the bottom. In the right corner, it was emphasized that the team for the task must consist of at least 3 people. Stunned, Chulso didn't understand this and exclaimed that he could do it alone and didn't need to drag 2 more people along with him. Without thinking twice, he pointed to Hevon, who was sitting on the floor, saying that she would be useful to him, and the girl began to worry. Then the daredevil called the gray-haired woman an ordinary old woman who was of no use. The calm lady did not intend to insist on her candidacy, but asked if the young man was sure he could handle the quest. The hot-headed boy replied firmly that there was a whole crowd of people around who would go with him instead of her. But people doubted the fool who was connected to Han Ki-moon's daughter, so no one wanted to go with him. The brunette, sweating profusely from nerves, realized the hopelessness of the situation, but he had no time for organizational issues. Realizing there was no way out, he loudly announced that he was taking the unfortunate-looking old woman with him on the mission. Then the angry fighter decided to announce the person who would take the last place in the squad and looked at the agitated Hyun Min. The girl, barely holding back tears, really did not want to cooperate with this unpleasant person, but she had no choice. The mission was accepted, and the trio was successfully assembled into a team, even though the brunette did not want this at all and became a victim of circumstances. After a short while, the fierce lady was already fighting the predators with unprecedented courage. But even during the fight, the beauty continued to cry, wondering why she was in the same group with an idiot again. Stressed out, Kim Chul-so exclaimed that at this rate, they would only complete the task by next year. The angry girl shouted back that she couldn't move any faster and made it clear that he shouldn't bother her. She noted that the furry bears were level 35, and there was no way she could destroy them all with one blow. The serious hero said that they were ordinary mobs and added that he didn't care if they reported him for summoning a bug monster. A few seconds later, a loyal goblin appeared behind the fighter who could destroy the entire mob in one fell swoop. Concerned, Heavonen did not understand what was happening around her and whose help the unpredictable ally had decided to use. The bloodthirsty troll immediately rushed to attack the crowd of predators who at first did not take him seriously. But suddenly a fiery flame appeared in front of him, which slightly confused the monster, but he did not panic. It was the work of an old woman using a fireball, but an angry Kim asked her to stop getting in the way. One of the bears growled viciously, making it clear that he did not like what was happening. Immediately, the nimble ghoul grabbed it by the chin with his bony hand, dealing 1,000,000 points of damage. Ultimately, after a couple of seconds, the animal fell to the ground with a crash, giving its fellow bears pause for thought. Satisfied with himself, the long-eared creature landed calmly and began to look at his enemies, showing his readiness to launch another series of attacks. Terrified, Heavonen recognized the goblin and screamed in fear, tears streaming from her eyes as always. The trembling girl asked why the creature was here again, and the hero replied that it was a monster he knew how to summon. After these words, the beauty calmed down and was now very surprised, looking more closely at the troll. The brave man called himself the master of the ghoul, capable of killing with a single blow, so he asked his allies not to interfere and to step aside. The enthusiastic goblin began to dance on the spot, ready to follow the young man's every command. He began to move forward, and the two assistants followed the silent Chulso, who was thinking about what to do next. Curious, Heavonen asked her grandmother how she started playing Gates of Heaven, but she didn't even know what she was talking about. Then it dawned on the lady that it was the name of a computer game, and she replied that she had become interested in it because of her husband. The delighted brunette called the situation romantic and very sweet, but there was not even a smile on Okre's face. The beauty asked her counterpart to tell her more about her husband and wondered what class he played. At first, the woman did not answer because she was trying to formulate her response while remaining calm. Their conversation was interrupted by a goblin who began to smile when he noticed something interesting right in front of him. The brave hero smiled and said that they had stumbled upon the mask of a demon, which was a monster necessary for completing the task. Heaven, who was tense, thought it would be just an accessory, but everything turned out completely differently. The worried girl asked her grandmother not to come too close, and she held her hands out in front of her. The worried woman opened her sad eyes and stared ahead, as if something was troubling her soul. The lady remembered her sick husband, who was angry that the couch took up too much space. She told him that electromagnetic waves were bad for his health, but he lay there all day in his virtual reality glasses, simply because he was bored. The caring Okre cut up some apples for her beloved husband and asked him to eat a little. She was happy that the government had given the elderly a special device to pass the time. Her grumpy husband asked her to leave, but once inside the game, he was very surprised, as if something unexpected had happened. His wife joined him, borrowing the virtual machine to play with him, and was delighted with the scenery around her. The man noted that she had even spelled her name incorrectly and was behaving like an old woman, while she was surprised to see her initials written above her head. The elderly lady felt very comfortable next to her beloved and wanted to spend as much time as possible with him, but he did not seem to appreciate it. OK Ray blushed and noted that his nickname was quite scandalous, which made her smile. At that moment, she was standing in front of a demon mask, a warrior who was several times taller than her and posed a great threat. Hiding behind an accessory, the old man stared menacingly at the elderly woman, who was not afraid of him at all. Alarmed, Heavonen exclaimed that it was too dangerous and advised the grandmother to move aside. The merciless monster swung his red sword sharply, intending to wipe the pitiful old woman off the face of the earth. The toothless grandmother apologized, saying quietly that young people should help the elderly. Then, without further ado, she used her mage skill and began to form a special sphere with both hands. At that very moment, a bomb of darkness was aimed at the huge enemy, and then an explosion thundered, which was supposed to confuse him. Shocked, Kim Chul-so exclaimed that it was very cool and admitted that the old woman could really beat anyone. After that, the serious OK Ray started to run away, but the brunette didn't even notice. Unexpectedly, the demon mask stuck to the face of the main character, who did not expect such a turn of events. What was happening caused even the goblin to feel intense tension, which was expressed by the appearance of sweat on his face. Alerted, Hwon Nin couldn't understand what had happened, but assumed that the inconspicuous old woman had killed the enemy. The girl noticed that the elderly lady was leaving with an unknown man, leaning on him so that he would not fall. Walking beside her was a level 39 warrior with a rather long and strange nickname. Soon the brunette realized that the old woman was acquainted with the long-legged monster, but behind the mask was an ordinary person. It became clear that the woman had decided to use the young fighters to save a loved one. The concerned troll couldn't find a place for himself while the girl was simply pondering what was happening. Slightly puzzled, Hwon immediately turned around because she couldn't understand the reason for the goblin's unusual behavior. At that moment, the lady looked up and became very alert, but did not rush to draw any conclusions. In front of her, she saw Kim Chul-soo, who had turned into a demon with a demon mask on his face and a huge belly. In a state of horror, the blue-faced girl screamed at the top of her lungs that she hated such plot twists. The frightened girl began to run away, deciding to retreat tactically in order to think about her next move. In a state of rage, she screamed that everything was infuriating her, while the monster relentlessly pursued her, wanting to slam her face into the ground. Soon he managed to reach the tips of his fingers to Hwon's hand, which had turned blue with fear. The warrior lady began to slip and almost fell, but she continued to maintain her coordination with all her strength. She immediately crouched down sharply and took a step to the side, and the hero bumped into her and almost flipped over in the air. Unexpectedly, the demon mask flew off his face, and he himself was thrown off balance and remained in a stupor. The wary brunette wondered if it was possible not to finish off her opponent, since it was enough just to inflict damage. For a moment, the damaged artifact hung in the air, as if choosing its next victim. The concerned lady knew that it would be the player closest to the one it had previously targeted, and that was her. The inexplicable creature turned to Kim Chul-soo, asking him to figure everything out, but he couldn't make sense of what was happening. The young man kneeling on the ground complained of severe nausea and was angry at the demon mask that had dared to stick to his face. The angry fighter shouted, asking why the goblin was running away instead of saving him, and caught himself thinking that he had seen something he shouldn't have. A new appearance appeared on the matured Hwon, whose arms and torso had grown significantly stronger in just a couple of minutes. The harmless-looking boy stood aside and pondered what was happening, not yet seeing who his ally had turned into. Without warning, the warrior lady pinned him against the wall, but he asked her not to behave like that, reminding her that they were friends. Unexpectedly, the strong girl with a demon mask on her face punched him in the stomach, causing the boy to cough up blood. The tense hero instantly took advantage of the goblin's call, but even he did zero damage to the enemy. Sweating profusely from nerves, Kim concluded that the black artifact was controlling the player, completely enveloping his consciousness. The young man ordered his subordinate to attack the accessory on the girl's face in order to bring her to her senses. The fearless monster immediately grabbed a sturdy club, while his opponent aimed her fist at his long nose. In an instant, the mask began to slip off the face of the surprised Hwon, who could not control herself. Soon, the shocked brunette was completely freed, and it even seemed that it had all been a short dream. She was suddenly thrown aside and screamed loudly in fear, but no one could help her. Panicked, Chul-soo exclaimed that the object was flying toward him again and asked the troll to do something about it. Unexpectedly, the mask crashed right into the ghoul's nose and bent it, but all this had terrible consequences. The disheartened goblin froze in place, trying to figure out what was happening, but he couldn't. Unfortunately, the object chose the goblin as its next victim, who was unable to prevent it. In a state of incredible fear, Chul-soo ran headlong, hoping for salvation. Ahead, he saw Okirei carrying her exhausted husband, which looked very caring on her part. The angry fighter shouted at them to get out of the way, and the tense woman told the fool not to come near them. The young man did not like the fact that the pitiful old woman was talking to him in such a tone, but there was no time to sort things out. Looking closely at the gray-haired man's nickname, the young man noted in his mind that he had met him somewhere before. Soon it dawned on him that it was the nickname of the player who had been wearing the demon mask earlier. It indicated that the wearer loved the toothless Okirei, who was currently carrying him on her back. Stunned, Kim concluded that they were brother and sister, but the embittered lady called him an idiot, saying that they were husband and wife. Now the brunette understood why the cunning old woman had gone with him on this mission, and he concluded that she had simply deceived him. He threatened that if they got out of there alive, he would simply kill them, as he did not want to forgive such a thing. After that, the trickster rushed forward, leaving the elderly guard behind, and the mask was getting closer and closer to them. Suddenly, the exhausted old man woke up, complaining of dizziness, but his wife was no better. The devilish object suddenly flew into the face of Oak Ray, who was no longer caring for her husband. Unexpectedly, the lady threw the man to the ground while he continued to say that he felt very ill and that death was imminent. The alarmed hero turned around and was very surprised because the mask was originally aimed at him. The worried gentleman raised his head and did not look at the face of his beloved, who was behaving very strangely. The surprised old man did not think about it at all, but his beloved Oak Ray was also affected by otherworldly forces. The alarmed old man exclaimed that unlike young people, they would die after such an experience and would not even be able to move afterwards. The main character did not like his words very much, hearing in them a hint that he should be the one to wear the mask. The young man asked who plays games at such an age and noted that the man was making a fuss because he had been under control. He couldn't understand why older people would get so into such a dangerous game in the first place, since it could even cause a heart attack. At that moment, the nervous Haewon and the loyal goblin rushed to Kim Chul-so's aid, and he immediately recognized his servants. The breathless girl asked why he was so fast, and the young man was initially surprised that she was still alive. The fighter said that the old woman had tricked them because she wanted to take off her husband's mask and put it on them. He had originally planned to take revenge on her when they got out of there, but now the devil's object had attached itself to the old woman. The discouraged lady asked if her ally had thought about becoming a troll, and he asked in bewilderment what nonsense she was talking about. His counterpart noted that the monster he had summoned was incredibly strong, so she asked if the hero wanted to become the same. The pensive brunette noted that lately, the eared one had not been listening to him and was not acting as he would have liked. Then Haevonen asked what she looked like with the demon mask on her face, and the young man noted that she looked like a crazy lady. The angry girl yelled at him, and Chul-so said that she scared him because she suddenly became huge, and even her muscles began to bulge. When a person put on a mask, they began to look like the person they wanted to be. And she loved sports, but it was difficult for her to gain muscle mass. Her grandfather was short, and if he had complexes about it, that explained why he became huge. Tired of what was happening, he began to apply the same logic to Oak Ray, and Haewon thought about it with him. The trembling old man asked his wife to wait a little longer, but she stood still, not harming anyone. With tears in his eyes, the gentleman gritted his teeth viciously, loudly declaring that he would save his beloved right now. The young people realized that the grandmother wanted to have a child, as her belly had grown to an impressive size. When they were young, the couple was periodically disappointed by the doctor, who said that the lady had again failed to conceive. The lovers began to hold hands, and the doctor advised them to give up on the idea, causing them great emotional pain. Sometime later, the man picked a daisy on the street, thinking incessantly about the bad news. He asked his wife, who was sitting next to him, not to frown so much because their life did not end there. The gentleman said that some people have difficulty conceiving, and it was not her fault, but she did not feel any better and continued to cry. The young man hugged his beloved, saying that they would live well together and that there was nothing wrong with not having a child. The brunette added that one day he would be his wife's disobedient son, and the next she would be his daughter, and that would be enough. Smiling, the guy asked if such trifles really made his beauty cry and tried to cheer her up. He asked his charming lady not to cry and promised that he would take care of her like a baby for the rest of his life. At that moment, Kim Chul-so suggested that his ally leave while she still had the chance, because the mask was moving too fast to kill her. Alarmed, Hwonen asked him to stop, saying that they couldn't just abandon an elderly couple like that. She couldn't move or speak of her own free will when she was under the influence of the mask, and since they were in the dungeon, they couldn't just leave the game. The girl couldn't even move her little finger, and she only felt anxiety because she didn't know when the horror would end. The persistent lady suggested saving the old people, since today's grandfather was in such a terrible state in this place. The mercenary boy didn't even listen to her and continued to move forward, while the stunned girl asked where he was going. Behaving recklessly, the young man asked if his partner would give up the demon mask for the sake of these two unfortunate people. The lady said that the item could be destroyed, but Kim Chul-so replied that it was very difficult and advised her to leave as soon as possible. Smiling, Huonan knocked him down, saying that she would take the reward for the unique monster all by herself. Her words greatly surprised the main character, who was fond of jewels, and he froze in place. The beauty said that the enemy was not that difficult to kill and asked the young warrior to take a closer look. It was said that since it was so difficult to destroy, the amount of experience points and bonuses would be on a completely different level. The clever girl managed to hook the fish, as the internet, with sweat on his face, began to weigh the pros and cons. At that very moment, the fighter, fired up with excitement, summoned a goblin who was ready to carry out any of his orders. The mysterious young man smiled and alerted the summoned monster, slightly tightening the thick paracord in his hand. Anticipating potential rewards, the young man really wanted to kill the mask and make good money from it. Concerned, he even asked what kind of whip he had in his hands and noticed that the troll looked restless. The impulsive Kim Chulso ordered her to sit quietly and watch, because now it was the only way to destroy the enemy. The hero once again took up the cursed whip of the bloodworm, whose madness greatly improved the summoner's abilities. Striking the eared creature on the back, the stern warrior said in a low voice that if he was going to play, he was going to play big. The deeply alarmed brunette watched the proceedings from the sidelines, fearing that it could turn out badly for them. With a flash of a smile, the fighter said that he had hit the jackpot, as he had received the fragility effect, which increased the damage he received. Looking at the red-faced ghoul, the young man promised to give him a delicious sausage if he killed the demon mask on Okeray's face. But unexpectedly, the enraged monster pounced on him, greatly frightening Chulso, who screamed in fear. Nosadic grabbed his master by the hair and he tried to push him away, saying that they needed to move in a different direction. The tense hero could think of nothing better than to use his throwing skill and hurl the mob away from himself. At that moment, the bony creature flew up and turned over in the air, not quite understanding what was happening to him. A few seconds later, the goblin landed near the alarmed man, who was desperate to save his wife. Wasting no time, the mad troll flew with both feet straight into the demon's mask, which was supposed to knock it off. The nervous gentleman, who was sweating profusely, did not expect this to happen to his wife, but he still stood there, doing nothing. He immediately rushed to Okaray, who had fallen to the ground, regained consciousness, and began to complain of severe nausea. She exclaimed that she was perfectly fine, but warned that if her husband approached, the artifact would attach itself to him again. Experiencing severe stress, the old man realized that the cursed accessory was flying toward him again and froze in place, completely confused. At the very last moment, the caring Heavenin came to his aid and pushed him sharply to the side. The serious lady asked the old man to leave with his grandmother, saying that she and Kim Kulso would figure everything out somehow. Her heroic act caused great surprise to the gentleman, who froze in place as if struck by lightning. Without wasting any time, he rushed to his wife, who was sitting on her knees, realizing that she was still feeling unwell. Offering his shoulder, the tense husband began to pull his beloved toward him, saying that they needed to get out of there immediately. The inspired hero was ready to fight to the end and confidently declared that this time he would not let the unique monster escape. The crazed goblin was rapidly approaching Heavanen, whose face was once again covered with the insidious creature. Without further ado, the predator lunged into the attack, opening its mouth wide, which looked very impressive from the outside. The girl turned back into a pumped-up bodybuilder with strong arms, and her abs were hard enough to crack nuts. Without much effort, she grabbed the bony ghoul by the arm, not allowing him to leave even a scratch on her body. The merciless warrior tried to break the spine of her struggling opponent, but did zero damage. Alarmed, Kim couldn't believe that the girl had not only dodged the troll's attack, but also struck back. Like a soccer ball, the big-eared creature was thrown to the ground, but he struggled to get up, unwilling to give up so easily. What was happening made him even angrier, so the mad monster began to show his readiness to fight again. The cold-blooded lady with a demon mask on her head raised her long leg above her head, preparing to trample the frightened little creature. She did everything to the end and showed no mercy because she was under the influence of a unique creature. The force of the blow nearly knocked the troll's eyeballs out, but he still suffered no damage. The main character thought the attack was very strong and even feared for the summoned monster while the old men were leaving the dungeon. At the same time, the young man noticed that something was definitely different this time, so he watched Heavenen's actions without stopping. Although the goblin was in a state of madness, he could not hit the brunette, which was an alarming sign. The girl was strong and did minor damage, but her movements were unusual. She continued to mercilessly beat her opponent, punching him into the wall. But this only delayed him. Drenched in sweat from shock, Chulso always thought that his ghoul was very strong, but the demon's mask also proved to be formidable. The crazed mob struggled in every way possible and tried to break free from his opponent's clutches, which soon began to work. The concerned brunette didn't know what to do, but he still stood in one place and simply watched the fight. Unable to contain his emotional outburst, the young man shouted loudly, wondering why everything was happening this way. The elderly couple, in turn, continued to move forward, trying not to breathe in the heavy dust around them. The alarmed man noticed that the cave was beginning to collapse, so it was necessary to speed up urgently. Realizing that they would not make it out in time, the knight in armor hugged Ok-Ray, who was walking beside him, tightly. The frightened woman did not understand what was happening, and the brave man covered her with his body, hoping that he would be able to save her. Now he remembered who had promised to take care of her like a child for the rest of his life, even though with age he had begun to forget what he should not have. The Lord understood that his beloved wife must have been incredibly lonely, since she had come to this place and found him. He sincerely said that he was very sorry that everything had happened this way, and meanwhile dust covered them from head to toe. In turn, the dissatisfied Kim Chulso was buried under a pile of cobblestones and called the situation sucks. He was called by an excited Haiwan, who had freed herself from the mask, and he exclaimed that it was all because of her. The girl said that she could see the main character's hand and asked him to try to move it. She added that there was a mask under his limb and expressed hope that he would be able to damage it in some way. The brunette asked if his ally meant to say that he was not the only one unable to move. The fighter tried in every way to grab the sweating monster, threatening that his end was near. But due to his limited mobility, the guy only inflicted minor damage, although he did scare the creature quite a bit. After a few seconds, the artifact completely cracked and began to emit a red light, as if dissolving into space. In the end, the demonic object simply crumbled into tiny particles, no longer posing any danger. Smiling Heaven, whose level had risen by 3 ranks, said that the battle with this monster was more like a game of tag. Still lying on the ground, Kim Chulso asked where the promised reward was, as he was now at rank 41. The dissatisfied young man continued to grumble, and the system wrote that a unique summoning item, namely a demon mask, was lying near his hand. Being very nervous, he told himself that he had to take it immediately before someone else stole it. Suddenly, the brunette lying under the rubble heard strange sounds that seemed familiar to him. As it turned out, it was still the crazed goblin, who jumped right in front of the sweaty guy's face. The nervous young man caught himself thinking that he had completely forgotten about the eared creature in need of liberation from its difficult condition. At that very moment, he activated the goblin feeding skill, picked up the legendary sausage, and began to call him over. It was very difficult for the tense fighter to interact in any way, as the cobblestone was pressing on his limbs. The guy couldn't understand why the creature wasn't running towards him and assumed that it was so dark here that it couldn't see him. A mad ghoul appeared very abruptly in front of his face, one eye hanging down, which looked very scary and disgusting. The frightened hero wondered if all this had happened to him because of the heavy effect, but there was no time to think. The monster approached him closely and began to pressure him psychologically, but the brave man, although he was afraid, tried in every way to calm down. The goblin began to transform into an incomprehensible monster, resembling a long worm, which was hard to believe. At that moment, panic completely overwhelmed Kim Chulso's mind, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, not knowing what to do with himself. The goblin continued to gloat and laugh, because human fear brought him pleasure. Alarmed, he even asked what was happening and why the hero was behaving so strangely. Suddenly, the young man clad in armor was thrown away, receiving 1,000,000 points of damage. The girl was shocked by what she saw, while the young man broke several piles of cobblestones with his back. The young fighter spent about a minute in flight, but soon he was in for a far from soft landing. Meanwhile, the worried elderly couple was also stuck in the rubble and hoped they would be able to get out. Seeing bright sunlight ahead, the lovers realized that the heavens had opened up above them, and they could now leave the dungeon. Alert, Heaven looked around, hoping to see another ally still alive, one who had fallen victim to the madman's clutches. Suddenly, the girl heard a rustling sound directly in front of her, and looking there, was thrown off balance. In front of her stood a green-skinned goblin who was looking at a demon mask lying on the ground. After a while, the stern Chulso asked if it was true that the girl simply couldn't leave the artifact behind and had therefore taken it. The angry fighter shouted that she would pay for this and ordered her to take it out first, but the girl didn't know how to do it. The agitated brunette said that she had taken the unique item to give it to Kim later, but she didn't even know that it couldn't be exchanged. The angry guy continued to yell that as soon as the goblin's madness passed, he would immediately set him on her. Calming down, the lady noticed the old man holding a bag in his hand and said that it was all he and his wife had. Surprised, the hero looked more closely, trying to understand what the old man was getting at. The man apologized and thanked the brave man for his help, and made the exhausted Oak Ray do the same. The hot-tempered kids said that whether they would agree or not would depend on how much money was inside. An angry Hyaman shouted, asking if the scoundrel was going to take the last thing the old couple had. The completely calm grandfather said that he and his wife would stop playing this game, and the shocked lady listened to him in silence. The inspired man decided to throw away the virtual machine and spend more time with his beloved, who was very pleased to hear this. A satisfied Kim began to brag to the girl that the couple had paid him to save their lives, since they were quitting the game anyway. But Heaven quietly whispered to the elderly couple that the in-game currency could be exchanged for banknotes, and the hero was angry because he couldn't hear anything. Patting the gentleman on the shoulder, the lady said that they just needed to quit the game now and hurry up while the kid was trapped. Chulso, feeling angry, shouted loudly, asking what they were doing there, and was infuriated by the fact that no one was paying attention to him. In the end, the trio began to leave, sticking their tongues out at the boy as they went, and the brunette even took the demon mask with her. She also said that the goblin's madness had long since passed, which provoked unbearable rage and cruelty in the guy. After a while, the warrior returned to the calm NPC Shin, who noted that with the achievement of the 40th level, he had become a very useful adventurer. He added that the fighter had become stronger, but he still had a long way to go, and the stern young man wanted to punch him in the nose. Smiling, the blonde said that now he could tell him a secret, which sounded quite tempting. Turning around, the man suggested taking a walk, but the angry kilometer shouted at him to give him a task immediately instead of wandering the streets. The swordsman admitted that he had been looking for a quest like this for a long time, and the hero began to wave his goblin, eager to hit him in the back of the head. The experienced warrior asked if the young man had heard about the great war between humans and monsters, but he only called him a bastard. It was said that the bloody battle ended in victory for the humans, and the defeated monsters were banished to the dungeon. Thus peace reigned in the human dimension for a long time, and everyone could live their lives in peace. However, the harmony did not last long, because the humans, having no one to fight, began to harm each other. At this moment, the main character and Shin entered a strange room where it was very dark. The perpetually dissatisfied young man asked where he was and how this related to the task he wanted to accomplish. The experienced fighter held a bright torch in his hands and at first walked forward silently, ignoring the young man's words. The completely calm blonde man came to the conclusion that the existence of monsters is necessary for people and showed the monster living in a cage. Discouraged, Kim Chul-so called it unbelievable that there was such a terrifying creature in the town that could cause trouble. Throughout human history, people had only joined forces when a common enemy appeared, so monsters were indispensable for preserving peace. The stern Shin said that war would soon begin, and in order to prevent it, he had to make an important choice. He said that even if many people died because of it, the decision had to be made to prevent even greater casualties. The hero asked why his opponent had taken on a burden he could not bear, and what was so important that even the dialogue could not be skipped. Throwing the torch to the ground, the NPC asked the young man to listen carefully so that he would be aware of everything. The cold-blooded warrior said that he would once again arrange a massacre between humans and monsters, and the hot-tempered hero asked him to simply give him the task. He noted that it would be a difficult path and asked if the young player wanted to join him. This time, the young man was given a choice, so he began to think about whether to agree or refuse. Smiling, the young man realized that in order to get the quest, he had to choose the first option. At the same time, the curious boy was interested in what would happen if he gave a negative answer, so he put his finger on it. Shin, who was extremely serious, asked the hero to think again, sincerely saying that he needed him, and this continued constantly. Kim played around for a few minutes, but soon the stern swordsman began to draw his katana from its sheath. He firmly stated that he would make the boy join him, even if he had to use force. The stunned brunette called him crazy and exclaimed that he was just joking, then agreed. But it was too late, because the blonde man did not forgive mistakes and immediately struck him, forcing him to jump several meters forward. Knocked off balance, Chulso noticed that he wasn't hurt at all, even though he had been hit by a level 70 character. Common sense told him that a fighter couldn't defeat Shin at rank 40, and he remembered the battle with the golem with a scripted defeat. In case of defeat, the only choice was to join, so the fearless youngster began to taunt his opponent. A goblin armed with a club appeared behind the young man, but he told him not to kill the NPCs because they were just pretending to fight. The reckless troll used his stone-throwing skill and threw it at his opponent, ignoring his master's request. The enraged Chulso shouted that he had asked him not to do that, but the ugly creature did as he pleased, as always. The tense young man turned to the blonde man, who had fallen to the ground, and asked him gently if he was okay. There was a hole in the center of the stunned man's chest, and he couldn't believe what had happened. Barely breathing, the warrior emphasized that the young man had become incredibly strong and had delivered an extremely powerful blow. A few seconds later, he began to dissolve into thin air, and the disconcerted brunette called the situation idiotic. The nervous owner ordered the troll to rush to the boar immediately, while he himself remained standing in place and watched the situation unfold. It was a level 34 scorpion, which could often be found in the desert near the ruins. But he was interrupted by the wizard John, and the hero himself realized that there was huge competition here, because he didn't even have time to kill the monster. The embittered fighter had no intention of stopping at some arrogant mage who thought he was a god. The task was now impossible, and there was very little time left before the patch was released, which made the situation even more difficult. Gritting his teeth, an extremely nervous Kim realized that soon the time when he could enjoy the goblin's power would run out. The fair-haired wizard worked tirelessly with his staff, using various techniques and maintaining his focus. At one point, his face was shocked and sweaty, as if something had gone wrong. Someone had managed to get ahead of him and deal a fabulous amount of damage to the scorpion, stealing his moment of glory. The angry wizard asked in a raised voice, who dared to eliminate the target right under his nose. The hot-tempered man shouted at the insolent kid to know his place, but he didn't care about his words. In a state of rage, the hero activated combat mode, and the frightened man said in a trembling voice that he was talking to himself. The serious hero, whose level had risen by 3 steps, said to himself that he was wrong. Even though he had been clearing locations for several days, he hadn't earned even 1,000,001, so he had nothing to be proud of. Killing monsters paid very little money, and he needed a multi-billion-dollar prize like after neutralizing Geiger. Kim Chulso's life was supposed to change completely with the appearance of the goblin, but everything remained the same as always. If he got a summonable creature that could kill everyone with one blow, he would only waste his time in a worthless region. The patch that fixes the bugs takes a long time to come out, and in the end, the hero lost everything without having time to do anything worthwhile. The tired young man thought that someone was putting a curse on him, and behind him stood an opponent with a brick in his hands. Seeing the notification about the activation of the RK mode, the guy wondered what the hell this was. Before he could turn around, Kim was struck in the back of the head with a rock, causing him to fall to the ground unconscious. After a while, the brunette woke up and screamed at the top of his lungs, overcome with a sharp and very strong fear. He was sitting near a fountain with a completely calm Sinril, who asked if he was really a babysitter for the kid. The serious young man did not expect to see him again, but the old man said that he had healed him and saved his life, so he deserved respect. The gentleman asked who the young fighter had been fighting with, since he had lost consciousness in such an unusual place. Shocked, Chulso couldn't believe at first that he had really been knocked out, since he couldn't remember anything. But soon he remembered the moment when a message from the system appeared in front of him about the activation of the RK mode. The angry player stamped his foot viciously on the ground, shouting, wondering what scoundrel dared to attack him from behind. The embittered brave man asked the goblin bathing in the fountain to follow him, saying that the guilty person must repay his debt. The imperturbable Sinril asked how he would find him if he didn't even know who had attacked him and whether he had done anything to make enemies. Then the gentleman added that if that wasn't the case, then no one else would attack him without a good reason. He noted that in this game, it was not possible to steal money or items from other users, so there was no benefit to such actions. Thoughtful Kim Chulso suggested that it could be Han Ki-moon, who had long harbored a grudge against him. The old man said that an important figure would certainly not stoop to a simple beating, so he could guarantee that it was not the head of the knights. The wise man advised him to forget about revenge if there were no suspects, but the impulsive brunette couldn't calm down so easily. Unable to contain his rage, he shouted loudly, asking why all kinds of nonsense always happened to him. The old man advised the young man to think about what was happening before his eyes and asked if there was nothing he should be doing right now. The bearded man reminded him that a bug-fixing patch would be released soon, which made the young man very anxious inside. But he managed to pull himself together. Realizing that the troll swimming with the fish would soon come to an end, the fighter decided to put it off until later. He needed money, and the task he had to complete to get it was his top priority, which led him to an important realization. Encouraged, Kim asked if Shin was dead, and the calm Sinreal replied that the NPC would be resurrected in its place. An enraged Cholso couldn't understand why he was telling him this only now, and his imperturbable counterpart replied that they had only recently met. Suddenly calming down, the young man called his interlocutor deceitful, and he once again reminded him of his real name. The warrior asked if he could earn 2 billion before the patch was released, and the old man gave a positive answer because his mob had enormous power. The big-eared one could be called stronger than that, but in the dungeons, power alone was not enough, as there were also variables. It was said that clearing the dungeon could take a whole week, and the man did not know how much time the daredevil would spend on it. The annoyed guy clenched his jaw tightly and asked quietly if this was really the end of his journey as a player. Clenching his fist, the tense fighter called it incredibly stupid to miss such a wonderful opportunity. Unable to hold back his tears, the upset young man admitted that ever since the patch release date was announced, he knew it was the end for him. Since he had a bug-summoned creature, he was going to farm with it until the patch was fixed. But the snotty kid couldn't even reach the high-level dungeons, and without a powerful troll, he would be nothing. Suddenly, the cunning Cineral activated battle mode and gave Kim Chol-so a good slap to bring him to his senses. The stunned brunette shouted, asking if the old man was tired of living, since he was allowing himself to get out of hand. The extremely serious man ordered him in a raised voice to pull himself together immediately and turn off his wimp mode. The sage shocked the young man even more by saying that if he gave up now, no one knew what would happen to the Everton Guild. Even at that moment, the faction was trying not to lose in order to prove that they had not won in the hidden dungeon, thanks to the hero. They wanted to make it clear to everyone that they were self-sufficient, so time after time, the magnificent fighters prevailed. The creature that needed constant support was referred to by the members of the organization as an ordinary rival. Suddenly, the stern gentleman declared that it was not the goblin, but Kim Chol-so himself who was Everton's main opponent. He asked if even after that, the young man, who was thrown off balance, still considered himself a nobody without a summoned monster. Hearing no answer from the boy, the merciless old man slapped him again, but he immediately shouted for him to stop. The young player immediately collapsed and fell to the ground, trying to collect his thoughts and continue on his way. At that moment, the slightly sad brunette called the man standing in front of him Sanreal, wanting to say something else. The elderly man was very surprised that he had called him by name for the first time, rather than mispronouncing it as he had done before. The boy's cheeks reddened slightly, and he thanked his sincere ally, who had not abandoned him in his time of need. At first, the wise man experienced an even stronger shock, but then he calmed down and felt warmth in his soul. A noticeable smile appeared on his face, and he perked up, realizing that he had done a good deed and restored the boy's self-confidence. Shaking hands, Cineral asked if Kim now regretted what he had said, and he asked him to shut up in a raised voice. Meanwhile, a happy Catherine Lee told viewers on her stream that her goal today in Heaven's Gate would be not to get a level from any monsters. With a smirk, the beauty noted that she was just a mage, and observers considered this a real challenge. Some people thought they heard the girl use bad words, but she giggled and assured them that she knew some. The lady said she would try to fight a monster known for its lightning speed, because the mission was worth 10,000 points. Without wasting any time, the warrior lady set off on her quest and found herself in the middle of the desert in a couple of minutes. Joyful Catherine noted that the world around her was wonderful, and there were no enemies here, so she could relax. But behind her was a man who said that if she was looking for something other than this hunt, she had come to the wrong place. The bristly sleeping mage noted that this was the land of death, so there were no players or monsters here. He said that there used to be peaceful hunting grounds here, where many people gathered, and called it a happy time. Then he said that one day he appeared and exterminated all creatures, but the surprised Lee couldn't figure out who he was talking about. Suddenly, the shadow of an approaching scorpion loomed over her, which could crush her into the sand forever with a single blow. The very frightened girl noted that the target was even bigger than she thought, and the stranger continued to tell his story. At that very moment, the giant was attacked and received an amount of damage incompatible with continued life. The mission to defeat the lightning-fast monster was accomplished, and the mage noted that all monsters that are reborn immediately become victims of legend. The blonde man said that if the beautiful woman didn't like something, she could complain to the person in question, who wasn't hiding or running away. The excited lady immediately looked in the direction he was pointing to, understand who he was talking about. On the horizon, the frozen lady saw two black silhouettes, but she couldn't make out their faces from a distance. As it turned out, Kim Cholso was standing on the sand at that moment, deep in thought, and she recognized him, while Sonreal was sneaking up on him with a brick in his hands. The old man showed no mercy and hit the boy on the back of the head with the brick, causing him to collapse unconscious on the ground. The stunned girl couldn't understand why the man had cold-bloodedly attacked the main character from behind. For the first few seconds after the maneuver, the man examined the body lying in the dust. Looking more closely, the tense Catherine noticed that she had seen this man somewhere before. She even became convinced that she had seen the bald old player before, so she decided to delve deeper into her memories. Soon the beauty seemed to see clearly and remembered Sinreal, whom they had met a long time ago. It was he who had sold her and her team information about the hidden dungeon where they later encountered Cholso. At that time, the guys happily accepted the information from the knowledgeable man and anticipated that they would soon become rich. At the same time, the young lady still could not understand why the seemingly kind man was attacking the boy. Even more puzzling to her was how these two ended up in this place, and how the bearded man grabbed the boy and started to run away. Concerned, Lee became even more worried about the young man, but she understood that she could not help him from a distance. The extremely nervous butler contacted her, noticing that the stream had suddenly been interrupted and asking what had happened. The girl said she had a request for him and stated that she needed someone who was ready to conduct surveillance. The determined lady agreed to any price and said she needed someone who could do the job quickly and efficiently. Meanwhile, the calm Cinerol advised his young ally to save up some money, considering it important. The hot-tempered young man replied that he wanted to do that himself, but did not understand how he could earn $2 billion, given that the patch was coming out in 3 days. The serious man straightened his palm, making it clear that he would slap him again for whining. But a couple of seconds later, he was lying on the ground with bumps on his head, and the brave young man noted that he had only allowed the fool to hit him a couple of times. The pained old man said that people should be allowed to finish what they had to say, adding that in a short time, one could earn a maximum of 2 million won. The perpetually dissatisfied kid asked what he could do with such a small amount, adding that it would only be enough to make soup. His counterpart replied that this would be his savings for preparation, because he could only win the lottery if he bought tickets for it. Smiling, Sinreal said that the kid didn't have much time, so now was the time to rely on luck. Soon the boy was standing in the central pavilion of Phoenix City with a cardboard sign saying that he was ready to clear any dungeon for 1,000 gold coins. But those around him only wondered who this fool was, who thought himself an experienced player. One of the fighters asked the fool not to talk nonsense about being some kind of turbo gamer. The brave man advised him to try going with him to the dungeon at least once and promised to return his money if he couldn't clear it. His confidence made no impression on his interlocutor, who considered him a nobody. The archer asked if the kid could clear the Duke's great library, while the mage Seonvli and the priest Popak giggled behind him. The fearless warrior had no idea what it was, but he grinned and declared that he would be victorious. At first, the trio looked at him with slight confusion, thinking they had misheard him. A couple of seconds later, the guy started crying with laughter, saying that the kid had just watched too many space battles on TV. The experienced fighter noted that Kim, with his level 44, wouldn't even be able to enter the library, and the hero asked him to leave. Wiping his eyes, the stranger said that there was one dungeon he wanted to go to, so he decided to use the services of the brave man. He said that if they couldn't clear it, Cholso would have to return everything, after which the brave man reluctantly agreed to the deal. The archer noted that level 46 was recommended to clear it, which was unrealistically high, but he wanted to level up quickly. In reality, the scoundrel just wanted to watch the hero fight from afar and gain experience from him, and then get his money back after losing. Thus, the cunning scoundrel became stronger, without making any effort whatsoever. The fighter who had unexpectedly offered his services disappeared somewhere, which alarmed the trio waiting for him. But the guy was no fool and decided to simply run off with their money, laughing at them and saying that he didn't believe a single word his interlocutor had said. In his mind, a delighted Kim noted that Sinyo was indeed cunning because he had given him a very good idea. The enthusiastic young man earned almost 40,000 in 2 days, which was a pretty good result. Suddenly, he received a goblin point from the Goblin Lord, who was delighted with his talent for swindling. The daredevil did not understand why he needed all this, since the troll he had summoned would soon become useless. Not wanting to waste time, the hero simply scrolled through the notification to get rid of it. In front of him stood a silly-looking long-eared creature, drool dripping from its mouth as usual, veins protruding from its nose. At first, the young man looked at his pet in confusion, because he didn't understand what it wanted from him. The emotionless owner gently pushed him away with his foot, calling him a fool and asking him to move aside. Late at night, an ordinary man left the establishment, sadly saying that today he was very unlucky. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Kim Chulso, who was wearing light armor, which he immediately disliked. The tense stranger said that if someone bumped into someone else, they should apologize. But the main character didn't care, and silently continued walking forward, causing the man to be confused. Shatton noted that the fool had completely lost his mind and added that his behavior could not be due to winning at gambling. As it turned out, the sensible Cholso had won several bags of gold coins from him earlier. Soon the brunette visited an NPC named Beniro, who immediately said that he had never seen him here before. He warned that one attempt costs 100 and offered to show the customer today's goods. The first prize was the legendary gloves of the Lion King, who was an enemy during the Great War between humans and monsters, but was distinguished by his courage and strength. The second prize was a pair of boots with an effect that replaced dashes with short-distance teleportation. Next was a very rare ring of the Guardian God, which gave the owner a body of steel. The delighted young man declared that he was going to spend 34,000 and wanted the last lot more than anything else. The beer-drinking tough guys did not expect to hear such a thing, and one of them said that it would be fun to watch. But at the same time, they found it funny to watch the fool who was going to bet all his savings at once. Kim was wary and couldn't understand why they were picking on him, while the man sitting behind him kept his eyes on him. Taking the bag in his hand, pink-haired Beniro smiled and said that the bet was accepted, after which all that remained was to enjoy the process. Without wasting any time, the man grasped the black card with patterns on the back with 2 fingers. Then he slammed it down on the table, still not revealing what was drawn on the front. But soon the delighted hero began to watch the exciting yellow rays emanating from the ticket. Soon the owner of the establishment laid out all the cards on the table, and the guy had 10 attempts at the lottery. The gambler reached out his hand, hoping to hit the jackpot and go home in a state of ecstasy. Unexpectedly, someone present stopped him, asking him to wait a moment, which was a little strange. An angry Kim exclaimed that it was his money, and the bald man told him to calm down. The stern stranger said that everyone was watching him and expressed hope that he would not spoil everyone's fun by turning all the cards over at once. He also urged the wary brunette to take a close look at Beniro, as if that meant something. The gentleman emphasized the pink-haired lottery owner's signature self-absorbed pose, but the meaning of this was unclear. Another visitor said that newcomers were unaware of this, but the owner adopted it to hide his facial expressions. The youngster was asked to notice that Beniro twitches every time a person moves the cards and knows what is drawn on them. The big guy added that this was the second time in his life he had seen a man shake like that, which meant that the kid had won. The stranger emphasized that the card in the boy's hands was promising and everyone knew it, but it was not worth believing the first person who came along. At the moment of maximum tension, the hero clenched his jaw tightly and, with sweat on his brow, reached for the lottery ticket. But it was just a broken and completely useless wooden branch, which was considered shameful. The angry fighter immediately asked what the bully was talking about when he mentioned pulling Beniro, but he looked away and replied that it was all part of the fun. People shouted that this was only the beginning, because he had spent only 1,000 out of 34, so there was no need to worry. Calming down, the guy said to himself that he still had enough money, so he could continue. But all 10 cards turned out to be worthless junk or empty, and this began to annoy the young man. Banging his fist on the table, the angry player handed over another bag of gold and ordered another 10 tickets. The second time was also a complete failure, but he was not going to give up as he was eager to hit the jackpot. Thus, Cholso bought another dozen cards, believing that this time he would make a splash at the establishment. Nothing worked out, and he continued to waste gold coins, becoming a laughingstock for those present. Unable to contain his anger, the brave man grabbed the pink-haired Baniro by the scruff of his neck, and a whole crowd of burly men tried to calm him down. The exhausted hero realized that he only had 10,000 left, so it was risky to continue playing. He hoped that this was a real lottery and not a small scam, but suddenly someone interrupted his thoughts by putting a hand on his shoulder. Shaitan whispered to the young man that it was worth believing in superstitions when he was unlucky, but Kim no longer wanted to listen to him. The brave man pushed the fool away and asked him to leave him alone, but the card was still lying face down on the table. At the same time, the extremely tense player caught himself thinking, what if this really was his unlucky hand? The daredevil decided to break the streak of bad luck and stunned everyone present with an unexpected call from the goblin. The nervous host sat the big-eared man down at the table and asked him to choose any ticket, hoping that this time everything would work out. But the fool just made a mess, for which he was called a crazy moron who was only capable of waving his arms around. The brunette exclaimed that a strong man should have been chosen, but he jumped to conclusions too quickly. The alert bald man noticed the card that had fallen on the floor, as if sensing something unusual about it. He also noticed that Baniro's expression had changed significantly, and his hands were shaking violently, which was a sign. Kim, covered in sweat, froze in place with his eyes wide open, realizing that everything could change right now. The hero, holding the troll by the neck, wondered if his first coveted jackpot was lying on the floor. People began to notice that the horribly sweaty Baniro even began to whistle nervously, as if nothing had happened. Smiling, one of the strong men emphasized that God was on the side of the young brother, who clearly deserved it. It was only the third time he had seen the owner make such an expression for free, and the quick-tempered Chulso suddenly asked him to shut up. The stern-looking fighter began to look at the card lying on the floor below, hoping that it would bring him something good. According to Sinrol, if the hero knocked out the Lion King's gloves, he could sell them and cover all his debts. The guy knelt down and stared straight at the lottery ticket, creating intrigue among the people around him. Everyone present watched what was happening with tension, without saying a word. The brave man mentally noted that second and third place were worthless, so he only needed the top prize. Keeping a serious expression, the daredevil abruptly lifted the card up, holding it with 2 fingers, still not knowing what was on it. As expected, he was lucky enough to knock out Kana's lion gloves, which shocked everyone in the establishment. The young man himself was initially very surprised and looked at the object, not believing that all this was really true. The expensive artifact had as many as 8 stars and was also called a thing of vanity. The stunned crowd noted that the gloves were even rarer than the actual first-place prize, and that no one had ever seen them before. An angry Kim shouted at them to stop deceiving him, noting that it was just useless junk and not at all what he needed. Folding his arms across his chest, the burly man calmly pointed out that the young man clearly didn't play much Heaven's Gate. It was said that in one game, a purse with no effects was sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars simply because people thought it was cute. The tense young man asked what kind of fool would buy such an item that doesn't even do anything. But people spent a lot of money on personal care and fashion, considering it an integral part of life. Plastic surgery, although very expensive, had become a common purchase for those who wanted to change something about themselves. The very attempts to achieve beauty created man, which is why people were willing to spend millions to upgrade their style. Sweating profusely, Chulso asked if he had really hit the jackpot and wondered how much the object of vanity in his hands cost. The guy nervously asked Baniro to say something, and he noted that the chance to win a special prize was like winning first place. The hero, thrown off balance, thought deeply about what was happening, realizing that everything everyone around him had said was true. The owner of the establishment immediately emphasized that the item he had won could not be exchanged, as it was extremely rare. He had seen people spend millions and still not be able to get it, after which an angry Kim began to turn into a ferocious beast right before their eyes. The enraged fighter called the lottery owner a scoundrel and ordered him to immediately give him cards worth 10,000 gold. After a short while, the brunette grabbed his head and stared at the floor with wide eyes in shock. The young man couldn't believe his bad luck, not even winning the third-place prize. A terrible realization dawned on Chulso that he had just wasted 34,000 coins. Realizing that he could get more for 1,000 gold coins, the young man opened his inventory, but suddenly his hand trembled. The surprised big guy behind him pointed out that Kim had already received a special prize and didn't need to go so far. The crazy kid exclaimed that he had come to sell rare blue steel armor, and in that very moment, he was left in his underwear. The tense people were curious about how much such equipment was worth now, so they decided to ask. One of them, sweat on his face, inquired about the price the young warrior had decided to ask. The hot-tempered brunette shouted to make offers, asking why the buyer should do so. Suddenly, a completely calm voice from the crowd offered a whole million gold coins. An inconspicuous man with a long cloak on his shoulders began to walk toward the young man, and everyone around was shocked. Discouraged, Kim Chul-so also couldn't believe that a stranger had offered so much money for his equipment. For a few seconds, the tense young man looked at the blue card in his hands, carefully considering everything. At the same time, he understood that if the blonde man had offered $1 million to someone who was trying to get rid of the armor as soon as possible, then it was clearly worth even more. The nice guy, Ju-ho, fixed his hair and offered to agree to the asking price, confidently saying that the equipment was worthless anyway. The man asked the confused youngster to just sell him the item, but he was very nervous and didn't even say a word. In the end, after a few seconds, they began the trading process using a digital scoreboard. Looking more closely, the hero noticed that his counterpart had slipped something other than money into a special compartment. The dissatisfied fighter immediately concluded that the stranger was trying to cheat him and said he was a busy man. The gentleman noted that the young man was not a connoisseur at all and explained that he was offering him a rare item, a beating dragon heart. Those around him could not believe that he was talking about an epic loot from the red monster Lormus. Judging by the reaction of the people, the main character could conclude that the item was indeed valuable. Calm Ju-ho noted that he was paying the young man for the time he would spend melting the artifact. Tired of wasting time on chatter, Chul-so asked him to accept the terms of the trade so they could finish as soon as possible. Suddenly, the deal was canceled, which completely discouraged the young man, who could not understand the reason for this. The gentleman apologized, explaining that he had accidentally pressed the wrong button and suggested trying again. Extremely tense, Kim was ready to press the blue button at any moment, nervously waiting for the item to appear in the cell. In his haste, the young man did not even notice that this time the trickster had placed ordinary strawberries in the box. Having taken the naive boy's expensive equipment for a song, the blonde man began to disappear, smiling and thanking him one last time. The bewildered boy did not understand why his opponent had instantly left the game, which already seemed suspicious. At the same time, the hero said that this situation did not concern him and decided to examine the dragon's heart he had received. But looking more closely, he became very wary, noticing something wrong with the item. Stunned, Chul-so gradually came to realize that the buyer had simply deceived him. The people around him began to laugh loudly at the naive kid, whom the stranger had tricked with ordinary strawberries. It was said that there were many people here who had lost their money, so it was an ideal place for scammers. Everyone began to disperse, saying that the armor did not look like it was worth 1 million gold pieces, and that one should be wary when a youngster made such an offer. The bearded Hulk put his hand on the hero's shoulder and asked how many of those present, including him, had won anything in the lottery in his opinion. He immediately said that no one was lucky enough to hit the jackpot, and they were all stuck here, watching others and waiting for their inevitable loss. The man added that when they thought he had actually won something, everyone must have been thinking the same thing. The envious ones maliciously hoped that the kid didn't get any nice bonuses, but that was not surprising. The bald man noted that none of them wanted to congratulate Kim at first, and then asked him to look around. The gentleman advised the boy to take what had happened as a lesson and not to come here anymore, and then left the room. A goblin standing nearby grabbed the leg of the owner, who was deep in thought, trying to lighten the mood somehow. The angry hero ordered him to let go and wanted to destroy everything around him to calm down somehow. After a while, the young man took off his virtual reality glasses, wanting to take a break from the game. Gritting his teeth, Chul-so threatened to kill all the bastards who dared to stand in his way and deceive him. Suddenly, 2 laughing men appeared in front of him, and one of them asked how he would pay them if he was sent to prison for breaking the law. The agitated guy, sweat pouring down his face, said that he had already paid off all his debts to them, so he didn't understand what the problem was. The blonde man grabbed him by the ear and said that the insolent man had paid only $200,000 and decided to forget about the rest. The frightened brunette exclaimed that he would pay them back everything, which attracted the attention of other players. He suggested talking outside, and a few minutes later, the big guy was punching him in the face while his buddy stood guard. The haggard young man asked them to stop tormenting him and promised once again that he would definitely pay back all his debts. The blonde creditor clenched his fist again, calling him a funny kid, but he had no intention of stopping. The man noted that if that was all he wanted to say, he would have just called, and then punched the young man in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Stunned, Cholso immediately lost his coordination and fell to his knees, finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. The debt collector admitted that he had come because he was stupid and had stayed too long, so he deserved a good beating. Lifting his leg, the blond man asked the fool not to move, threatening to simply break his fragile bones. Defenseless, Kim covered his head with his hands and hoped he would be lucky enough to avoid a concussion. But in an instant, he opened his eyes and was shocked to see that his enemy's sock had not yet hit his head. At the last moment, the fearless Sinarul came to his defense, covering the young man with his back. The bewildered collector asked if the man was blind, since he dared to so brazenly interfere in their fight. His crazy friend asked if they should get rid of the old man too, and the blonde-haired man called him an idiot and yelled at him. The cold-blooded man with a brick in his hand said that the creditor should pay a hefty sum. He added that they shouldn't mess with his dear friend, so he considered it compensation for moral damage. The enraged gangster did not stand on ceremony and immediately punched the old man in the stomach, not intending to bend down to him. The elderly gentleman fell to the ground and began coughing from the dust, and the agitated Kim Cholso immediately asked if he was okay. Picking up the wad of cash from the ground, the criminal called the man funny for threatening someone with a brick like that. But looking closer, the blond man realized that it was not a piece of stone at all, but a whole stack of cash. He realized that the old man had come to pay off his friend's debt, and he had complained of severe back pain. The shocked hero couldn't understand why Sinarul had decided to pay off his debts. The stern old man said that if the collectors had come here just for the interest, they could take the stack of cash and simply go home. The blonde-haired man instructed his friend to count the bills, and he reached for them with hands sweaty from tension. Smiling, the bandit asked the old man who he was, because he had known the guy for many years and he had never had any friends. Getting up from his knees and dusting off his pants, the reserved man asked if this money was enough. He believed that he was not obliged to answer his opponent's question, which was somewhat unnecessary in their situation. After that, the gangster said that they only wanted money and that he didn't really care whether Sinarul was a friend or a lover. His ugly friend soon finished counting and said that there were $100 bills in the wad, but he was called an idiot. The process had been going on from the very beginning, and the tired blonde asked if the fool was going to count all day. Before leaving, the collector smiled and turned to Kim Cholso again, wanting to say something to him one last time. Glancing at the frightened young man, he asked him to be kind to his friend, who had saved him in his time of need. At the coffee shop, the old man learned that the young man had borrowed $100,000 10 years ago and now owed a whopping $2.3 million. The man asked what the hero meant by mentioning his parents' debt, whom he had never even seen. The young man admitted that he had lied because he would have been incredibly pitiful to others if they had found out that he had turned to loan sharks. The calm gentleman asked if he had tried asking his relatives for help, but the impulsive Kim immediately slammed his fist on the table. The brunette said that he was an orphan and had been bullied a lot because of it, so for him it was an even greater debt than any amount of money. His interlocutor asked what he needed $100,000 for and how he was going to spend it, but the answer did not come immediately. The wise Sinarul was sure that the naive young man was gambling, and the only collateral he had was his own body. Now the old man understood why the fighter did not leave the high-level dungeons, and that was why the possibility of losing his goblin strength frightened him so much. Keeping his cool, he asked what the young man, who still needed money, was going to do now. The young man replied that he would do physical labor, and sadly added that his life was no different from being locked up in a low-level dungeon. The boy called himself an ordinary goblin, but the old man noted that it was too early to give up, as he was strong enough. Kim Cholso placed a can of soda loudly on the table and thanked him for his support, which was very important in a difficult moment. The hero said that he was indebted to Sinarul, no matter what it cost him, because if it weren't for him, he would have been beaten half to death. The elderly gentleman emphasized that the young man was too quick to throw around big words. Then he decided to clink glasses with his young friend, asking him to drink up, but as it turned out, the youngster had already drained the can. On the day the patch fixing the bugs was released, Kim was in the game and agreed with the old man that he had made good progress in mining ore. The fighter now believed that it was too early to give up just because he had lost the goblin, since his strength was already so great. The eared troll seemed normal to the player, but even though he had become a low-level mob, he continued to laugh. A crowd of people nearby began to laugh loudly at the youngster, considering him disgusting. The young man did not find this surprising, since he had been cheated earlier and was now left without equipment. Fortunately, the boy had not sold his rag armor, so he immediately put it on, even though it was useless. From now on, Chulso could no longer rely on the summoned creature and realized that he would have to fight on his own. To begin with, he decided to open the status window in order to gather all the strength he had. First, the boy wanted to distribute his characteristics, but the blonde behind him suddenly started to run away, loudly calling him crazy. Previously, the goblin had taken all the fighting upon himself, but now the brunette had to consider the damage he would receive. The hero decided to level up his health and spend a few points on strength in case he had to engage in close combat. The fighter had decent stats for an assassin, and his agility stats remained very high. Next, the young player decided to buy a weapon that would suit his current stats, but he had almost no gold left. Sweating with nerves, the guy remembered that he had lost all his money in the lottery, and with 20 coins, he wouldn't even be able to buy a stick. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight, remembering once again the gambling establishment, but his plan was unclear. At that time, the Adventurers Guild included the mage Roy, who was honored to join forces with the famous Revenant, dressed only in his underwear. He was a player who had reached level 47 using only basic attacks, but he remained taciturn. The wizard said that one person had given them a task, so all that remained was to find a third fighter for the squad. Chulso, the Lion King, who was wearing rare gloves on his hand, happened to be passing by and offered his candidacy. Tense Roy immediately recognized the unusual item, and the young man smiled, saying he didn't want to show off. The friendly mage asked the hero to join the group, then introduced him to Revenant, who was the leader of the squad. Soon the small team entered the Red Canyon, where there were beautiful landscapes and very clean air. The smiling ally noted that it was not necessary to be on guard all the time, and he addressed these words to the tense Kim. It was said that the difference in level between them and the monsters here was very high, so they would not attack them. The hero couldn't help but be nervous, because Kana's lion gloves were just a vanity item, and all of its stats were 0. The young man had not attempted to clear dungeons without a goblin since he had been mining ore, and all his equipment had become useless. Polite Roy asked if the young man had originally chosen his specialties to be of some use. The brunette asked if there was no information above his head, and his counterpart replied that only his level was indicated there. This meant that hidden classes were not visible to other people and were literally secret. Then Kim Chulso wondered if the silent Revenant had reached the 47th rank without changing his specialization. Scratching the back of his head, the shy young man wanted to say something to his new ally, but circumstances prevented him from finishing his sentence. Very unexpectedly, a sharp spear stuck into the ground a meter away from him, which was already an alarming sign. Frozen in place with fear, the player couldn't understand what was going on, because earlier the mage had said that monsters don't attack first. As it turned out, they had encountered minions who attacked any monsters in their field of vision until further orders. Angry Chulso immediately realized that they were being attacked by his now useless goblin, whom he had summoned and told not to fool around. The wizard standing behind him was curious about what kind of troll this was, and the hero was just about to say a few words about him. The group leader wanted to feed the ghoul, but Kim said that he had changed classes, and all he could give him was the ability to summon one earwig. The guy started saying that the mob used to be strong, but it turned out to be a bug, although he always wondered why the goblin was so powerful. The young man added that a patch had been released today, and all the summoner bugs had been fixed, and his sweet life was over. Chuckling quietly, Roy asked where the young man had heard about the special update for the game. The hero replied that a good friend had told him about it, but he didn't quite understand the point of the question. The polite wizard emphasized that his friend was mistaken, and meanwhile the monsters began attacking with spears. It was said that the list of bugs fixed in today's patch did not mention the Kim Chulso class. A multitude of sharp projectiles hit the troll, eating a sandwich right in the back, but he took no damage. The player, thrown off balance, couldn't believe what he was hearing, and his face was suddenly smeared with dark blood. Soon the warrior reached the old man, who, in fear, began to admit that he had indeed miscalculated and given him incorrect information. The slightly agitated young man said that there was no need to apologize, as if it meant anything to him. The strong troll held Cinreal upside down over the cliff, and the brunette threatened that his end was coming right now. The man sincerely begged for mercy, emphasizing that the goblin was fine now, but the young man still hadn't forgiven him. The hero struck the old man, saying that as soon as he thought about how much time he had lost because of him, he immediately realized that even killing him 100 times would not be enough. For a few more seconds, he continued to torment the elderly gentleman, who was screaming at the top of his lungs, hoping that someone would save him. Still, the young man lifted the old man and threw him onto the surface. And he, as always, began to complain of back pain. With sweat on his face, the tense Cineral began to look at the young man, no longer knowing what to expect from him. But suddenly, the young man reached out his hand to help him up, as if he wanted to say something. The hero knew perfectly well that the good-natured man did not want to harm him, so he did not hold a grudge against him. Smiling sincerely, Kim Chul-soo decided to turn a blind eye to everything and added that if a friend asks for forgiveness, then you need to make peace. His unexpected statement came as a great shock to the old man, who at first looked at him silently. Realizing that the boy considered him a friend, the old man emphasized that he was just spending time with him. Shaking his hand, he said that he had noticed how Kim was playing the fool, and the boy told the goblin to hang him by his feet again, but it was sarcasm. After a while, the man in the business suit was drinking coffee in one of the city's establishments, enjoying the peace and quiet. At one point, he glanced out the window and saw the main character walking nearby, lost in thought. Like an aristocrat, the gentleman decided that it was time to start implementing their joint plans. The prudent Cineral decided to use the young player's goblin powers for the gates of heaven. But unexpectedly, the guy was hit by a car traveling at medium speed, which looked very scary from the outside. The old man, blue with fear, almost spilled a cup of hot coffee on himself and didn't even know how to behave. Very soon, the hero was taken to the hospital, where the nervous gentleman endlessly asked the doctor if everything would be all right with the young man. The specialist asked if he was the boy's guardian, and the extremely serious Cineral immediately gave an affirmative answer. The doctor said that Kim was lucky because he was hit by a car and got away with just a few scratches, and the X-ray of his head showed no problems. It was said that the young man would be able to leave the medical facility as soon as he regained consciousness. After that, the specialist left the old man alone with his unconscious friend, and he immediately sat down on the couch. The tense gentleman told himself that he should have kept a closer eye on Chul-soo because he was strong in the game, but offline he was just an ordinary person. Suddenly, the strong young man began to come to and slightly move his fingers, making soft sounds. Opening his eyes, the young man, who was experiencing a headache, first asked where he was. His shocked friend couldn't believe that he had woken up so quickly, but it was true. For the first few minutes, the main character remained extremely distracted, but gradually recognized his old friend. Snarled tense kept his eyes on the young man, who suddenly asked who he was. Returning to the game, the polite young man asked his grandfather if it was true that they had been close friends before his amnesia. He also gently held the cute goblin in his arms and smiling apologized, noting that he didn't remember anything at all. At the same time, the young man was sincerely grateful to the elderly gentleman for his help, while the old man mentally called what was happening a horror. The old man believed that there was nothing terrible about losing one's memory because it was reversible, but Kim Chul-soo's character had completely changed. Judging by the troll's negative reaction, it could be concluded that it was not just a change in his master's behavior. The pensive Sinul examined the young man incessantly, trying to draw some conclusions about his condition. At one point, the eared creature simply jumped out of the hero's hands, near which a burly man in iron armor suddenly stopped. The stern bruiser called the kid a fool and asked where he was staring, because the little guy had bumped into him with his shoulder. In response, the boy just smiled and apologized, and the surprised stranger advised him to be more careful next time. Soon they arrived in the desert, where Cyril asked the fighter to make the ghoul attack the scorpion, but he replied that he could not do so. The old man tried to remind the hero that his minion had defeated countless enemies of equal strength, which greatly surprised him. Alarmed, Kim Chul-soo reluctantly asked the goblin to attack the enemy, but he was very frightened and unsure of himself. Slightly saddened, the ghoul only touched the scorpion's paw with his club, dealing only 100 damage. Stunned, the gentleman immediately fell to his knees, simply unable to stand on his feet. He couldn't believe that the strongest goblin summoner had turned into a rag doll that couldn't do anything. The fearless player was the savior who was supposed to fulfill Iscariot's dream, but everything went completely wrong. In turn, the huge monster was not going to waste any time, so he swung his sharp claw. The confused minion was about to be turned into mush, but unexpectedly, the main character covered him with his back. The astonished minion did not expect such a turn of events, so he stared at his master with wide eyes. The enthusiastic and very polite young man called him a friend and asked if he was all right. His excessive kindness caused even the little animal to gag, and it vomited right on the spot. At that moment, the cold-blooded Cinnarol used his warrior skills and grabbed his weapon, realizing that he needed to take control of the situation. Without even thinking of retreating, the brave man rushed into the attack and instantly cut the huge scorpion in half. Stunned, Kim Chul-so asked if his friend had really killed the powerful monster with one blow, and he asked him not to fuss. The speedsters had powerful attacks and quick movements, but because of their poor defense, they were easy to kill for players who knew where to strike. It was for this reason that the desert was so often used for leveling up, even though it led to fighting over the camp. Hugging the goblin again, the brunette said that it would be better for everyone to be friends. And the old man noted that he did not expect to hear such words from him. A stranger peered out from behind the rock and said that, of all people, it was the hero who could defeat any creature in this territory. The bewildered young man looked at him silently, and the blond man asked him to look him in the face and repeat what he had said. The worried young man froze in place with his eyes wide open, and something seemed to turn over in his soul. In a raised voice, he said that he had already met the sleeping magician somewhere, but he couldn't remember where. Clutching his head, the guy suddenly fell to his knees and started screaming that he had definitely seen the man before. The enraged man shouted that he was the chief dwarf from Catherine Lee's team, whom the boy had met at the very beginning of his journey. Scratching his long beard, the thoughtful Cinnarol remembered that this was one of the three fools to whom he had given information about the dungeons. The gentleman thought to himself that restoring the young man's memory might be even easier than he had thought. The young man, in turn, continued to annoy the blond man, trying to remember his name and coming up with ridiculous phrases. The cunning old man realized that if he threw Kim Chul-so into another hidden dungeon and recreated the moment when his life was in danger, he would remember everything. Coughing into his fist, the completely calm man drew attention to himself, preparing to say something. He said he had urgent business to attend to, so they would meet later in the city, which greatly surprised the brunette. The old friend was not going to waste any time, so he continued on his way, lost in thought. He was shocked by the fact that the hero abruptly took him by the hand and suggested they go together, although before he would not have cared. The nervous old man repeated once again that he was very busy and that it was none of the kid's business, so there was no point in persuading him. Smiling sincerely, the boy asked if something was bothering him, since he had been frowning the whole time. The grateful boy emphasized that the old man had saved his life, so now it was his turn to help him. The angry gentleman shouted at him to stop talking nonsense and asked if he even knew what he needed to do. The clingy kid pulled him toward him, unwilling to let go, while the angry old man tried in every way to break free. The old man even tried to push him away with a weak kick to the stomach, but the annoying kid just asked him to take him with him. The stern Cinnarol needed to contact Iscariot and get information about the hidden dungeons, but the fool was holding him back. This was the only way he could restore Kim's memory before it was too late, but he couldn't talk about it. The confused sleeping mage asked them to pay attention to the man next to him, but he said everything was fine. Suddenly, the elderly man became very alert because a man with a familiar voice addressed him. As it turned out, it was the angry Inhyuk from the darkness, who asked if the scoundrel wanted to die, since he was not responding to his messages. Brushing aside the annoying Chul-so, the gentleman first said that he did not expect to see an assassin here. The fighter noted that the scoundrel was at a terribly low level for a busy person, and he replied that he worked better with his head than with his muscles. The old man asked if the shadow hunter had completed the procedure for mastering his second specialty in the hidden dungeon. The serious warrior replied that, unfortunately, they did not have time to celebrate their meeting and needed to get down to business. Looking sternly into his counterpart's eyes, he said that Patton Annihilator and Ji-yun, the harbinger of death, were in danger. Lying on the ground, the worried hero said that the names mentioned seemed quite familiar to him. He mentally noted that the guy in the robe looked strong and that he would have no chance in a fight with him. Cinnarol asked cautiously if the two members of the faction were as strong as Inhyuk of the darkness himself. The guy didn't know all the details and only had 3 messages he received before the connection was lost. First, he had to gather the Evident Guild, including the leader, and although the others were already on their way, he couldn't bring the head. It was also said that there were level 100 monsters in the dungeon, which caused great shock and tension for the experienced old man. Holding his hands behind his back, the man called the warriors fools in his inner voice, not understanding how they could have gotten themselves into such trouble. With a slightly trembling voice, the bearded man asked if their last message was really their last words. The assassin unexpectedly replied that they were asking him to bring the fool on Earth with him, and Ji-hyun even said that it was the most important thing. Shocked, Sinril believed that the harbinger of death had made a logical decision, because she had seen the brave man's strength with her own eyes. Although Yin-hyuk was rude, he expected a lot from Kim Chul-so, because it was thanks to him that the guild had been able to level up all this time. But at the moment, the unconscious young man was completely useless for accomplishing the difficult task. Meanwhile, the fighters were in a difficult situation inside the dungeon, from which they could not escape. Their enemy was the cursed, reanimated 100th rank armor, which was practically impossible for them to defeat. With a heavy sigh, the tired girls said that their opponent had passed by without noticing them. An angry Patton noted that they had been unable to escape for 2 days, so he considered it foolish to hope for survival. Grabbing his sword, he suggested trying to fight the monster, hoping that at least one of them would survive. The reserved lady emphasized that one of them would surely die, but she couldn't let that happen. She added that it was too late to give up, and if they waited, help would surely come. Meanwhile, a surprised In-hyuk asked from the darkness if this was really the Kim Chul-so he knew before. Nervous Sinyul whispered to the boy that he used to be friends with the assassin, and it would be strange if he acted aloof with him. The man asked him to behave as casually as possible with the fighter, as if they were ordinary friends. But for him, it was astonishing. Suddenly, the boy called his opponent a moron in a friendly manner, and the alarmed old man mentally noted that this was too much. But the warrior calmly noted that this made the young man more like himself, and his acceptance surprised the elderly gentleman. Then the wary hunter noticed a goblin standing half a meter away from him, looking dissatisfied. Feeling a chill down his spine, In-hyuk first thought it was just his imagination, but it was indeed a real troll. Tensing up, Sinril realized that the young warrior could not yet know about Kim Chul-so and his summoned creature. Grabbing a sharp dagger, the burly man asked his old acquaintance if it was true that this was the same long-nosed ghoul. The worried man replied that compared to the troll that had been there before, this one looked deadly weak. Putting on an act and starting to laugh, the man asked if In-hyuk really thought they had lost to this pathetic old man. After a while, the brave assassin thanked all his allies for gathering in one place at his request. Minsun Skorakod asked if the guild leader should have shown up for such an important matter, at least this once. The deputy replied that he had contacted the faction leader, but asked not to count on him too much, adding that they would figure it out themselves. It was said that Patton and Ji-hyun had fallen into a trap together at the exit of the dungeon and were stuck there, most likely due to the former's fault. With their combat skills, they should have been able to easily escape from such places, but a 100-level monster blocked their path. The daredevil warned that one of them might even die during the dangerous mission, but once again thanked everyone present. Yun-hyuk, looking very serious, said that even though it was just a game, this time the situation was completely different, and if anyone wanted to, they could leave. After a short monologue about himself, one of the fighters standing in the crowd spoke up, muttering something about his comrades who had fallen into a trap. Taking off his hood, the strongman Suji firmly stated that he would save his friends, whom he simply could not abandon in trouble. Encouraged, the assassins Hyunsu and Minsu also intervened, saying that the vice president should have simply asked them for help and not acted like a big shot. The wise man Sinyul said that it didn't matter how strong the vice president was, because the enemy was at level 100. The old man reminded them that their goal was to save the guild members, and that more people would be an advantage if their goal was simply to distract the monster. The man was also sure that if a powerful monster chased Kim Chul-so, he would remember even more. The dissatisfied young man suddenly asked in a raised voice why he had to go to the dungeon with the others. His statement shocked both the goblin and Sinril, who wondered if the young man's memory had already returned. The brave young man declared that he had no reason to risk his life for their guild, and asked if anyone inside the dungeon was waiting for his help. The young man continued to tear everyone apart with facts, and the old man, nervously twirling his beard around his finger, realized that they were almost at their destination. The fearless Kim Chul-so made it clear that they would not be able to manipulate him, while the reserved Yun-hyuk listened to him in silence. The troll and the elderly gentleman looked at the ground, feeling a slight sadness in their hearts, which was very noticeable. The deputy head of the faction thanked everyone present for their cooperation and for not giving up. The other assassins looked at him silently and waited for further instructions. Without feeling even a drop of fear, Having gathered his thoughts, the leader addressed the members of the Everton Guild, stating that it was time for them to move on. No one even suspected that the main character was being closely monitored with the help of digital devices. The boss ordered his subordinate to continue surveillance, keeping a close eye on their important target. The man with glasses emphasized the fact that Kim Chul-so was acting strangely and that his behavior was very different from before. Picking his nose, the cunning gentleman decided that this incident did not need to be reported, as Miss Catherine often dramatized things. Meanwhile, the brave assassins invaded the dungeon and began swinging their swords, destroying all enemies in their path. The cold-blooded Inhyuk said that the pathetic monsters continued to attack them, but were only defeated. The shocked hero noted in his mind that the deputy was fighting well on his own, but something surprised him the most. The rest of the team fought recklessly, but did not miss a single blow, presumably because they believed that their comrades would always cover them. The young man wondered if he had anyone who would definitely help him in a difficult moment, and an aggressive zombie had already appeared behind him. The confused young man froze in fear and didn't even know how to behave, while the goblin's gaze was directed elsewhere. As always, the stern Sunnyral came to his aid with a huge hammer in his hands, ready to give his life for his old friend. In a couple of seconds, the enemy was destroyed, and numerous traces of blood remained on his weapon. Kim stared at him with his mouth open, and the old man noted that the mob's defenses were weak to maintain balance with their numbers. Tears suddenly appeared in the kind boy's eyes, and he turned to his grandfather, as if wanting to say something important. The annoying little boy began to hug the goblin in the red-faced Sinrail, who called him disgusting and asked him to let go immediately. The sentimental hero couldn't believe that they both valued him so much, and began to assume that he had been an honest man before losing his memory. The very nervous old man decided that he needed to throw the fool under the feet of a strong monster as soon as possible so that he would remember everything. He shouted loudly to alert the wary Inhyuk, who wondered what was going on. The elderly gentleman suggested that they split up, believing that this would make it much more effective to complete the task. He said it would be better to focus on finding the trap with several teams, and this was considered a pretty good decision. The deputy agreed, noting that they couldn't afford to waste time just because they were afraid of monsters, and admitted that he had been too cautious. The assassin ordered everyone to split into 3 groups and not to enter the dungeon until they were all there. The pensive sleeping mage noticed that his allies were doing well, and he didn't even have to try too hard. Busy praising himself, he didn't even notice that a bloodthirsty zombie was approaching. The smug blonde said he could stun everyone with his overwhelming power, and the enemy had already tried to attack him. Before it could even comprehend what was happening, the monster was hit by a bright fiery laser and received an unbearable electric shock. The rays pierced a nearby blue crystal, after which a physical reaction was supposed to begin. The precious stone began to shine, and then the blue light began to shine in the direction where the members of the Everton Guild were located. Alerted, Inhyuk and his comrades began to look around, trying to understand what was happening. A few seconds later, a triangular shape was drawn on the ground with lasers, with the group standing in the very center of it. The stone ground beneath their feet began to crack rapidly and vibrate violently, which was an alarming sign. The wary Sinrail immediately said that this was the very trap that the other 2 fighters had fallen into. Concerned, Kim Chul-so held Goblin tightly, remaining silent and not even knowing what to expect. Suddenly, the floor simply collapsed, and the boy began to fall freely along with the troll, screaming at the top of his lungs in fear. Only the sleeping mage, who was walking behind everyone else, remained on the surface. He became very nervous and began to sweat profusely. The deeply alarmed man realized that now he was surely doomed, and his confidence instantly evaporated. Behind him, a girl with long braids suddenly appeared, worried that she was late. She shocked the blonde man by asking if their dear Inhyuk had gotten into terrible trouble in the darkness. Sitting down on the stone floor, the unknown lady began to mutter something about an invincible level 100 monster down below. It was Lammy Trickster, crying hysterically, who was the mysterious leader of the Everton Guild and grieved for her comrades. Earlier, the King of Knights Kimun, the Empress, and the Berserker Crazy Dog had gone to the Count's great library and managed to return alive. However, almost no one knew the grim fact that all their fellow raiders had died in a terrible battle. At that moment, Inhyuk, who had collapsed to the ground, wondered why the trap had been activated in the first place. At one point, the assassin tensed up and his pupils shrank, as if he sensed something was wrong. As it turned out, the brave man was being attacked by a cursed level 100 living suit of armor, which was a powerful monster. The fighter, blue with nerves, wondered if this was the brute they had been warned about earlier. Looking at the situation soberly, In-hyuk realized that they couldn't handle this monster, so he decided to get everyone out immediately. Looking closer, he saw his comrade lying on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. To his great sorrow, Min-sung had been unable to resist, and the merciless monster had simply torn him apart, leaving him to bleed to death. The stunned deputy guild leader couldn't believe that his close friend would never be with them again. He tried to get to his feet, but the treacherous enemy was already swinging his sword, not intending to give him that chance. Suddenly, the enraged strongman Suji joined the fight, rushing headlong toward the villain. Showing no fear, the bruiser grabbed his opponent by the arms, trying to knock him to the ground, which surprised In-hyuk from the darkness. Exerting titanic effort, the strongman exclaimed that he was holding back the enemy and asked him to save the others. The young commander had to act as quickly as possible because the experienced fighter had little strength left. But the brave assassin immediately summoned his sharp daggers, instructing his comrade to simply hold the knight. Suddenly, right in the middle of the chase, the nervous Cinerule grabbed him by the arm, his intentions not entirely clear. The young man, thrown off balance, could not understand what the old man was after, but he looked very tense. The boy shouted to be let go, believing he had to save Suji, but the elderly gentleman did not stop. The impulsive man shouted loudly that his comrade could no longer be saved, which sounded harsh but true. In front of him, a disheartened In-hyuk suddenly saw the head of his comrade flying by, who had been killed by the merciless monster. The sage said that the assassin would do nothing to this monster, and in the end, they would all simply be killed. He also added that the experienced Minsu and Hyunsu were killed in the blink of an eye, so the survivors had no choice but to run. The Hulk spread his legs wide and gripped the hilt of his hefty sword tightly, preparing for another attack. The stern Cyril did not expect such a massacre at all, and he himself was going to sneak past quietly and save Ji-hyun and Peyton, but his plans were disrupted. Kim Chulso also lost his memory at the wrong time. Although with his powerful goblin, everything would have turned out completely differently. The most striking moment was that the entire team fell right into the clutches of the bloodthirsty monster. The old man knew that the probability of success was less than zero, but he never thought that they would decide to sacrifice the entire squad in a mere 20 seconds. Suddenly, an angry goblin came to the aid of his surviving comrades, holding a bomb in his paws. The living cursed armor was still standing and ready to resist, but the bright light blinded even him. A couple of seconds later, an incredibly powerful explosion rocked the ground, causing extensive damage. The assassin, who had not lost his coordination, tried to see through the flames, hoping that the creature had been injured. Sirius Cinerule had high hopes that he had seen correctly and that the troll had indeed entered the fray. As it turned out, the main character had come to his senses and shouted to the old man that they needed to get out of there before the enemy saw them. The stunned man couldn't believe that the young man had survived the recent events, but there was no time to think. He shouted to the tense In-hyuk that it was time to leave immediately, while they could still walk. Realizing that there was no other way out, the assassin turned around and rushed after the others, as this was the only way to save his life. The bloodthirsty monster continued to swing his sword, striking at the smoke, but saw that there was no one on the horizon. In a fit of rage, the level 100 creature spread its arms wide and screamed at the top of its lungs, feeling the pain of humiliation. After a short time, the main character and his companions made their way out of the inferno. As it turned out, he had spent his accumulated points on a bomb, but if he had delayed for a second, they would all have been doomed. The young man didn't really want to do it, but the dire situation left him no other choice. The boy looked anxiously at the exhausted In-hyuk, who was standing in the darkness, not quite himself. Old man Sinriel pondered everything from the sidelines, while the desperate deputy faction leader sat down on the floor and looked down. The tired, respectable gentleman sighed heavily, and his gaze was restless, but he remained silent. In turn, the assassin, who was experiencing emotional pain, said that now everything was over, but not in a good way. The fighter began to call himself a moron who had ruined many lives and believed that Ji-hyun and Peyton were surely dead, like the rest. The tormented In-hyuk called himself a murderer and said it would have been better if the monster had killed him. The entire squad was like family to the warrior, and they all died right before his eyes, and even Sunril didn't know if he could help him in any way. The man understood that he was helpless here and doubted that they had any chance of getting out of there. Approaching the assassin, the old man said that there was no time to grieve because the creature could return at any moment, so they couldn't just sit there. The broken young man asked if the elderly gentleman knew why the guild captain, Lammy, had started behaving this way. She had once told him that everyone who had been with her on the raid on the library had died, and only 3 players had returned alive. At first, the young man thought it was all nonsense, because you can't die in real life because of death in a game. He added that he had always thought it was just entertainment, that the emotions and pain were just nonsense. But soon the technology reached a very high level, so In-hyuk stopped even thinking about what was happening. It was said that during that ill-fated raid, the assassin felt fear for the first time, a fear that could not be confused with anything else. The pain was not just a pleasant sensation, but truly frightening, causing his heart to beat faster. Even when facing monsters lower than the boss at that time, it was possible to actually die. Therefore, the warrior began to relentlessly level up in order to reduce the difference between himself and his opponents and make it impossible for him to die in real life. But the higher his rank became, the more often he found himself succumbing to despair, burying himself in an endless cycle. After saving Ji-hyun and Patton, the guy even planned to quit the game because he was very afraid of dying in a ridiculous grind. The sobbing young man had always pretended to be an indestructible strongman, but now he admitted that he was so scared that his knees were shaking at the thought of going into the dungeon alone. For this reason, the deputy had dragged all his comrades here, knowing that only death awaited them, and they, fools that they were, faithfully followed him. The tense Cinerul objected that he could not have known that everything would turn out this way, since they had a perfectly decent plan. He asked the young warrior to calm down and stop blaming himself, but that didn't make him feel any better. The hysteria only intensified, so the elderly gentleman raised his hand to slap the young man and bring him to his senses. But suddenly Kim Chulso joined the conversation, kicking Jung-hyuk in the stomach and calling him an idiot. The old man was stunned by what was happening and froze in place with his mouth open, not even thinking that such a thing could happen. The brave man firmly noted that the assassin looked like a grown man, but in reality he was just a common disgrace. The angry brunette told him to stop whining and asked how he could be so sure that the players were dead in reality if he hadn't seen their bodies. Pleasantly surprised, Cinerul was delighted to realize that the serious guy's memory had finally returned. The daredevil continued to cry out that he now couldn't believe he had considered such a pathetic weakling his best friend. The stunned man did not interfere in the conversation, but he did not expect to learn that the guys had been friends before. A long time ago, In-hyuk was interested in where Kim, who had helped the guild, would go next, and he asked him to figure it out for himself. The puzzled old man remembered very well that if there had been another minor quarrel, they would have become sworn enemies. At that moment, the evil hero grabbed his disheartened opponent by the cloak, trying to convey that no one had ever died from games. He exclaimed firmly that the fool would have time to cry later, but now people were waiting for his help, so he had to go. The fearless warrior said that he needed to get up immediately and stop acting like a wimp so as not to annoy him. After that, there was a moment of silence, and the brunette stared silently at his ally, who was still sitting on the floor. Thrown off balance, Sinyul just listened and did not interfere, but In-hyuk soon addressed him. The fighter asked what the old man had to say about this, and whether he thought they had been lied to about death in real life. The sage knew perfectly well that, unfortunately, this was not fiction, and even now someone had probably died playing Gates of Destiny. But at that moment, he decided to remain neutral, so he replied that he had only heard about it and could not confirm it personally. The gentleman quoted the main character's wise words that it was too early to write off all the team members. After that, the deputy head of the guild calmed down a little and began to recover, no longer sobbing like a girl. He turned to the unperturbed Chulso, apologizing for his dramatic performance and thanking him for his wise words. The big guy abruptly jumped to his feet, waving his cloak, and now he was once again a cool-headed warrior. The surprised brunette looked at him silently, and the determined assassin said that he was once again in his debt. The stern fighter said that he intended to repay him with his life, and that was already an important statement from a real man. Hoisting the hammer onto his shoulders, Serial wondered if Kim's memory had returned, allowing him to lift his broken comrade to his feet. The commander, who hated the enemy, said that it was time for them to move on, and his loyal allies silently followed him. Meanwhile, the stunned sleeping mage asked if the guild leader really wasn't going to help his comrades. Lying on the ground, Lemmy calmly replied that she had come to watch In-hyuk get beaten up, not to save anyone. The tense man called her completely sick because she really wanted to see the death and exit from the game of her people. The strange lady asked him to name at least one normal person in this game, and only then continue the conversation. Smiling, she called all the fighters naive kids who were not up to the task of this dungeon. The blonde, thrown off balance, thought about the situation, namely the structure of the dungeon, and a puzzle began to form in his head. Ji-hyun, the harbinger of death, also realized that the entire location and its traps were just a test. The angry patent annihilator, in turn, complained that he couldn't even contact anyone outside. The archer remembered that earlier, the crystal on the wall had reflected her spell, creating a magic circle that everyone had fallen into. The embittered bruiser punched the wall, saying that people around him always thought he was to blame for such things, but this time it wasn't so. The fighter declared that this time it was all the archer's fault, who remained calm and did not contradict him. The lady emphasized that traps only work on slow-witted people like Patton, but she was different. Clenching his fists and teeth tightly, the big man asked if she was going to continue bragging in front of him. It was said that snitches were usually too simple for simpletons like Annihilator to fall for them. Earlier, the red-haired fighter had even caught an arrow in the chest, forcing him to resurrect himself. But at the moment, the trap was designed to activate when the spell reached it. Ji-hyun couldn't understand why anyone would do something like that, which even a moron wouldn't fall for, and the stern Patton asked her to stop with the insults. The strange thing was that the dungeon was created for the 50th level, but a 100th rank monster appeared in it. The nervous bruiser asked what difference it made, and added that they were trapped and would die here anyway. The angry blonde told him to listen to her, and emphasized that this was far from an unusual trap, as the fool might think. Suddenly, the tense man asked what the archer was staring at, as she was silently looking in his direction. Beads of sweat began to roll down Ji-hyun's anxious face. She saw danger nearby. The alert girl looked more closely and saw the same crystal that had trapped them. Without a word, the brave lady grabbed her bow and fired, realizing that this was their chance to escape. Alarmed, Patton shouted, asking if she had completely lost her mind, but his partner asked him not to move and to stay where he was. A few seconds later, an arrow flew out at tremendous speed, which could change the course of events in an instant. Terrified, the Annihilator was sweating profusely, realizing that he could be fatally wounded. The projectile had to fly between the fighter's legs, which made him even more anxious. There were only a few meters left to the crystal, so Ji-hyun was able to prove her professionalism by making a precise shot. The bewildered Patton looked down and saw that the stone itself was a few centimeters below his pant leg. Realizing the horror of the situation, the fighter screamed even louder, hoping that the trouble would pass him by and he would remain completely unharmed. At that very moment, the precious-looking object began to reflect rays in different directions, which was already a step toward changing the situation. The cool-headed Ji-hyun began to assess the fruits of her efforts, while her ally was afraid to even move. The enthusiastic girl realized that everything had worked out, and now they would be able to get back to where they had come from earlier. A digital display suddenly appeared in front of the players, and they immediately began to read the text carefully. They now had the opportunity to go to the Altar of Light, but for that they needed a third member of the team. The nervous Annihilator shouted, asking what it was, and the archer replied that they needed to find someone else urgently. Clutching his face, the impulsive bruiser said that there were only 2 of them left, and behind them were crowds of dead people. Suddenly, the partners froze in surprise, hearing someone approaching loudly from the side. Ji-hyun, tense, immediately grabbed her bow and drew it, realizing that nothing good was to be expected. But after a few seconds, they saw Hyunsu's head in the darkness, who had come to their aid. The cheerful blonde immediately recognized the guild member and was encouraged, because now they could go to the altar. Patton, equally enthusiastic, exclaimed that he was sure the guys would come and rescue them. But as it turned out, it was a merciless monster in armor, holding the head of a long-dead assassin in his hands. The shocked archer couldn't believe what she was seeing and simply froze in place, thinking incessantly about what was happening. The enemy threw the human limb on his head and paused to give the guys time to come to terms with the horrific scene. The extremely tense Hulk slowly reached for his sword, without taking his eyes off the object of darkness. Seeing that Ji-hyun had stopped moving, the man shouted at her to take the leg away, but she seemed not to hear him. At that moment, the brave man dealt a whopping 2 million points of damage to the enemy, which was a stunning result in such a stressful situation. As it turned out, it was the work of Yoon-hyuk from the darkness, who unexpectedly came to the aid of his comrades. The bewildered enemy did not expect such a turn of events, and his strength was rapidly fading. The warrior immediately noted that Kim Chulso had suggested a good idea to use the goblin to repel attacks. Stunned, Patton couldn't believe at first that the deputy chief had come to rescue them in their time of need. A stunned Ji-hyun couldn't understand how their ally had managed to defeat a 100-level opponent. At that moment, the tense annihilator heard an excited voice that sounded like Sinreal. The alarmed old man realized that they had arrived not too late, and the surprised hero ran behind him. The shocked blonde did not expect to see the elderly gentleman with the brunette she had asked to call earlier. The young man bowed respectfully before the harbinger of death, further unsettling her because he had not been like that before. The worried young man shyly scratched the back of his head, noting that they had been friends before, although he did not remember it at all. The puzzled lady asked what was wrong with the boy, and Sinyeol replied that his behavior was freezing him out. After that, there was a moment of silence, during which Patton and Ji-hyun looked around, hoping that it was all over. The focused man also read about the altar of light on the digital display, but did not know what it was. Suddenly, a bright blue light fell to the ground, covering the trio inside it. The tense archer immediately realized that the exit had opened because there were 3 people, but it happened at the wrong time. The excited blonde asked Sinreal if there was anyone else besides them, but there was no immediate response. The old man, keeping a cool head, looked around and said that only the 3 of them were heading for the altar. The girl tried in every way to break free, to get out of the light, but her attempts were in vain. She understood that the other 2 comrades would not be able to get out without their help, but there was nothing she could do. Completely unaware of the situation, Kim Chulso stood still and simply watched as his comrades moved somewhere. With tears in her eyes, the archer begged Yoon-hyuk to save the boy, whom she cared about deeply and felt sorry for. The young man himself gave her a thumbs up and smiled sincerely, wishing her luck on her new mission. A few seconds later, the harbinger of death began to dissolve into space as the teleportation neared its end. The cold-blooded assassin quietly said that the boys had made it out of the dungeon and were therefore completely safe. The fierce warrior noted that all that remained was to defeat the enormous monster, as they had no other choice. The seemingly foolish hero smiled slightly and agreed with him, even though he did not look like someone who could even stand up for himself. The cursed animated level 100 armor appeared before them at that very moment, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Completely calm, Kim walked forward and stretched, as if not understanding that he could be destroyed at any moment. Smiling, the young man noted that the monster would soon die, but it was still very loud, and his companion asked him to stop talking. The very tall giant held a sharp sword in his hand, waiting for the pathetic humans to make a move. The brave assassin gripped his daggers tightly, calmly asking the main character to hold on and not retreat. The young man immediately summoned the goblin with his skill, and with a smirk on his face, said that he would leave this task to him. At tremendous speed, the vengeful Inhak rushed into battle, confident in his strength and victory. He promised himself that he would survive, and the big guy let him get close to him, as if pursuing some kind of plan. Earlier, 2 fighters had run alongside Sinyeol, considering it their primary duty to rescue Patton and Ji-hyun. Then a tense Chulso asked if they should be warned about such overpowered monsters. The wary old man asked if the memory loss kid remembered how he had already gotten into similar trouble. The young man replied that everything was a blur, but he was sure he saw a red window, while Eun-hyuk, running ahead, listened to his words. It turned out that earlier, the young player had received something like a stern recommendation to get out of there immediately. The nervous man began to ask if he remembered the level of the monster he had encountered, or at least some details. The pensive guy gave a negative answer, but noted that a similar warning should have been given now as well. The assumption that this monster was not actually a cell rank monster greatly alarmed the silent assassin. The main character emphasized that a level 70 boss should not appear in this dungeon, let alone stronger ones. If the brave man's guesses were correct, then no one was in danger of death in the real world, so there was no reason to fear the enemy. The stern warrior noted that there was logic in the boy's words, but the risk was still enormous, so caution should be exercised. Then the ally greatly surprised Kim Chulso with a sudden question about whether he would go after such a huge monster. Smiling, the brunette replied that he didn't know, and then asked what his own point of view was. With a sly grin, the assassin emphasized that the hero he knew would risk everything for this. At that moment, In-hyuk himself rushed out of the darkness to attack the giant, completely unafraid of his iron armor and sword. The cold-blooded bruiser sharply swung his blade behind his back, preparing to cut his opponent down and turn him into mincemeat. The daredevil had to exert titanic effort and constantly clench his teeth, trying not to lose his coordination. The fighter was good with words, but just the sight of the terrible monster sent shivers down his spine. He had to twist and turn like a snake in a frying pan, but in the air because the giant did not stop and constantly attacked him. The enemy's huge shadow covered the young warrior and constantly hindered him, but he continued to resist. The brave man decided to use the shadow guillotine to deliver a powerful blow, which was a truly thoughtful move. At that moment, he rushed forward at tremendous speed and at the right moment struck the creature's neck with his daggers. But he was very angry that the attack did not cause a drop of damage, and his opponent did not even flinch in the process. Still standing on his feet, the knight grabbed his sword again, ready to continue the battle indefinitely. In a state of rage, the giant rushed to attack the pathetic little man who had already annoyed him considerably. Alert In-hyuk heard strange sounds behind him and decided to turn around, but tried to keep a cool head. Suddenly, the troll Kim Chul-so flew right into his back, inflicting considerable damage and causing severe pain to the concave fighter. The angry assassin called the kid a stupid photographer who did everything at the wrong time. The main character used his rocket skill, inspired by the spectacular moment with the bomb earlier. The fighter could summon the troll as many times as he wanted, even if he died, although it was unbearably sad. At that moment, the young man even cried because of this, but in his mind he said that his favorite would definitely survive. Soon purple rays of energy began to spread, and the eared creature sat in the center of the magic circle. Grabbing the discouraged goblin by the head, Kim exclaimed that he just needed to show his heroic strength, and he would cover him. In turn, In-hyuk landed to the side, saying to himself that it was not him but the main character who was fighting the enemy. He didn't like the fact that he wasn't doing any damage to the giant, who seemed to need to be pelted with a cartload of ghouls. The assassin realized that his hopes were in vain, because the monster was definitely level 100, so he made the cowardly decision to run away. But at that very moment, the guy became deep in thought and began to ask himself if he was afraid that he would die in real life. The young man constantly thought about the fact that his friends could die, and such thoughts would not leave his head. Clenching his fist nervously, In-hyuk emphasized that he had no idea if he was doing the right thing in this situation. Still, he cried out that nothing would change by sitting locked up and that he needed to face the problem head-on. At that moment, the extremely tense player rushed headlong forward, and the monster had no intention of letting him go. Alarmed, Kim Chul-so shouted at his ally to stop, but he still continued to run away from the enemy. The confused hero stared wide-eyed at the giant, who could turn him into mincemeat with a single blow. A few seconds later, the knight got as close to him as possible with his muzzle, causing the boy to sweat even more from fear. With a sharp swing of his sword, he knocked the goblin away, and his severely stressed companions rushed to flee together. The young man, blue with panic, asked why In-hyuk was running away when he had promised him he would come. His very nervous companion replied that this was not a plan, but a complete mess, because he had struck many blows, but the enemy simply did not care. The brute was gaining speed and was already on their heels, which was cause for panic, which had already taken hold of the boys' minds. The merciless monster began to swing his sword, trying to catch the pathetic little people, but they managed to survive. Immediately, the brave Kim Chul-so used his skill and summoned the enraged troll, placing his last hopes on him. The ghoul stuck out its slobbery tongue and smiled, as if experiencing pleasure, which looked a little strange. In the end, all three fell to the ground, and the hero flew backwards into the wall, nearly breaking his ribs. With sweat on his face, he tensely noted that they had reached a dead end, but there was no time to find a way out. The fierce monster in armor slowly approached the survivors, finally ready to deal with them. The worried young man realized that he should use the child, who was currently flattened against the ground, as cover. In an instant, Kim Chul-so's face changed even more, and his pupils shrunk significantly. As it turned out, the goblin was not dead, but was still in the epicenter of danger because of his opponent's blade aimed at him. At that moment, he launched a powerful attack, causing severe damage to the stone ground in front of him. The invincible troll smiled menacingly at his opponent, making it clear that he would not be able to destroy him. The brave Kim began to taunt the knight, noting that he was a weakling, incapable of defeating even such a clumsy opponent. Then the young man began to laugh loudly, saying that he was no longer afraid of the giant, who seemed confused and frozen in place. Discouraged, In-hyuk, still lying face down on the floor, couldn't believe that his enemy was so incredibly weak. His eyes were wide open, and his thoughts raced as he had to make an important decision. The assassin realized that he had wanted to run away the whole time and had not hit the monster with all his strength to calm himself down, which was why nothing had worked out. At that moment, the warrior gathered his thoughts and gripped his daggers tightly, no longer wanting to be a cowardly weakling. He didn't like the fact that he had been outdone because he was afraid of some pathetic, useless weakling. The extremely serious fighter asked Kim Chul-so not to interfere anymore and firmly stated that this fight belonged to him. He suddenly rushed forward, shouting loudly that he would knock his opponent's head off with one precise blow. At the same time, the bruiser was still standing and posed some danger, so it was not worth relaxing. The ninja carefully examined his opponent's sword and emphasized that such a trifle could not even kill a goblin. But unexpectedly, the strong opponent attacked the confident Inhook, immediately knocking him off balance. The fighter couldn't understand how this could have happened, since the weakling hadn't even been able to deal with the eared ghoul. The cold-blooded monster gave him no time to think and slammed him into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The extremely agitated hero shouted, asking why the fool had gone to fight alone, and immediately began to help him. But the assassin immediately got up from the floor, telling himself that his own cowardly heart had made him weaker than a troll. The fierce warrior shouted at the top of his voice that he would cut the scoundrel in half, even if he had 1,000 levels. The merciless knight swung his sword at him once again, not wanting to waste time on empty talk. The enraged Inhyuk told himself that he must open all locked doors on his own, never relying on anyone else. Such was the repentance and path of the assassin from the darkness, who had now closed in on his enemy. At tremendous speed, the brave man began to swing his daggers, eager to quickly destroy the opponent who had caused him so much pain. They lived in such a cruel world, yet the guy always treated his close friend like a silly girl. He was always the terrible coward, but he didn't take her fear seriously, so now he had to open the passage and apologize to her. Surprised and excited at the same time, the hero watched from the sidelines, not expecting such a sudden change in his ally's mood. The damned living armor was subjected to a massive attack from an opponent he had not taken seriously before. It was striking that the level suddenly began to drop, and it became clear that his mind was beginning to panic. The enraged assassin shouted at the top of his lungs, running towards the enemy with sharp daggers in his hands. Suddenly, the worried monster's legs began to cross, and he tried to take steps backward. The Hulk realized that he was now very vulnerable, and his life could end at any second, so he had to come up with something. Less than a minute later, his rank dropped to 53, causing him to scream at the top of his lungs in fear. In the end, the monster threw his sword to the ground and ran away while he still had the chance. Now the big guy was just a regular coward, running for his life, hoping to save his pathetic life. His armor was rapidly cracking and could no longer protect him, and the monster himself began to cry like a child. The merciless In-hyuk asked if he had been chasing them so eagerly, and now he was just running away from the battlefield. The enthusiastic Kim Chul-soo wholeheartedly rooted for his ally and supported him, urging him to strike the enemy hard. The fearless warrior used his assassin's skill to launch a final attack and claim victory. He dealt nearly 100,000 damage, causing the burly opponent to explode into pieces.